Okay, we are back with some more Please Be Happy, and I'm so laggy. Also, I did just, as soon as the last episode ended, I was like, I'm gonna do one more. It's probably gonna be a little bit on the shorter side, but I just want to play. I just want to play more. Okay, just don't judge me. I said I was gonna go to bed, and I lied. I lied only to myself and you guys. It doesn't affect you guys at all. But anyways, with that being said, let's just go ahead and jump into it. After spending a bit more time. Also, yeah, last episode was the super heavy stuff, so yeah, just in case you didn't see the last episode, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I talk about what we did in the last episode. Other times I don't. I don't know. It feels weird being back and doing Let's Plays. After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen
By the
departs,
way,
Juliet clears her throat.
Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
Ooh, special. Oh my gosh, is it a birthday? Is it a birthday or a holiday?
Ignore that until now, but yes.
Oh my gosh.
Wait,
Is it
what?
Aspen's birthday?
What happens this weekend? This Friday is my birthday. A little reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Oh. That's fair.
Wow. Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
Or we could just have like a little group hangout. Ooh. You don't have to be mean about it.
Not 12. I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life.
Yeah, exactly,
It's not
Miho,
fair that only
exactly.
12-year-olds get to have them. It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of. Why? Why what?
Why you gotta be boring? Just have a party. Her brows get some more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me, because Miho does nothing but bring up good
It's
points
just
and is
part of
based.
being an adult. You get older and older,
Uh-huh.
reach the real world, and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose.
That's so valid. I haven't had like a birthday party outside of like some family stuff
When
for
you're
like
young, it's exciting
years.
getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that
Yeah,
there's cake
yeah.
and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
I feel like I'm being attacked. I feel like I'm being attacked so hard right now. Aspen,
Calorie?
stop.
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
See, Juliet's base too. Game. Hello.
She does?
Game.
I
Bump up.
do.
Yes.
You're never too old to have fun.
Yes.
As you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much. Still, I'm not the partying type.
Oh my
Plus, I
gosh, she's
told
only
my
a year
parents
older
I'd
than
go
me. Oh
visit
my
them this
gosh.
weekend. Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
Okay.
That's
Almost gave me a
wonderful.
panic
I'm
attack.
sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy.
That does bring up an excellent point, though, of like, how are any of these guys supposed to go on like a vacation without each other? Like specifically without Miho, you know what I mean? Like if they ever like are like, I would love to go on like a day trip or a 2-day trip somewhere, and then it's like something that Miho absolutely just would not. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be like too bad for like Julia and Miho because they don't really have to worry about wasting time because they have all of it. But for like Aspen, it's like, oh no, Miho and Juliet want to go somewhere for like a week. I mean, I guess they could just wait for. Oh gosh, that was about to get me so dark. I was going to be like, so if Juliet and Miho could go somewhere for like a week, And then Aspen would have to be like, I guess I have to waste a whole week of my precious life, going to a place I don't want to be to specifically stay with Miho so I don't forget her. But then I was like, well, I guess they could wait for her to die and then do the stuff that that Aspen didn't want to do. But that's really morbid. It's sort of like the opposite of a bucket list of like things to do when Aspen's dead. I hate that thought.
I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though.
Welly? Well, I'm not leaving
Do you
Welly
mind
until
coming
late
with me to the
Saturday
bus stop on
evening.
that day,
That's such
Miho?
a fun thing.
Just to be extra safe. Yeah, of course.
Yes?
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice.
It could be a little
Thank
friend
you.
day. Oh my gosh, please. Please.
No gift,
Yes.
though. It won't be a party.
Oh.
That's easy, because they
You
wouldn't
butt.
know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
Okay. I just realized we've never been to Aspen's house before. Oh, this is exciting.
I do have my own place to live, you know.
That's not fair. She has her own apartment. I don't.
And, well,
Huh.
it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
Yes.
I mean it. It's the definition
Yes.
of
Oh, Miho.
average.
Yes, let's
I'm not
go.
even sure if it can fit 3 people.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I
How
can't
many cats do you have?
wait!
Oh my gosh, please, how many cats do you have? The 3 of us chit chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us all to split up for the
Do you
day.
have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to
Yeah,
come with
yeah.
me? You're more than welcome to, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
I understand. Miho? It's fine
Yes,
if
yes,
you don't want
yes,
to come
yes,
along.
yes.
The showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
Oh, whoa, wait, oh, wait, is this where like the split happens for the routes? Oh. I actually did a save for this because I did hear that it happens around like chapter 4 to 5-ish, but I guess it's happening here. Oh, this is like one of the first times we've had is this like the first time we've had a choice? No, it can't be the first time. It's probably one of the first times. This is, oh.
Sure, I'll go.
Yeah, I'll go watch a movie with you, Aspen.
It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. Hope
Besides,
to
it
see you
sounded
later.
like this wasn't just we like, screw off, Juliet. I'm gonna go hang out with Aspen. We're gonna go on a date. It was more of like, I mean, it kind of sounded like Juliet was gonna go rest anyways. Also, I do just love, I love all 3 of them, but Aspen, she's my girl. She's my babe. All right, I love her so much. Honestly, after the last 3 episodes, I knew that this decision was coming, so off screen I was sitting there thinking about oh, I'm almost to the point where I need to choose who I'm going to go for first. Aspen's been my go-to since the game started, but Juliet's so good too. She's such a great character, and all her story was hitting me so hard. So the reason I thought about it a lot off screen, so then when we got to the point of needing to decide, I wouldn't be sitting here for the next 10 minutes going, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And I was like, I think I'm just gonna stick with my guns, and I'm gonna go with Aspen first, and then we'll do the Juliet route next. And I'm so excited for both.
See ya!
Good night.
Click. Oh, we gonna go on a little movie date. I'm
Are
so
you
excited.
ready
Oh,
to
I didn't
go?
mean to click that. I'm so excited. With that, wait. With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
I am. So what
Aspen
earlier
leads the
in
way
the
outside
scene.
and down the road.
It's based off a book that I
The
read
girl
a long
reading
time
this.
ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
She loves horror. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know, Aspen, S tier choice. I made the right choice. Listen, I love horror stuff and I love watching with people, but it's so hard to. Like, I started watching them with my aunt and uncle just because my aunt loves horror stuff. My uncle, not so much, but he tolerates it because he loves us. But it's been so fun watching it with her. So I'm like, oh my gosh, listen. I need me a girl who's okay watching horror stuff with me. That's all I'm gonna say. So as soon as she's like, hey, yeah, by the way, we're going to see a horror movie. That's like cool, right? I'd be like, yes, that is the coolest thing I've ever heard. That is the opposite of a problem.
What's a horror movie?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
A clown?
Oh my gosh, are they gonna
How
go
is
see
that
it?
scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I didn't know you liked scary things.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens.
Oh, she's not. I guess, you know, that doesn't knock her down for being an S tier, but it's not that she's not a horror fan. It's just that she already read the book. Okay, you know what? That still checks out though. She's at least still willing to try it.
Translated to the screen. If it ends up being too
Honestly,
much for
also a
you,
base
just
take,
let
though.
me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
Also, it always blows my mind how tall Aspen is compared to Miho and Juliet. Like, Juliet's only a little bit taller than Miho, and then Aspen's like a bit taller than Juliet, so it's like she just stands like a full head taller than Miho. The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies, but here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go see by myself though. Aspen pays for both of our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Of course. What do they have?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn
Oh, movie
at the movies.
theater popcorn's the
They
best!
also have candy and other things too.
Also, she looks a lot closer to Miho's height here. Maybe it was just like the last shot where she was like a lot taller.
Popcorn?
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Boys,
Let's change
we're
that
in.
then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
What, not it being almost like $10? I follow her down a hallway and through another door where I finally get my first look at a movie screen. It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful, right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech. With the sound coming from all around, I instinctively covered my ears at first. I just imagine Miho just like screaming that out loud in the middle of like a packed theater.
Yes, but
I have to yell and make
it's like
myself
the
heard.
library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right. We're the only people in the theater in the theater right now. This must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on. I'm surprised by how tasty it is. I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper.
It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
Oh. Okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang as the evil clown jumps out of the darkness. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime, although I'm too full on popcorn to be hungry. Oh no, I was hoping to get like a cute little like, oh, one of them gets scared and grabs the other one's hand, that kind of scene, but it's fine, I guess. Stepping out into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hand on her blouse.
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
You're good, Aspen.
Yeah,
You're so
I
fine.
noticed.
It's okay. At one point,
There's a
she was
reason
even
I don't
covering her
watch those
eyes.
types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Yes, I'd like that.
Finally, Aspen manages a smile. Oh, I love that. That was fun. But I think that's a good spot to end it. And then in the next episode, which I hope that in the next episode we can start going a little bit longer, but this is mostly just to start like helping me build it up again, that sort of thing, building up the backlog of episodes so I can start posting them. Granted, I say that, but I'm also still going to try and finish it. But it does look like the route departure is only 2 chapters. I thought it was going to be like entirely different playthroughs, but I guess it honestly makes a lot of sense since there haven't been a lot of like choices to make outside of like these moments. To like do other to like make choices that actually like change the game. So I guess it does make sense that that's probably like where is that where the split happens? I'm so curious. I don't super duper know. If it is, then that simultaneously makes people be like, oh, we're like pretty like we're not like close to finishing it, but we're like closer than I was expecting, which is simultaneously exciting because that means like it's one of those exciting things like you can like see the finish line, I guess. So you like I don't know, like something I like is ending. It's simultaneously both sad and exciting because I'm like the ending is like so hard because like sometimes if they stick the landing super well, then it's like that's where it becomes like, oh, this is like incredible, like one of the best things ever. But it's just like, oh, that means it's almost over. And as the story like picks up and goes towards the ending, the stuff like tends to just get better and better as it builds up to the climax, essentially. Like for me, like my favorite parts of the stories are usually like the beginning and like the build up to the climax, if that makes sense. That's why I tend to get excited like when we start nearing the end, but then when it actually ends, I'm like, oh no, please, why is it over, kind of thing. So if you've ever noticed that about me, I do like the build up to the finale. So, but it's also super weird because I like as excited as I am to get back into like Fate and to get into like First Snow and all that kind of stuff, especially since First Snow has a sequel, which that's fun. Like, dude, if they ever make a sequel to this, oh my gosh. Granted, I say not knowing how it ends at all, but like I'm also like, oh, that means I have less of it to play. I thought I still had another full playthrough to get. I don't know. I mean, maybe there could be like multiple endings per like Aspen or Juliet that it requires you to play through the game again. Granted, I don't know how much difference there would be between each of those playthroughs, or if it is just like picking different choices here on the map, essentially. I don't know. We'll have to see. But that being said, again, I'm simultaneously excited and very sad that it seems like we're semi nearing the end. We essentially only have 4. I mean, I was going to say we essentially only have 4 chapters left to play. We're not even done with chapter 3 yet, I think. Wait, where are we? Are we? Yeah, no, we're chapter 3 right now. Probably at like the end of chapter 3 if I had to guess because we've been in it for a while. But yeah, with all that being said, I'd say we're probably like halfway through like playing this whole game essentially, which is again simultaneously exciting and sad. So I said that like 12 times. I want to say that because I don't want people to feel like I'm trying to like rush through things or that I'm not enjoying my time with things, and that's why I want it to like be getting towards the end. It's just exciting and also sad. So with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, we do be back with more of this. And the last one, we went on a fun little date with Aspen. It was, oh shoot, I bumped my mic immediately. I'm so bad at this. I was moving my mic so I could put on my lap so it's easier on my arms so I don't have to like my arms raised up, sprawled all over the place and eventually go numb. It's not a fun time. But yeah, now in this one, we're just starting off with a little bit of like side activities. There is no one around. So I guess we'll go to Mount Victoria. Looks like some tourists left out breadcrumbs for the seagulls because they're totally dominating the lookout today. I lightly shoo them away, trying to make my way to the bench so I can rest my feet, but the further I get into their whirlpool of wings, the more I realize they must have found something even better than bread if there are this many of them. Curiosity gets the better of me. What's got them so excited? Uh, what the? How did they manage to snag an entire meter-long super sub sandwich? Not even I've ever managed to steal one of those. Not even I've ever managed to steal one of those. I'm so jealous. All right. I do really, let's go to the Bell House. I did the thing where I didn't know what I wanted to order, so I absentmindedly ordered something I didn't actually want. Now I'm standing here with a black coffee that's way more than I bargained for. I mean, it's good quality coffee, it's just... Oh wait, duh, I can get myself sugar and creamer from the little counter with the napkins and stirrers. I just get sweet drinks so often I forget those are there. Let's see. How much sugar and cream is the right amount? 1 each? Blah, it's so bitter. Let's try one more. Nope, not enough. Let's put 5 more. While I'm here, I might as well keep some sugars and creams in my pocket since they're free. I think I can catch an employee staring at me. She's probably thinking about what a good idea this is. My coffee is so yummy now. I'm a genius. Nice, nice. You know what? Let's go to the Bell House again. Oh, right. We actually get to see Aspen's home. Oh my gosh. Why do I get so laggy whenever I'm recording this? I don't know why that is. It's only this. It doesn't happen while I'm streaming. It doesn't happen while I'm recording Radical Red. It doesn't happen while I'm doing anything else. Why only this? Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No!
Wait, is her cat's right? Oh! I freeze halfway to where she is.
What's wrong? I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Me if I ever actually invited anyone over. Listen. Aspen, just like me for real, never invite anyone over. If I'm hanging out with people, it's either at like a different place, like entirely from like one of our houses, or it's at their house. I've had people over in like the 2-3 years I've been living here. I've had people over like 4 times, I think. And I hang out with people like 3 to 4 times a week. So, I mean, I have people over 3 to 4 times total, whereas I hang out with people like 3 to 4 times a week. It's like, no one ever comes over to my house, and that's okay. That's how I like it.
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
That was the good kind of whoa.
It was. I like it. It's small, but it's very homey, you know? It has a good vibe to it.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore
Same.
fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Honestly, I'm so terrible at taking care of plants. If anyone ever trusts me to take care of their plants, it will be dead by the end of the week. But if I was better at it, I would so have more plants around the house because they add such a nice aesthetic to the place. You know what I mean? Also, I do want to like start like these. She has got like lights up here. I would love to start like hanging those around my house just because like my lights that I have are so freaking bright. And yeah, I guess I could get like different bulbs for that. But I'm like, I could also just hang up dimmer lights. You know, have some mood lighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I really didn't have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Mine's mostly just because I don't like having people in my house. It's a very weird thing. I just like, what if they find something? I don't know what I have that they'd find that'd make them go, oh no, this guy's a freak. But I'm like, what if there is? It's like a very irrational feeling. I just hate it and I don't know why.
Well, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
I take a seat with my back against the dresser while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh, yeah! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Ooh.
Yes. Happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices me and notices and frowns at me. What's going on? Listen, like reading this would like not be as funny, but these like they're like all of the characters' deliveries are so good. It just like elevates the line so much.
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But, yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Just like me, for real, which has become one of my favorite sayings.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
Okay. I used to be like a huge seafood denier, and then over the past year where I was like getting healthier and like dieting and all that kind of jazz, like taking care of myself way better, not only did I super get into seafood because it's incredible for you, especially stuff like salmon. Oh my gosh, which salmon used to be like the most mid thing ever, and then I learned how to actually prepare it. I've been doing such a good job at preparing it. I've been killing it. And then I started trying like sushi and stuff, and it's like, oh, I want to go back and try a sushi. I want to go back and get more sushi, but it's like expensive-ish, relatively, compared to other things that I could get a whole meal for a sushi roll, essentially. And it's like, is it worth it? I don't know.
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Based.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. Doh, that's rad! We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools.
Sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through it, so I do the same. And then Miho's gonna be like, okay guys, I know I can kinda read now. This is still too much for me. I need something else.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words like fish and corn, but there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it.
Fair enough.
usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
It's your birthday. You're supposed to get the stuff that makes you hate yourself. That's why you do it, all right? It's okay to eat, in all my time, it's okay to eat garbage as long as you do it, like, sparingly, you know? Like, when I was getting ready for my birthday at the beginning of November, I was all like, all right, the entire first half of October and all of this, like, most of the second half outside of Halloween, obviously, nothing but healthy foods. That way I can completely splurge on my birthday, and it doesn't even make me feel bad. And I loved it.
Oh. What's chowder?
A really weird TV show from Cartoon Network.
It's like a thick soup.
Is it really? I've never had chowder before.
Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
I don't think Miho goes out to eat. If you couldn't tell, she usually, like, steals most of her stuff.
I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer.
Yeah,
at
exactly,
least.
exactly.
But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Oh my gosh, Sugar Mama Juliet, let's go. I mean, she's already been there for the whole game so far, but let's
Don't worry, I
go.
wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the
You
shells.
shouldn't stare, you know.
Shh, give me a sec, give me a sec. I ignore her, I ignore her, I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind. Miho's adorable, I love her so much. Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long time since I've had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Oh, that sounds incredible. Okay, not to keep talking about my food habits, but I recently started like having like by recently I mean like months ago, I've started having like protein waffles and pancakes and stuff like that with blueberries in them, and I'm like, I used to be such a big blueberry hater, and honestly, they kind of slap now. As long as they're like in something, like I can't just like pop a blueberry in my mouth. That's still like, but like with stuff, it's so good.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Don't you dare leave us. Don't leave us. Also, is the audio being weird for anyone else? Like, I don't know, I haven't actually listened to the last couple episodes. This is like a week after. But like Juliet's audio for me at least is a little choppy. Aspen's like slightly weird, and like right there, like the jur on manager just like peaked super high for me. Like the rest of it was like at a normal level, and then suddenly like jur was like manager, and it was like, oh gosh, stop, don't do that in my ears. Miho sounds completely normal to me, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if it's actually the game or not. But like it sounds normal through my speakers, so I'm like, I don't know if like somehow being connected to my headphones is messing it up. I don't know.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You
But
get
that
to
means she'd
run
have
the
to
whole
leave.
place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It would take up much more of my time, too.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. Like, yeah, it would be more money, but then you'd have less time to work on your writing, which is always the balance, you know? Like, oh, you got this new thing at work? Oh, cool, that's going to be rad. But now you have less time to do the things that you actually want to do. But the money's really nice.
I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think she'd do incredible at it. I just don't think it's, like, the best thing for her, essentially. Especially since, again, she'd have to leave.
Yeah,
It sounds
already
like.
do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Oh?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript.
Oh, let's go, let's go. Okay, so I was doing NaNoWriMo during November, and I was also trying to finish my first draft, but there's literally no way I was going to be able to do it. I would have had to written like 150-ish thousand words, because it's going to be about that long. It's going to be about, like, 400-ish pages, and at 20,000 I had written 50 pages of it. I had already started 50 pages before NaNoWriMo, and over the first, like, 2 weeks-ish of NaNoWriMo, which, for everyone who doesn't know, NaNoWriMo is a big thing where you write 50,000 words all through November, and I was at 20,000 words 2 weeks in. There was a few days I, like, slipped up and couldn't do as much, but I was catching back up, so I think I was actually around, like, 25,000, 26,000. I don't actually remember. But then, like, so I was 100 pages in, and I was killing. I was doing so good, and I had set stuff aside like the next day, so then like on the 15th, 16th, so I could write like a ton and get ahead of schedule, because I love writing. It's so much fun. But then my wrist gave out. My job requires me to do so much clicking with a mouse and typing on the keyboard. And then most of my hobbies are like video games or drawing or writing. And I also write scripts for videos that I'm working on. And it's just like, and then with my friends, I play like D&D, or we play video games. With my family, I play video games and stuff like that. Like, that's not all I do. Like, obviously, I also like exercise, and I love to go on walks, and I love to like do other things with my friends. Like, we like go out and do other stuff. But like, you know, when it's like that concentrated, like there's always a chance of it happening. It just wore out my wrist so fast. Like, my wrists were kind of already not doing too great. Like, I needed a wrist brace before NaNoWriMo started for it all. But then my wrist felt like I could not use it anymore without like causing like severe pain and damage to myself. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to take the rest of this off. And I haven't actually gotten back into writing since the middle of November, which is so sad. But I am trying to like take it slightly easier with that stuff specifically, just so that I can have like heal. And then with the new year, I'm probably gonna try and get back to doing it. My goal is to do at least like 10,000 words a month, starting January. So that's my goal. I'm just trying to let my wrist heal, because I'm now wearing a wrist brace like throughout the day, even if I'm not working, and while I sleep. Not too tight though to like cause any kind of damage. I also got an ergonomic mouse and keyboard, which has been helping so much, and I can like already feel it like getting better. You know what I mean? That was a long-winded way of saying like, I'm so proud of Aspen. S tier job, girl. I'm so proud of you. I'm also on my way to getting there.
I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, listen, I hope that this works out. That'd be so exciting.
Congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Yeah. What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of worrying. Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day.
Well, you start on a second book. I mean, I guess you wait while you're waiting for the stuff to get back to you. You don't do that, but you know,
Well,
whatever.
I won't have time to I'm getting
Mhm.
rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
How long does it take? Probably a while though, because publishers are getting like that kind of stuff all the time, and it takes a while to actually like read and digest a book. You know what I mean? Unless you're rushing through it, which is a terrible way to actually like. I feel like to read.
I hope it works out for you.
Aw, Miho's being so nice. She doesn't really get it, but she's still being so nice. We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before our waiter comes out of the kitchen, carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us, with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the
Well,
other group.
Let's not just stare. Dig in.
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces. Has she ever done this face before? It's so cute. I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot, so hot I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try and cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses a tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too. Once it's cool enough for her to handle. Now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it
It's a
finally
lot
works.
easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it
Enjoying
is.
it?
Yeah.
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty and I sadly toss a shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to
Are you
pick up
still
on it.
hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs. The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them
Get
down with a
second order
smile.
of This, please.
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I've never been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner, though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Oh my gosh, that's how it was after I actually fully tried shrimp at a good shrimp place. It was like, okay, I'm content now. I don't need to eat for another 3
Of
days.
course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now, if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you
Yeah,
a taxi?
yeah. Oh my gosh, also this thing scared the crap out of me. I just saw it. It looked like it was like a weird skeleton man, like an odd you see it. This is the head, rib cage, everything. You know, your arms, everything. You guys get it.
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
That's actually a good thing to do after you eat. It's good to walk for about like 10-ish minutes, like right after, to help your body start digesting it all.
Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
We could also go back to Aspen's and help her pack, you know, keep her
Yeah.
company.
Let's just walk slow.
Still, I manage a weak wave.
Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aww. Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow
Shall we
seems
go?
unfazed. Taking a deep breath, I still myself for the long walk
Let's
home.
go.
So is something going on with Juliet? Because like she's like not phased by the heat. She was not phased by any of the food. Is it because she's a vampire, or is she just like better at composing herself? Because I can't tell if they're purposely drawing a lot of attention to how unfazed she is being by stuff, or if it's just like little like oh, she's unfazed by this, she's unfazed by this. Look, it's Juliet, you know, kind of thing. What's going on? Game, what happened? Oh, the game, please. Oh no. Okay, there we go. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal other than things like yes please and no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messaging with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. Wait. Okay. Just to make a quick prediction. She's gonna be like, hey, my parents really want me to stay for longer. I can't do that because of Miho. Hey, Miho, wanna come with? And then we'll be like, yes. I figured she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, I guess Juliet would also have to come with us then. I just realized that, like, I can't just leave Juliet behind. That'd be awful. She has to come with us. I figure she's just antsy talking about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
To go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank
Yee.
you.
Of course.
Okay, if that actually is what's going on, and Aspen isn't saying anything to Juliet, that's super weird, because Juliet would also need to come with us, so I kind of hope that that's not what's happening, actually. Hang on. Because I'm saying, like, I don't want Juliet to be left out and then forget about us, essentially. Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kinda weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show they
Safe
care about each
travels,
other.
Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book
Patricia
tucked
and
into her
I have
bag.
a lot of catching up to do.
Only one book, though? It has to be a beefy book if you're gonna have 8 hours to read on the bus. That's kind of crazy. Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me
Shall we be
brightly.
off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later.
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the
Where's
library.
this bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough
Oh,
at
that's
me for leaving
cute.
for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
That's because cats are the most judgmental creatures on the
Have
on
you
the
known
planet,
many?
okay? I love them though.
Only
They're
a
so cute.
few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still
What's it
surprises me
like
every
talking
time.
to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
And then Aspen's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm having that
You
thing
use
right
that bit
now."
quite handily. Why, I'd say
Oh,
I
what?
struggle to put
Audio,
things into words
audio,
more
what?
than-
Audio, please, what happened? No. Oh, my stuff disconnected. Why do my headphones disconnect? Hang on. Bump. They shouldn't be dead. They give you a warning when they're dead. I don't know if you guys lost audio for that, so, hang on. I doubt you guys did, but anyways, I didn't read it. You'd lose that bet quite handily. why I'd say I struggle to put things in words more than anything.
How? I thought you loved writing.
Yeah, you'd think that writers would be better at talking, but they are super not. At least based on me and most of the writers I watch speak.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say.
Probably just a lot of feed me, pet me, feed me, I need to take a poop, I took a poop
Maybe
all
they
over the
just
carpet.
complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
That's kind of
It's
fun.
tempting,
Let's please.
But no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
To be fair, I also don't know what you meant. I don't know what that saying means. Like, I could tell what she was going for, like being like, this is a saying I'm saying, not just like a random sentence. It super didn't feel like one. For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's been being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my fingers on what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my
yes.
question.
But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
You like the town life, and they live out like almost kind of middle of nowhere situation. Like there's not another house around for like a mile.
They live in the middle of nowhere.
Mum
Loves it out in the countryside, and says she can't live without her backyard view, and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
Same base. Like I don't like cities, but I like having all of those
That's why you
things.
moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder.
Don't mind me at the bottom, I was just taking a drink.
It's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home.
Oh shoot, I broke my body. Oh gosh darn it. Vtuber Studio's been like acting very weird. I used to be able to take drinks and slightly lean out all the time and just readjust. Now if I ever do anything, it freaking breaks my body. Hang on. Let's go ahead and do that. And then let's just go ahead and do that. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and move it over here. Gosh darn it. And then now I gotta put Miho back on my head too. Oh no, she's there. Rad, let's go. Okay, anyways, back to this.
Then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way
Mmm.
that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here.
That's why I
The
also hate
scariest thing
cities.
I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
Aww. We're well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Tapapa, the museum, when we pass it. By now there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington, enough that I can probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walked, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognized the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very
Are
far
you
from the station.
nervous?
Wow, they walked all day, it looks like. Oh my gosh, they had breakfast and now the
Me?
sun is setting.
No. Why would I be? Do I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still won't push it. Like a good friend. She'll talk when she's ready. I can hear the smell and the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street and she checks her
You're
phone
not
again, then
late,
puts it
are
away.
you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
Aww. I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap of her bag tightly. I trot back to her and look around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple people waiting far away at the station there. But there's nothing other than a couple
Are
people
you
waiting
alright?
far away at the station. Oh? CG, is something big happening? Oh. She blinks a couple of times and then takes a deep breath before facing
I have to
me.
tell you something.
Is it happening? Oh. The effect of her words is immediate. Thud, thud. Like she casts a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely manage to croak out an answer. I can't handle any more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
Mm-hmm. What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't.
Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest while she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know.
Uh-huh.
Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see, the good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer.
Oh.
Just how much she makes you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you.
Oh.
At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already, when I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love? With me? Wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me? I don't know what to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips. I want to move the mouse out of the way of her face really quick. There we go.
Shh.
Oh.
Don't tell me.
I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
Yeah, okay. I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Turning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs like she just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
Yes, come on. Yeah. That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile, It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I can't believe that I thought that was gonna be like a chapter, end of chapter 4, early chapter 5, maybe even end of chapter 5. I was not expecting that. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, this episode's been going for a while. I think that's a good that is a good place to end it, and we'll pick up with more in the next one. Oh my god, it happened. That was like, I couldn't tell if you guys like noticed, but I was like shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, Aspen, you were struggling to find the right words, but you're saying all of them. That was incredible. So well done. S tier confession right there. That had me like, I was silent. I couldn't think of anything else to say outside of just like, I'm just gonna listen to what she says and read what's put in front of me, okay? But yeah, with all that being said, oh my gosh, I can't believe it happened. Oh my gosh. Um I fanboy way too hard about these games, I feel, but you know what? I enjoy it, so that's so fine. But with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye bye. Miho looks so weird with my hood on. It's so funny to look at. Anyways, we are back. Last episode was freaking huge. We were confessed to. Me and Miho were both stunned into silence. It was a good time, man. I was fangirling so hard. I feel like I was like way too reserved. In my head, it was just like a whole of, oh, it's happening. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Oh my god. And then outside, out in the like, what I was actually saying was like, oh my gosh, guys, I can't believe like that was actually happening. I'm fanboying so hard right now. That's how it felt when I was saying it, at least. I felt like I was in like, my brain was going 1,000 times harder than my head. That might also because I didn't want to blow out anyone's eardrums. I think I'm slightly conscious of that. But you know what? Anyways, we have to wait a whole freaking day before we can actually continue that conversation with her, which freaking sucks. So, I was kind of hoping that we were going to go on a little trip with her, even if it was, even like, I kind of thought like maybe that's where this is going. Maybe she's going to be like, hey, want to go on a trip with me instead of like staying here for the day? And I was going to be like, oh, yes. But, it's fine. It's fine. I can wait for her to get back, even if it slightly kills me. With all that being said, let's get into it. I make my way back to the library, like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter. Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock and it opens just a moment later. Gosh, Juliet's like, I want to say more casual clothes. S tier. It's such a good fit. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falters when she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes.
What?
Is it the bats? Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down at the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
Love. Just nothing but love. But then Miho's gonna be like, I don't know, I'm kind of confused.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever...
Also, if you guys can hear my my little dog in the background snoring, that's all it is. It's just a little dog snoring.
thought about love, or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that.
Very much so, yes. She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows.
I didn't realize
It
she was done
reaches
talking. I'm so
toward the
sorry.
sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
Gosh, Juliet's so freaking smart, dude. I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
That's not. It's a metaphor. You know, it's a metaphor. It's fine. Hang on, I need to adjust my headphones really quick. There we go. Wait. Mouse, stop running away. Stop running away from me. There we go. I'll just click on her armpit.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Gosh, I'm so glad I did all that thinking about who I was actually gonna like do the first route with before I got to the choice, because after everything with Juliet, it was like actually like a hard decision. I was thinking about it for like the whole day leading up to like that episode. I'm so glad I decided to do it there because I didn't expect it to happen there, because it's a hard choice.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Oh, I have a scratch. Hang on. Sorry. This is such a weird little distraction. I have like a scratch on my finger, and I have no idea how I got there. That's really weird. Anyways. Juliet returns to bed, and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There sure are lots of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her, I like talking to her, I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends. But could we be more than that? Yes. I spent a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me, and yet here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I just can't ignore or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table full of steaming hot chocolate. Oh my gosh, Juliet, you're the best.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
Mm-hmm. Oh my, wait, what happens if you do the other one? Return. Yes, I want to try things. Well, I mean, but Juliet's pretty ST. I mean, I'm kidding. We already decided that we're going down this path, and Juliet's path's next, okay? I'm making a joke. I want to try things with Aspen, yes.
I want to try things with Aspen.
Oh, let's go.
I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful. Because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that pushed me forward so many times before kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be?
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. I can't tell you how happy I am for both of you.
As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spreading across my face. Aspen is in love with me, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too. Oh, look at all the little blushies. Oh, that's so cute.
Thanks. I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
And this is when Juliet's been like, yeah, she's loved you since the day you showed up. With a wink, Juliet lifts her teacup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Maybe.
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt. And you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
Juliet's right, not just about Aspen, but about my life in general, as she herself pointed out not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing, pointless ever since Jongin died, without my knowing, as if I had reached a dead end myself. But that was just the end of a chapter in my life, not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I had thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning, one that isn't so solitary and lonesome. Nearly every day I discover something new about myself, things I used to think were impossible, at least for someone like me. Maybe I'm not so different after all. I found a new place to belong, and someone new to share my life with, as much of it as I can. Aspen, who's seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back, so we can find out what's next together. Oh, stop. Oh my gosh, my heart can't handle this. With nothing more to really say about it until Aspen returns, Julia and I move on to talking about other things like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm like I'm glowing as we sit there and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening and all the way to bed where I lie for hours. Usually I'm frustrated when the chaos of my own thoughts stop me from falling asleep, but for the first time ever, excitement rather than fear is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. Oh, that was so cute. Oh my gosh, I love that so much. Again, this is why I love this game so much. It's like one of the best things that making me go like it making me feel things ever, and I love it. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long for Aspen's bus to arrive. I've barely even woken up and I'm already thinking about her. Oh, looking up at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed, because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after I do.
Good morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
Just a few things.
You can say that again.
I take my seat at the table while Juliet pokes through the
Are
fridge.
you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
Oh.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
To be fair, being on the other end, I would say if being the first one to say is like a 10 out of 10, like in terms of difficulty, being the one to respond still like an 8 or a 9. It's still pretty hard. Speaking as someone who's been on both ends essentially, so.
That's true.
Juliet sets a platter with slices of apples and oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I idly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
Wait, so hang on. Aspen didn't leave until the evening and didn't get there till late at night, and she's coming back early in the day? This is the shortest trip ever.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you will have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Definitely.
The minutes pass by agonizingly slow, especially after Juliet goes to bed. But, oh, okay, so she was, not actually leaving immediately after breakfast. She was still waiting a bit. Okay, I was gonna be so she visited her parents for, 3 hours and then is leaving? That's a little weird. But it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up from my seat, forcing myself not to walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Humming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, I could have found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. It's not worth the risk of getting lost, though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else, it reminds me of something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of the days in the forest towards the end of my time as a regular fox. The way it felt on the way to the clearing every day to see my person. Aww. Back then it was different, of course. More instinct, less thinking, but it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually something like that would stop me in my tracks, but today it just makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection where we stood yesterday when Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever, I already know it. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing or leaning against the fence. I sit down on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away until finally the scheduled minute comes and there's no bus. I sigh, disappointed but not too surprised. Since when are buses ever exactly on time anyway? Soon the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder not to worry.
I think she left early.
Yeah, I notice I'm not alone. Some of the other people waiting are beginning to get agitated too. One person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in either direction. A couple others who have been waiting in the boarding zone since I got here sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads something, and then groans.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Oh no, come on, don't do this to me. Is it gonna be like, she has to like race to get there before Aspen forgets about her?
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Nope. Just says delayed due to vehicle issues.
Dread seizes me. With a shaky hand, I tap one of the travelers on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, there be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
I was, actually. Do you know what they'll do? What'll happen to the people on the bus?
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours.
Oh
You
no.
might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I vault off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I
Hey.
came.
Good luck.
I barely hear him. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days for it to happen, as I run, I can't help but think about how unfair it is. For anyone else in the world, a couple-hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me and Aspen, I don't even want to think about what would happen if she forgets me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crash through the doors as I head upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Juliet's bedroom door before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Wordlessly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone, and it looks weirdly out of place in her hands as she navigates through several screens slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after reading for a moment.
You're right.
The confirmation just tightens the knot in my chest, and I can just barely manage to croak out a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring, and it says go straight to voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. Her voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try again, and again, and again, with the same result every time. I end the call and start another one, for what must be the 6th or 7th time. My thumb is on the end button out of habit, and I barely manage to stop myself from pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
You! Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
Juliet comes back out when she hears me, waiting anxiously by my side. Aspen says something again, but it's garbled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you!
Fucking reception. Let me.
Oh! Everything goes quiet, and for a terrible moment, I'm afraid that the call's dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly drop the phone when her voice comes through again, much clearer this
Good.
time.
I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what.
Wait, okay, but if you can see it, this Juliet doesn't have a car, does she? I think we just walk everywhere. Could we get like a taxi or an Uber or something and just like come out to get you? Like, is it like too far for that?
Said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Juliet and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay. I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay. I understand.
I mean, if she turns into a fox, she can probably run there, like, obviously not as fast as a car, but like faster than if they were to running normally.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay. I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Oh, I hate the sound of her crying. It hurts. It hurts.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead, and I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she
No
shakes her
nonsense.
head.
You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything
How did I
else.
get there?
Juliet pulls up a map and shows me, pointing out where the
Still
library
to
is.
try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I will. I have to be.
I immediately take for the stairs, pausing for just a
Thanks.
second.
Thank me later. Together.
Oh. I nod and then transform as I bolt out the front door. Foxes can't run as long as humans can, but they can run faster. As a Gumiho, maybe I can do both. Wind whips up my tails as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed which roads to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight for the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through the yards, and shocked people gape at me as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for, I just know that I don't stop. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. A little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen would be like. The buildings begin to thin out, even as traffic increases, and finally I find myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings and street signs. There are hills and forests that I'm sure are as beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them at all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take a toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging, each step taking just a little more effort than the last. I've pushed this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change form once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The run from the station back to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire and with my legs feeling like lead, I make myself take another step and then another. Mustering all my strength, I break into a jog, the fastest I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of her. Anything to set my heart and mind at ease, anything. The sun begins to dip even lower, as if even the sky is reminding me that time is running out. My steps are leaden and my mind abuzz with wordless fear and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. A steady trot is all I can do by now, I let that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walked towards each other, but the sun shines. I'm so sorry, I'm breathing so bad. But the sun shines in my face and obscures them from vision. Raising one hand to shield my eyes, I see the familiar hat, the glint of the light on the familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I can do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief so intense that all I can do is shake. I made it. She's here.
No.
As she approaches, she slows and then comes to a stop. I don't even know what to say. How can I respond? How can I put all the excitement, the worry, and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance between us. I can hear her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer to the unspoken question. Overhead, the sun dips behind a cloud, done watching us for the day and throwing a handful of colors into the sky as it leaves. I struggle to find words before, but this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any words will do. I stop an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears behind her eyes, hiding in her eyes.
So worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question. Hang on, sorry. That was a terrible timing for like my phone to just go off at me. I need to start putting it on silent when I record or stream. One that I didn't know I wanted to ask until just now. One that requires more than words, or maybe less. What? 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my, okay, I'm not screaming for the sake of not blowing up my mic and making it peak and all that, but oh my god, it happened. Oh my gosh, it happened. Oh my gosh. What? I was not expecting that. That knocked me off my feet. Like as soon as she said like, I was like kind of confused where she was like going with like what she was saying, and then as soon as like it like started like going towards the CJ, I was like, oh my gosh, are we about to like smooch her? And then we smooched her. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. I take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. The marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand rises to my face, holding me in place as if I'd want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. The closeness, the warmth. I place my own hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fears better now, because I would also be content in this moment if this moment lasted forever. Even when we separate, Aspen's hands stay on my shoulder, keeping me close.
See, you think about what I said.
Just a little bit.
Practically nothing else.
Oh my gosh. My heart is just but like in a good way, you know what I mean? Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
The only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I'd nearly forgotten where we were, not far from the side of the road. Turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up for the evening.
Right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Aspen squeezes my hand.
All the time in the world.
Oh. Open ending chapter 4. Oh, this is such a cute little this is like my favorite of the chapter cards so far. This is great. Oh my gosh. Okay, but I have to end it there. I legitimately like looked down at the time and like died inside when I saw that these two episodes have taken an hour and 20 minutes to record, because I'm like, I just want to keep playing. No, I want to keep recording. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll end it there. Whatever, I guess. Oh gosh, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that's like, we still have 2 chapters left. And like each chapter is like as long as all the other ones. So we still have like a good like 8 hours of the game left. And we're together already. I love that, because like it's like one of my biggest pet peeves of like romance novels, of like the story ends when the main characters get together. And I'm like, but I want to see you guys in a relationship and doing relationship things. I don't want the kiss to be the end of the story. So that's where I kind of thought, like, why like the kiss caught me off guard is because, like, you know, if you can't tell, I like romance things. I love them. So as long as they're actually like well written, obviously, because like so many of them are not. It's sort of like horror movies of like, I love the genre, but most of it is bad, I'd say. But if you find something that does it right, then it's just like, oh, just nothing but good, warm feelings that I'm so happy right now. Or even like the sad times to like make you are like enjoyable in a way, you know? They make you feel the right things, and I love it. So like the fact like when it kissed, I was like, I kind of saw it coming, but I was like, there's no way we're actually kissing right now. This isn't the end of the story. We're gonna kiss at the end. But no, we smooched her. We smooched Aspen, and now we're together, and that's incredible. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Anyways, with that being said, I'm so excited for whatever's next, and I'll see you all then. I can't say that. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Oh my gosh, also, hang on. Hang on. Look at this! The joy of flowers, the Aspen's bus running. This is so cute. Oh my gosh. Anyways, bye-bye for real. Boop. Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. See, right now I should be editing a video, but it's like a heavily edited video, so it's taking actual, like, an eternity to make. Like, good lord. I've spent nearly 7 hours making it through 30 minutes of 2.5 hours of footage. I needed a break. So before I go live here in a few minutes, okay, not for you guys, but for me, and by a few minutes, I mean like an hour and a half, I want to record some Please Be Happy, because last episode, which I did like, yesterday, I want to say, which I still can't get over. I'm so happy. It's so good. It's so good. We smooched Aspen and are like, yes, we'll be together, and that's so exciting. Also, I don't know why it always goes black when I first click onto the game. It's very weird, and then I start lagging. I don't know what that's all about. Anyways,
You didn't finish this one.
but yeah, we're at chapter 4. We only have 2 chapters left of this route, and then we have 2 chapters of Juliet's route / like an ending of Juliet's route, essentially, more or less. Also, I need to put my mouse pad on. I have my mouse pad on my lap to make it easier for me, so I don't have to like lose all the blood in my arm while I do this. That doesn't make any sense to you guys, but you know what? That's totally fine. With all that being said, let's just jump into it. Please work. Thank you. I was worried that something broke when it was like wasn't loading. I was like, oh no, no, please. Do. Maybe I should have been like more loaded into the game when I started the episode, but you know, whatever. Evening, Sunday, chapter 4, open ending. I'm excited. Wait, open ending? Begin chapter 4, Aspen route. Ooh. See, this is a game. This is a game I would like to 100% because I love it. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthy as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well, out of sight but not mind. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lions my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me? Somehow, we found each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination, to enter the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has ascended to greet my person too. It matches the feelings in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear. That voice that I can never forget.
Little fox.
Where is your home?
Oh? That, like, honestly, not even gonna lie, that sounded a little creepy at first, but like, then I was like, oh my gosh, wait, that's Aspen's voice behind it. I awake with a yawn and head on my pillow as the dream fades away. It's been a long time since I've dreamt about the forest. It used to happen a lot, especially when my travels first took me out of Korea, but over time, they stopped. The dreams are always the same. I'm somewhere in the woods, running to the clearing where I had met Jongin. There, they'd greet me in the same familiar way. Something was different about it this time, though. Of course, the first thing on my mind after my dream is Aspen. I have a feeling that's how most of my mornings are going to start from now on. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Also, I'm going to move my mic just a little bit closer to my face. There we go. My lips tingle as I recall our kiss yesterday. My first kiss ever. The first of many, I promised Aspen. Oh my gosh. Although the stressful part was over, the rest of the day was equally exhausting. By the time we got back to Aspen's bus to get her stuff, the replacement bus finally showed up and took us back to the city. From there, we dropped off Aspen things at her apartment before going back to the library to give Juliet the good news. My legs felt like they were going to fall off, and both Aspen and I agreed to get some rest. Even the anticipation of seeing her today couldn't keep me up, and I feel well rested and excited. But as I roll onto my back, I start to notice something weird. It's like an itch, but in my mind. Something irritating and out of reach, and out of me? What? It takes me a moment to realize. It takes me a moment, but I realize that it's my bead. I know it's the same way that I knew how to run and hunt and dig. Tugging at the baubles around my neck, there's an obvious change. Of all the beads on my necklace, only one is special. Most are just pretty things I collected and stuck on there. Only one has ever been there with me from the moment I became a Gumiho, became me. Since then, it stayed exactly the same. Oh my, is it gonna be sort of like a reflection of like the heart type of thing? Like now that we found a new person, like something about it's gonna change? Hopefully we get a CG for that, so it's like more of like what we actually see instead of just like getting it described. No matter how many times I throw or drop or lose it, the necklace comes back to me with the bead unharmed. Not a single scratch or chip or blemish. Until today. Instead of the normal pale white, it started to shine. It's barely brighter than usual, but I notice it in an instant. In fact, it's almost as if I hold my necklace up to be. Dude, I was doing so good at the beginning. I was killing it with the readings, and then I started just folding on it, baby. And then I bumped my desk. I'm so good at this. I just realized, oh no, it's fine. I don't have my audio recording on OBS, which I do to stream, but I have it recording on Audacity, and that scared the crap out of me because I've been streaming so much that I was like, oh no, my voice isn't being recorded, but like, that's not how I'm recording my voice. Oh my gosh, that scared the crap out of me. Oh, and I bumped my desk again because I was bringing my hand down from checking it. It's so fine. Oh, anyways.
It's glowing.
Just barely, but it is. I rub my thumb over the familiar surface, but it doesn't feel any different on the outside. I'm not sure what it means, but it has to be related to yesterday. There's no other way it could pick up today of all days to change. Maybe Aspen Maybe Aspen was onto something when she said there's no such thing as coincidence. Either way, it's magic, and magic I can't control. My bead has always been a part of me, but it's something I can only partially understand. And in that wordless animal way I described to Aspen. When the time comes, whatever it is that's coming, I just have to trust that I'll know what to do. Right now it doesn't matter, because something much more important is going to happen, and sooner. Aspen will be here. She's probably here already, so I need to get ready. Going through my quick morning routine, I feel more energized than ever. For once, I'm not nervous, just excited. As soon as I open my bedroom door, I can hear the familiar murmur of conversation in the kitchen. Even the short walk downstairs is enough time to let my heart race. I assume Juliet's in the kitchen when I get there, but I only have eyes for Aspen. She looks over from her seat at the table, and the instant she sees me, her face lights up. It nearly stops me in my tracks. I've seen Aspen smile 1,000 times by now, but never like this. Never for me and me alone. I can't help but do the same.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning.
It's our usual greeting, but it feels brand new. I wonder if all the little things will.
Did you sleep well, Miho?
Like a rock.
I pull my chair closer to Aspen's than usual. I was like, stop. I pull my chair closer to Aspen's. I can't read all of a sudden. Listen, they're turning my brain to mush, alright? I can't handle it. I pull my chair closer to Aspen's than usual as I take my seat and fill my plate.
Just talking about how tired you must be. I wouldn't have been surprised if you slept until the afternoon.
No way. Then I wouldn't get to see you at breakfast.
I was gonna say that same thing, Miho! Flustered, Aspen doesn't seem to know how to respond. Now that I know the feeling she was hiding, a lot of the other times where that's happened make way more sense. I giggle as she looks torn between being pleased and embarrassed.
That would be quite a shame, yes. But understandable after you ran across half of Wellington yesterday.
Was it really? It didn't feel like it. But maybe that's why I'm so hungry.
Feel free to help yourself to what's left. Aspen and I have already eaten.
We wanted to wait, but...
It's fine. I don't mind.
Around now is usually when Aspen would start to leave for work, but it's Juliet who stands up first.
I must say, I'm rather sleepy myself. Would either of you mind if I retire a bit early today?
Juliet's being the best wing woman right now, not just because she can turn into a. Wait, actually, can she turn into a bat? I don't remember if we've talked about that already. Regardless, haha, vampire joke.
Nope. Aspen and I can clean up, right?
Oh, yes, right. That. I mean, not at all.
Oh, was she about to say thanks?
I'll wish you both good night then.
Good night.
Bye.
We both watch as Juliet departs before turning to face each other. As soon as our eyes meet, Aspen looks away again, blushing but laughing.
What is it? What's funny?
Nothing. Nothing's funny. It's just. It's hard to believe. I mean, us? You and me? You can't imagine how many times I've sat at this table wishing we were like this. Together.
Oh,
Oh.
Aspen. That warm, fuzzy feeling from before takes over my face. The one that goes with the realization of how special I am to her. How, out of everyone in the world, I'm the one she feels this way about.
And now.
Here we are.
Here we are, baby. Let's go.
We are.
Everything is the same, but everything is different now too. It's just as confusing as it is exciting. Now that I'm here alone with her, I'm not sure how to act. Aspen fiddling with her ribbon. Seems like she's waiting for me to go first. That's fair. Again, Aspen did make the first move. Miho, it's time that you do something, as if running across half of Wellington wasn't doing something, But I mean in this situation. Problem is, I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure how I should talk to her differently now, or if I even should, or anything really. With just the two of us, I'm suddenly super aware of how out of my depth I am, but I can't let the silence stretch out on too long. I have to say something.
So, hey. I think.
Both of us start and stop talking at the same time. I pause, waiting for her to keep going, and she does the same thing for me. We both laugh together a moment later, and somehow that breaks the ice. It feels like a reassurance before I can even ask for one.
You go.
No, you first.
If that's what it takes.
I was going to say that, I don't really know much about this whole dating thing. So if there's...
Aspen shakes her head and puts her fingers on... Listen. That gets... When someone goes like, shh, with the fingers on... Unless it's like in a condescending way. If it's a condescending way, then obviously not. But if it's any other way, it's like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Aspen shakes her head and puts a finger to my lips to shush me.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Miho. It's all so new to me as well.
She removes her hand, looking at it as if she just now realized what she did. Not that I mind.
So, perhaps we can figure it out together.
Together.
I try out the word for myself. Aspen and me, together.
Yeah, I like that. We can both just do what feels right.
I like the sound of that too.
Aspen's sleeves rustles as she takes my hand, her fingers gently entwining with mine. It's cool to the touch.
That feels right.
Her soft actions make me feel braver.
So does this.
I lean forward and kiss her, just for a moment, because a moment may as well be an hour. I'm not sure it'd ever be enough.
I'd say we're off to a good start.
Me too.
Just being near each other already makes me feel... Just being near each other already feels more meaningful and exciting. Since this is just the beginning, I can't wait to see where things go from here. Of course, I'll have to wait a bit longer. With her free hand, Aspen checks her phone, and I see her frown in response.
Go?
Unfortunately.
She stands up and I stand with her, still linked by our hands. It feels almost unfair that daily life with all its obligations still matter right now. Aspen hasn't even left yet, but I'm already waiting for her to come back.
I wish I could stay here with you longer though.
Me too. Maybe I'll just come buy a bunch of drinks at the Bell House, so I can talk to you at the counter.
Perfect. I can tell my boss I was just engaging with the customers, like she wants us to.
You know, the idea of visiting, like, your significant other at work is, like, the cutest idea to me. But for me, that would just be coming to my house, because I work from home. So there's, like, a fun little thing we could do. It's just like, hey, I'm knocking on your door. Oh, hey, like, what's up? Yeah, you know? It's not as romantic when I'm at home already. You know what I mean? Both of us laugh again, and Aspen steps forward to lay her head on my shoulder. I lean my head against hers, surprised by how soft her hair is against my cheek.
I really will be thinking of you all day, counting down the hours.
Same. I couldn't think about anything else, even if I wanted to.
Normally I think twice about saying something so embarrassing, but it actually feels pretty good. We walk together to the front door, taking as long as possible.
See you soon.
Not soon enough.
I mean, we could, like, walk her to work, though, right? I mean, granted, Miho's still probably a little tired from the run, like, whatever, but we could, like, walk her to work, though, as if we don't also have our own job to get to. I stand in the doorway as Aspen slowly walks backwards, holding onto my hand until the very end. She looks into my eyes.
I love you, Miho.
Oh. The tips of her fingers linger against mine, and where they touch it feels electric. I think of the sproutling that Juliet used to describe love and the way it grows. Maybe that word means different things to Aspen and me right now, but I know without a doubt that I want to learn all of them. I want to take a chance with her. I want to try.
I love you too.
And I mean it. We stay like that for just a little longer, not needing to say anything else. Then finally Aspen turns around and begins to walk down the hill, taking my heart with her. Oh. You know, I'm sure that this is going to get sad at some point, you know, when we have to, like, I'm sure that this might even end with, like, a cut forward and being, like, Miho being like, oh, and Aspen passed away, and then yada yada, all that kind of, like, sad, emotional stuff. But I'm like, you know, if the next 8 hours were nothing but them just being adorable and in love, I would be content with that. The story could just reach a certain point of being like, yeah, and then they went on to live happily ever after. Don't mention anything else. And I'd be like, you know what? I'm content. I'm okay with this. Just like Aspen, I end up counting down the hours until our shift will be over. Too impatient to make it to the end, I leave early and reach the Bell House around the time that they'll be closing for the night. It's not dark out yet, but even from a distance, the inside of the inside of the Bell House looks warm and inviting. As I pass by the front window on my way to the door, I spot Aspen, who doesn't notice me. She's helping one of her coworkers stack the chairs up on the tables, and when they finish with that, she goes to organize the sweetener section. While she's doing that, a different coworker comes over and shows her 2 different loaves of bread, and she thinks for a moment before pointing at one. In the time it takes the other staff to complete a task, Aspen finishes 3, even with people coming up to ask her questions too. Look at my girl, being a girl boss, like actually though, oh my gosh. Of course I have no idea what they're talking about, but even from here on the outside of the store, I can see why they want her to run the new Bell House. Leaning against the wall of the cafe, I wait. Most of Aspen's coworkers leave before she does, and it's several minutes before she finally walks out the door at a brisk pace, going right past me.
Aspen!
Spinning around, she quickly goes from surprise to smiling.
Miho! I was just thinking about you, although that's been true all day.
Oh my gosh,
I
stop.
got tired of waiting for you at the library, so I decided to come down here so I could see you even sooner.
Oh, stop, guys, stop. That earns me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Oh my gosh.
I love you. Have I mentioned that?
They're too cute. I'm gonna die. This is the sweetest thing ever. Ah, diabetes is setting in already.
Once or twice, but I don't think I'll get tired of hearing it.
Good, because I don't get tired of saying it.
Aspen links her arm with mine, snuggling against my shoulder. Normally when someone gets so close to me or touches me, my first instinct is to jump away, but not with Aspen. It's only the first day, but I have surprised myself with just how much I'm enjoying being Aspen's girlfriend. If she hadn't have told me her feelings, I probably never would have realized on my own. But once I opened myself up to the idea, I realized that almost all of my favorite memories are with Aspen. When I'm with her, I just have fun. Being around her cheers me up, even if I was in a good mood to begin with. I wonder if it's the same for her. I hope so, since just being myself has always seemed to make her laugh and smile. I never would have imagined that I'd be able to do that to someone, that they could feel that way about me, or that I could feel it too. I've never been so glad to be wrong.
So, what do you want to do now?
Well, I need to go home to change and take care of the cats. Would you like to come over?
Yes, yes,
I can make us dinner later too, if you haven't eaten yet.
yes.
Sure! Even if I had, I'd make room for that.
It's settled then, shall we?
Arm in arm, Aspen proudly leads the way to her apartment. The moment she starts to unlock the door, the sounds of meowing and scratching claws from the other side start up.
They're excited to see you too, huh?
Excited to be fed, more like. Scooch, boys.
The cats run around underfoot as Aspen steps inside, with me following behind. As soon as they notice me, the meowing stops and they both scurry away.
Aw, how rude.
You'd better get used to Miho, you two. You're going to be seeing her around a lot more.
Aspen puts her hand on my hips and talks sternly to the sulking cats. They both meow in frustrated responses until Aspen sighs.
Yes, yes, now let's get you fed.
She grabs a jug of cat food from the top of the fridge, the rattling sound making the cats brave enough to run past me and go harass Aspen some more.
Go ahead and make yourself at home, Miho. I'm going to take care of them and then freshen up, so I'll be a minute.
Okay, take your time.
I sit down on the edge of Aspen's bed, doing my best to not disrupt the neatly made sheets. Aspen sets the bowl of cat food on the floor near the door, and the cats position themselves so they can watch me while they eat. Rolling her eyes, Aspen steps over them towards the restroom.
So dramatic. I wonder who they get that from. Anyway, be right back.
It isn't long before the sound of the running shower starts. I look around the apartment, paying closer attention than the last time I was here. Because it's so small, it feels like there's something of Aspen's personality in every corner, from the glittering lights strung across the ceiling to the stuffed animals on the bed behind me. I recognize some of the books on the shelves and the desk from the library. I'm sure there's a story behind each and every decoration. I'll probably hear more than a few of them eventually. After the cats finish eating, they skulk into the room and sit down across from me, glaring. I wonder if something about my ears and tails make them mad.
Guess what?
I transform into a fox right in front of them, spreading my tails out like a fan. I don't growl or anything, but I lock eyes with each cat in turn. Immediately, they both yowl and run for the bed, tripping over each other as they rush to hide, fur puffing out like clouds. I cackled to myself as I change back and sit down again. Cats are always fun to tease, so some opportunities are just too good to pass up. Before long, Aspen comes out, looking refreshed. She surveys the room just like I did.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I guess there's not a whole lot to do here, is there?
It's fine. It wasn't that long. I was just being nosy and admiring all your stuff.
Be as nosy as you'd like. I'm going to start on dinner.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Thanks, but just the company is enough. It won't be anything very fancy. I'm much better at making drinks than food.
Don't you make food at the Bell House too?
Not really. We have bakers who come in earlier than I do to prepare most of it. I just have to heat things up and serve them. Unlike our beverages, which I make from scratch. Speaking of which, would you like some coffee or hot cocoa? I'll be making some for myself.
Sure. I'll have whatever you have.
Hot cocoa always sounds good. Let's go with that one.
That's easy enough. Now let's see.
Aspen moves around the tiny cooking area. Calling it a kitchen would be a stretch, with the same kind of graceful confidence that I've seen her use when working at the Bell House. I guess some of the tasks are the same. She starts to fill a pitcher with water from the sink while scooping coffee grounds into the machine at the same time. When the pitcher's ready, she swaps it out with another pot, this one for cooking. That fills up that fills up while she finishes getting the coffee set up and brewing. Then she starts pulling ingredients out from the few cabinets that line the cooking area.
What are you gonna make?
I'm not really sure what it's called. It's a dish Mum used to make. It was one of the first things I learned how to cook, because it's always reminded me of home. And it's easy to make. Is there anything like that for you? A meal that tastes like home?
Nah, not really. Julie asked me that before too. I don't know if I ever had a full meal while I was in Korea, since I just stole what I needed to survive.
Oh, right. I should have remembered that you...
Aspen bites her lip, looking unsure of how to phrase whatever she was going to say.
Lived like that? It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Especially not with you.
If you're sure, I don't want to bring up anything that's difficult for you to talk about.
Don't worry. You won't. There's nothing like that, honestly. Most of it just blurred together over time, so be as nosy as you want.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
The pile of ingredients Aspen stacks up has pasta, a few different kinds of vegetables, and a few different cans.
Would you mind giving me a hand, actually? Do you think you could chop up these vegetables for me?
Sure! Just show me how.
Aspen demonstrates how to hold the knife, and then covering my hands with hers, guides me through the motion to cut the veggies.
Don't worry too much about making them all the same size. Close enough is fine.
That's good. Because I think same size might be impossible.
In the time it takes me to chop up a couple zucchini and onions, Aspen takes care of everything
These
else.
ready?
As they'll ever be.
I pass the cutting board to Aspen, being careful not to spill. In the end, most of the chunks didn't even turn out the same shape, much less size, but Aspen tosses them into a hot pan anyway, and before long a delicious aroma fills the room.
That smells amazing.
Hopefully it'll taste good too.
I don't have any doubts myself, but I don't think Aspen will be satisfied until the dish is done. Since she seems focused on watching the sautéing veggies and boiling pasta, I don't talk so I don't distract her. A few minutes later, Aspen combines everything into one pan, mixing it all together with a wooden spoon. She dishes out a couple spoonfuls into a pair of plastic plates and hands me one, along with a fork.
Well, bon appetit. I wish there was a table we could sit at. I usually just eat at my desk. You can have that spot. I'll take it.
Aspen really is just me for real, for real. I also don't have a table. All of my meals are consumed either on my bed or at my work desk. Oh.
That's fine. I can sit on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah, it's where I watch TV in my room too.
I'll join you then.
Oh. We both settle down on the ground, setting our plates in our laps. Noticing something, Aspen leans to the
Percy?
side.
Byron, what are you two doing back there?
I lean over to peek under the bed too. 4 angry green eyes stare at me from the farthest darkest corner. Feigning innocence, I sit back up.
Huh. Wonder what their problem is.
I guess they're just not used to having company. It's been a long time since they've met anyone aside from you and Juliet.
That must be it.
You know, the most unrealistic part of this game is Aspen not hearing them yowling from the other room, because when cats do get like that, they get loud. I don't mention that I might have something to do with it, but hey, the cat started it. Grabbing my fork, I turn my attention back to dinner. I try to make sure to get a little bit of everything in my first bite. It's still hot off the stove, so I have to blow on it to cool it off. Aspen watches anxiously while I chew, waiting to start eating her own meal.
Well, how is it?
Whoa. This?
No, I need to find a better way to describe it than usual.
It's delicious.
Really? Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Really, really.
The food itself is good, but it tastes even better knowing that Aspen made it. I scarf down my whole plate and then get up for seconds. After cleaning my plate the second time, I finally set it aside along with my
Did you have
fork.
enough? There's still more if you want.
I'm good. Thanks, though. That was seriously great. Thanks for making it.
I'm just happy to hear you enjoyed it. It's been ages since I've cooked for anyone other than myself.
It's one of the best meals I've ever had.
That just means you need to have more good meals. There are lots of restaurants here in Welly that I've wanted to try, but didn't want to go alone.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to go to all of them
Maybe
together.
we can visit some of those together.
Sure. I'm not sure if I'd like any of them as much as this, though.
Laughing, Aspen puts her plate aside and scoots closer to me, laying her head on my shoulder. Her hand finds mine on the floor and loosely wraps her fingers around mine.
I keep thinking I'm getting used to you flattering me, but I still love it every time.
Oh, stop.
It's true. I'm just saying what I think.
I know. That's one of the things I love about you. One of many, many things. I've never felt anything but ordinary, as much as I'd like to, and as much as I'd like to pretend I wasn't. But you really do make me feel otherwise. I'm so happy I met you, Miho. I hope you don't get tired of hearing that.
Never.
Oh. All right. Well, I hope it. Listen, I know it's gonna get sad, and there's gonna be most likely gonna be drama, because like that's how stories work. Even like slice of life stuff, you know. Especially when they start like a little dramatic and have drama throughout it. You know, there's no way it's gonna end without some kind of like dramatic climax. You know what I mean? Like something that's really gonna make you just bawl your eyes out, which I'm dreading currently because I don't want anything bad to happen anymore. But yeah, no, that was adorable, and I hope that we get a lot more of that before it ends, and I bet we will. But with all that being said, I will see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Alright, we do be back with more of this. In the last one, we just had a lot of cute stuff with Miho and Aspen, and I hope that there's a lot more of it in this episode. So yeah, with all that being said, let's just get into it. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about.
And
I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider.
Oh.
But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Oh, the forget stuff. Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I mean, that's very possible, though.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
I getcha.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
And you could have more than like 2 friends, because like having to like manage seeing like imagine you just add like Alina alone into this. Imagine trying to have to see like 3 people every single day or else they forget about you. Again, I just go back to like the idea of one of them going on a vacation and how like that would just ruin everything. You know what I mean? Like it'd be so nice if they could live their life independently. Like obviously I'm not saying like, oh, they just don't want to see each other every day, that kind of thing, but it's more of like the idea of if they need to, or having the freedom to not, like for one day, you know what I mean?
Right. I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
Just not too much. The only 2 people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends, as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when they were still when I was maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd even stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I could at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too, not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho.
And then is this when she's gonna actually like remember the other Gumiho she met? I think her name was Silver. For some reason that name's popping into my head. I don't know if that's the actual name or not. One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've started calling her... Oh, I was right. I've started calling her Silver, sort of. Wait, how did I... Did I just guess that? I think I might have just guessed that. That's crazy. Okay. Because if she's saying like I started to calling her Silver, then that means she didn't call her that before. So I guess I just guessed it? Question mark. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So, as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved in it. It's my magic after all, but this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though. I have to try something on my own too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. I really like that. I like that thought. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands
Off to
up.
bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give you.
Oh?
It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh?
Oh, no, I don't mind.
Is it like a phone or something?
For me? What is it?
Because instantly my thought went to like, what if they just like FaceTimed each other? Would that count? Would that like work with how their powers are? I don't know.
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped
There's
box.
no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over examining. I feel like it should be like examining it. It feels weird to just be like, I turn it over and over, examining. I've never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing...
Oh. Wow.
It's a... I'm so good at this game! I'm so good! Oh my gosh! It's a phone, one that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm
Oh, that's so cute.
a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it. Okay, so my phone case has been falling apart like completely, and I just ordered a new one, which is like, it's see-through, except it also has like a bunch of flowers on the back. So since my phone is, it's a black Android, it's just gonna be like a nice sleek black with a bunch of colorful flowers on it, and it's gonna look so freaking nice. I hold on to it. I hold it in both hands to make sure that I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder, would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Honestly, same.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment.
Just do Lena or Lena. I forgot to pronounce her name. She hasn't been in the story for so long.
With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it'd be a lot better than if nothing works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
All right, Lena says
Look at her
she's
go,
willing to
she's
give it a
growing
go.
so much.
I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
Sure.
Yeah.
As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
I know this game too well. I just predicted like 3 things back to back to back. Oh my gosh. I'm so good at this. Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis.
Really? I don't
Bell
remember.
House, and a few other times too.
Okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that.
Lena's been one of my favorites. I love her so much. She's such a great
I
character.
guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums
Does-
deeply.
Does that help?
Don't interrupt.
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it. Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too.
I think I'm all right, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Miho's too precious. She's too precious for this world.
Oh, whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can. Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right.
How do I call?
Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup, this is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
Oh, Space Face is a great sounding one. I want that one to be real.
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss of words. 4 words, which might be the first for her. Which might be a first for her. Gosh darn it. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like, you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That's not true!
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, but then she thinks about it a second.
Well, maybe a little. But just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
She's not wrong. She's pretty right. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the bell house.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though.
Oh?
She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
See,
Don't
she's
you
great.
dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the bell house door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well, it's my least favorite time of the
Aww.
day. Time to say goodbye.
Oh.
It's not too late to ditch work and hang out with me instead.
Nah, but I got bills to pay.
Believe me, it sounds more and more tempting each day.
That just means I have to keep trying.
Oh.
I should probably get back to the library too, though.
Yes, don't let me keep you. As much as I'd like to.
Stop. We come together for a quick kiss. I like this new routine of doing that every time we say goodbye.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Of course. You know where to find me.
Good. I hope you have a wonderful day, Miho. I love you.
I love you too. Have a good day at work.
I'll do my best.
Aspen walks inside and the bells over the door chime like they're happy to see her. I wait until the door fully closes behind her and she disappears from sight before I head out on my way. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lita's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi.
She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right?
Aww.
If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works. I really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, that's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching.
Yeah, as long as like the circle doesn't get too big. Like, let's say you throw Lena in here, and like, who else would there even be right now? Like, yeah, she's like kind of buddies with like the fisherman, and she's like buddies with the kid, and knows his parents' like issues. But like, right now, there's not too many people she'd have to make like that routine for, I guess. So it's a good like, it's a band-aid. It's a decent band-aid fix so her group of friend gets bigger, or until she can find a way to like permanently get rid of it.
Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though. Actually, speaking of Aspen...
I saw you guys kiss, oh my gosh. Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding out my phone like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine.
She's so
Thanks
fun.
for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up, my fingers hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lie back down in my bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me, again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet. Of course, I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them, even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at some point, at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time, my magic was my most useful tool, my secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if my crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now, permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic's interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the #1 thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so that I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. Wish I knew what any of it meant or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems. Of all the forms of my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count in my head. 1, 2. There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My bead hasn't changed at all, not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over onto my side, not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been one of my constants since the beginning. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. That's super duper omega fair, girl. But with that being said, I guess we'll see if it all worked out in the next one. Because I would record more, but I do have a stream to go to, and I gotta get things ready for that, sadly. But, yeah, with all that being said, I'm really excited to see where the story keeps going, and I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye! Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we were just really cute with Aspen a lot. Was that last episode or the episode before? I'm pretty sure it was both episodes. We were just being really cute. Also, again, I don't know why my VTuber just like struggles so much with Please Be Happy specifically. Only on OBS though. Like it isn't actually like lagging or anything behind. Like that's just how it is. Like if I pull up my VTube Studio right now and put it on like the screen here, let's just go like this, and then let's just go like this. Like look at that. Like. I move perfectly fine. And then like this is how I'm moving this is how my VTube is actually moving while I'm recording Please Be Happy. But then for some reason, as soon as I'm actually back into Please Be Happy, then suddenly it's all like, here, let's just go. Oh, Oh.
I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting.
Wait,
but I'm not
Aspen,
sure
stop.
How much of it will be useful.
Okay, I'm gonna read what was said before, and then I'll read Aspen's stuff again, and then we could actually get into the episode. Like always, the next morning I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd around to see. So, I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, I thought it was funny, Miho.
As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Ooh.
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
Oh my gosh, it's the one. Oh, I didn't even notice that the one was glowing. I was just saying like, haha, it's glowing because that's what it's been doing lately. I didn't realize it was actually glowing. I remove my necklace more gently than last night and hold it out for them to see.
I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her, and Aspen handles it delicately.
What do you mean?
It poofs out of her hand and back around my neck.
I see.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's What's new? I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important, but not how or why.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Juliet says it so matter-of-factly, not like there was something bad or that I should have gotten rid of. They're still part of me. My other self, no, the other part of me hasn't gone away, even as I've spent more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
That sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the beads work. How the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp
One way or
together.
another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Oh yeah, that happened! The whole thing with Lena last night.
I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
It is nice how much voice acting there is in this game. I was just thinking, like, man, almost 7 minutes into this recording, and my throat's still feeling good. That's not usual for visual novel stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, that's because I haven't been doing that much talking. It's great. This time when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't
There's a
waiting
chance
outside.
She just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
Oh, don't be sad. Please work. Please work. For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. I guess that's fair. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in.
Hey, boss!
Lena's behind the counter. She looks at me.
Friend.
Oh, dang it. I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
I'm just messing with
You jerk! What the freak? That's so mean. The amount of, like, oh, I'm so sad and disappointed, but you know, at least nothing like really changed. It's just this would have been amazing though. That's
I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
Aspen leans against me in relief. Collapses might be a better way to put it. I can tell she's thinking the same thing I am. Dealing with events like her trip home just got a lot easier to deal with.
Lena, you nearly gave me a heart attack. But I'm so glad to hear it that I don't even care.
Me too.
A huge weight feels like it's been lifted off my shoulders. Not all of my problems are solved, but at least some of them are. Still at my side, Aspen holds my hand, and Lena's eyes bug out in shock.
Wait, are you two?
After giving me a quick kiss on the cheek, Aspen nods.
We are.
Lena looks like she's seen a ghost.
No way! You seriously started dating someone before I did? I thought I had that one in the bag!
Like usual, I wasn't aware we were competing, but I certainly did win in this case.
Well, I guess just this once it's fine, since you two are pretty cute together. But I'll win next time!
And what exactly is next time?
Not sure yet, but I'll figure that out soon. I guess I'll leave you two lovebirds alone for a bit. Talk to you tonight, Miho.
Bye.
Oh, I love Lena. Putting her headphones in, Lena disappears into the back of the cafe, leaving the lobby to Aspen and me.
I do only have a bit, unfortunately. Probably better that no customers walk in like this. but I'm really, really glad this worked.
Same. That's so like that like gives them so much more freedom in their life to just like do things and not have to worry about like the 24-hour time limit. Like that is like the nicest thing ever.
Now we don't have to worry anymore.
Not nearly as much, at least. I'll be
Yeah.
busy this evening, but I'll call you later, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay. I should go tell Juliet that our idea worked too.
I'm sure she'll be overjoyed as well. Have a good day at work, and I'll try to message you if I can, alright?
Yeah. I'll try to figure out how to send a response.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have lots of practice. Talk to you again soon, but not soon enough.
Oh, stop. Guys, I'm so
Bye.
lonely. You know, that's why I saw like judge like a good romance thing is like how lonely do I feel while watching it? You know that kind of vibe of like you're sitting there watching a great romance story and then you like are laying in bed at night being like, oh gosh, I'm so alone. That's how I felt the past like 4 episodes we've been playing this, and it's not going away anytime soon. We give each other a quick hug and then I head back to the library to deliver the good news. Like we expected, Juliet's also relieved. She gives me a quick lesson on how to send messages, although she's almost as slow as I am. I spend most of my shift working, texting Aspen when I can, and looking forward to tomorrow. Aww. Oh, hey, it's been so long since we've done any of this stuff like that's actually like been available. I was like, forgot like that they were options, I guess. Like as soon as he popped up, I was like, oh my gosh, wait, this kid? Oh yeah, this kid's story. Let's see more about this. Hello, game. While I'm sitting at the library front desk, Gwen and Tommy come in, accompanied by Gerby, of course. She did say that they'd be back again. The two of them come over to where I'm sitting.
Sorry to bother you. I know this is a weird question, but the other day there was someone here who played with my son while I was studying. But
Oh, yep, that was me.
I can't remember who it was. Do you think you might be able to help?
Hey! Actually...
I explain my magic and how I've met Tommy and Gwen a couple times, as well as Elijah. When I'm done, both of them look amazed.
I can't wait to tell Dad!
That's certainly a lot. But you know what? I believe it. It lines up with the gaps in my memory. I thought I was just getting stressed out and forgetting things. Well, I probably am, but I'm glad it's not the case here. Is there some way to keep from forgetting you? Especially if we've met so many times before already.
We exchange numbers, and I tell her that Tommy is always welcome to come hunt for bugs here. I just don't know if I'll be joining him. Aw, that's cute. That's so fun now that we can actually, like, be remembered. Like, now we can actually, like, develop relationships in this game. I press the button to end the phone call, the call on my phone, and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I've befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake as much as my own, I need to try to find a better solution, whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own effort in too. I hope that means, like, tomorrow we're actually going to go look for Silver, because I don't want her to be like, I'm so determined to, like, fix this, and then spend the next few days just dilly-dallying and not actually, like, trying to do it. I feel like that would just be, like, really lame. Well, I'm not nearly as good at reading and researching as they are. There's still that one idea that comes to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Oh, we're doing it right now. Oh, cool. I was like, oh, we better be doing it by at least tomorrow. But, like, she's like, no, we're going out right now. She's already one step ahead of me, baby. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. At the very edge of the path, I transform. Nose close to the ground, I head for the tree line and the wild part of the mountain. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones that I can tell are humans or other fabled or just part of nature. It isn't until I'm far from any It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I finally catch what I'm looking for, that familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again a few meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any sign of her. Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again. It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in, and evidence of holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, as if it just disappeared. As if she just disappeared. Something rustles from over near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I still get that feeling that I'm not alone. Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response. A footstep, or a whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence. The voice is just inches from my ear, and I leap away on pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
So many chances, and you failed every one of them.
Did we see the CG already? For some reason, the CG feels so, like, familiar, but also, like, so new, and it's very striking. I like this one a lot. I don't know where she came from or how I didn't notice her, but she's here, slouching in the moonlight. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
Sneak up on me like that, I mean.
I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile. Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
It's a plate, usually.
Yeah, you tell her, Miho. She certainly hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror. We're as different as any two people can be, but just by existing, I feel some kind of bond with her, something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her bead does. I don't respond, unsure how, not because she makes me question myself, but because I don't think she'd believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really it's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand. It's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand, not even a year ago. I didn't feel the same way not even a year ago, didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone, chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it. Just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see, you've forgotten how to speak as well.
I kind of like... I don't know. It sort of depends on, like, her role in the story. Like, obviously, she's meant to, like, parallel Miho, as they, like, pointed out. Like, it's not trying to be subtle in that way, which there's nothing wrong with not being subtle in some ways in your story. If you're trying to be overt with a point, then that's fine. So I am curious, like, if she'll continue on, like, being, like, we can't, like, get her to see Miho's point, so she'll continue to live the way she is. Just to sort of run course alongside Miho, like being like, here's where like Miho would end up essentially if she didn't like meet Aspen and Juliet and tried to learn to live essentially. Or if this will also like be, or we could do another arc like trying to like actually change her and get her to come over to like their way of life. I mean, it sort of depends on how they also handled that aspect, but I think that could also be pretty interesting, seeing as she's like clearly like a much more experienced like Gumiho than Miho is. It'd be interesting to see like how they'd have to change, like what they'd have to do to like convince her essentially that it's worth trying to like let others in and like be part of something instead of just being all like living the way she does, I guess. Did that make any sense? Like I think both ways they go about her story could be interesting. I was just like being like, looking at stories, I feel like that these are the ways that it could be going, I guess. I didn't mean to do that. And what I kind of think about them.
But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as they bang together against each other, but my bead clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic, stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over the bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs just once, and it sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them. You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
So I am curious, like, cause I'm not sure if Gumiho are like a thing from like mythology or if that's something like created for this game specifically, but they like do resemble like Kitsune, like Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, you know, like that kind of stuff. So I am wondering, like, are there like 9 of these girls essentially, like 9 Gumiho to sort of like resemble that? Because she's saying like each one of them has like their own unique power, like they're her sisters, like whatever. So it's making me think that there's like 7 outside of these guys, which makes me more curious, like how they come into existence. Like I immediately go like, does one have to die and then a new fox like spit up like the bead or something? Like I'm like, the more that this conversation is going, the more I'm getting curious, like Gumiho lore, you know? I want that sweet, sweet lore.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow from her bead lingering for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my questions in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look at my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon, but since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much even then, and it's even less now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping in the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but right now I'm pretty sure that this won't be the last den I ever made. But I'm pretty sure, wait. Did she say that that would be the last den she ever made? I think I misread it. I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Oh, that's cool. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone.
Night-night,
Still.
birdies.
I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. The next morning, I once again keep my visit with Silver to myself. Breakfast is tasty like usual, and after a good meal, Juliet goes to bed and leaves Aspen and I on our own. I stand up from the table and stretch, expecting Aspen to do the same.
Time to go, huh? Not today, actually. Regina's having me go back to working a mid-shift on some days, so I don't have to go in until noon. Meaning, I can spend the whole morning with you, if you want.
Don't look so nervous. Absolutely, yes, please.
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, no. I didn't mean it like that. Just that...
Aspen, are you okay?
Never mind. Sorry, just ignore me. I'm a little out of it.
It's fine. Don't worry. But I can't just ignore you either. What's wrong?
Aspen sighs and then shrugs.
Let's go sit up front and I'll tell you. You need to open the library soon, right?
Yeah. Wanna help?
I'd love to.
Sorry, I was drinking water while that happened. Most of the preparations are already done, but we find things to do. I organize the front desk, taking care of some of the clutter, while Aspen does a quick once over of the shelves and fixes a few out-of-place books. It reminds me a little of my first days working here, when Aspen helped out. She's a lot quieter this time, although she keeps herself busy. I wait for her to bring up whatever it is that's on her mind, rather than try to nudge it out of her. After a while, we sit down behind the desk, where Aspen looks right at home. She casually unpacks her bag, setting aside a small hand mirror and a new notebook, and then she removes an envelope. There's a fancy logo at the top, but not one that I recognize. Is it the thing for her book? It's the thing for her book. Oh my gosh. Oh. The plastic part of the envelope crackles as Aspen removes the piece of paper from inside. Trying as she unfolds it, I watch her eyes move as she reads it, through it silently before sighing again.
Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such must respectfully decline.
Okay, but like, why though?
Penguin Publications.
Such dickheads for such a nice sounding place. Slapping her hand with the paper, she clicks her tongue.
Not even 50 words, including names. I doubt they even read past the first chapter.
Wait. They said no? Why?
As it says, it's not what they're looking for. I wish they would have given more detail than that, but I suppose I'm lucky to hear anything back at all.
They're totally gonna regret it in the future when your books are really popular.
I hope you're right.
Oh, I really hope that this isn't going the route of Aspen being like, I think it's time to give up. I hope it's not going that way.
Objections, of course. Even Agatha Christie didn't get published until her second book. Still, I wasn't expecting them to come in so fast.
You sent it to a few different ones, right?
Right, I made a list of my top 15 choices and submitted it to all of them. At first, it was going to be my top 10, but I decided maybe I should expand it some. It turns out that was a good idea. So far, 3 of them have already said no. This one stung a bit more because Purple Penguin is one I was hoping would say yes the most.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I hope your other top choices still work out.
Yes, me too. It's why I wasn't going to tell you and Juliet at first. I wanted to wait until I had good news to share.
Well, I'm glad it's this. I thought you were gonna like say something like, "Oh no, I'm leaving and I can't come back ever," like something like that, because of like the new place opening up. So I'm glad. I'm not glad this is happening, but I'm glad it's not like a life-altering thing. I don't know, but I'm also very sad for her, and I'm like, oh, but she tried so hard and she was so happy, you know. So I'm also like sad but relieved, but also very upset. You know, I don't know how to explain it.
I'm not sure that'll be coming.
Hey, it's only 3 of them had said no. You still have 12 left. That's a good chance.
I'll try not to be a downer, though. I knew there was a good chance this would happen. don't let me distract you from work either.
Nah, you won't. Here, look at these.
In an effort to cheer her up, I pull out some of the writing practices that I've been working on and show them to
You've
Aspen.
improved so much already. This looks great, Miho.
With a genuine smile, Aspen slowly flips through the pages. I know there's not much to see, since it's a lot of repeating the same thing over and over, but she still looks at every one.
So proud of you.
Thanks.
Showing Aspen my attempts to learn how to write feels a little silly compared to her finishing a whole novel, but I can tell that she
I'm
means
proud
every word of
myself,
praise.
too.
I don't tell her that a big part of my motivation is being able to read what she writes. Oh, I was literally about to say, like, I hope that she said something really cute, like, hey, when I get better, I want to read what you write. But she's keeping it as a surprise. That's so cute. Oh my gosh, I'm so alone. Wait, did I read all of it? Hang on. I don't tell her that the biggest part of I wanted to be a surprise when I get there. Okay. From the very start, having Aspen in my life has inspired me to be a better person. Now that we're in love, it makes me want to try at least twice as hard. I want to be able to love her writing too. Even if those penguin people don't like it, I'm sure I will, because it comes from her heart. I believe in Aspen even when she doesn't, just like she always believed in me. I want to do everything I can to live up to that faith. Aspen sticks around for a while, reading a book from one of the shelves. I keep my nose to the grindstone all morning, using every free minute that I get to practice, only taking breaks to say goodbye to Aspen when she leaves. Even when it gets boring, which doesn't take very long, and even after my hand starts to hurt, I keep practicing. One letter at a time and I'll get there. Oh, she's so cute. Oh my gosh, I can't. But I also have to end it there because this episode's been about going on for a half hour. That's like the typical length. So, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one when we go to hang out with Lena at the Haiti Park. I forgot what it's called. It's been a long time since we've been there. Bye bye. Okay, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we went and talked to Silver. Didn't really make a whole lot of progress there. I mean, we sort of did. We were like learning more about the Gumiho and their powers and how all of them have like different powers and whatnot. And so that kind of turned into a little bit of a dead end, but that's fine. And then Aspen got rejected from the publishers, which is really sad. Also, hearing all this, I've been taking a little bit of time off to from writing to let my wrist heal because I had some strains with them because of all the writing I was doing and because of my work. Like I wrote like 70 pages, I think, over the first half of November. Or it was 50. It was 50 or 70, something like that. And then because of my job and everything else, my wrist kind of just fell apart, which sucked. And I was feeling myself. I was like, I was going to wait till the new year started to get back into it, like to really give myself time to heal. But like, I think I'm going to slowly try to get back into it. Like, I'm not going to go hard. I'm not going to go super hard at writing for the little tail end of December here, because that's when I'm recording this. But I'm going to do a little bit, probably like a few hundred words a week again, just to kind of get my wrist back into it without like pushing them too far, especially since I'm now using an ergonomic mouse and keyboard, which is helping a lot. And I now sleep with a wrist brace, which is also helping a lot. And I've also been just trying to do things better so then my wrists don't like hurt as much while I do these things. You know what I mean? So I want to get back into it, but take it nice and slow. But with all that being said, let's actually get into the episode. The thing that you guys are like here for. Haiti Park with Lena. I don't remember how to pronounce the name. I'm sorry. But I was saying, like, the reason I was saying was like listening to these guys like work so hard. It's like, man, I really want to get back into writing because I loved writing so much. Like I've been grinding at like other things. Like, oh my gosh, I finally finished a huge YouTube video that I've been working on for the past like 3 weeks today. Oh my gosh, and it's like I actually like went and watched like the first little bit. And I'm like, oh, this is like good. I'm liking it. And then I have my plans, because like, just because I like it doesn't mean it's actually good, you know what I mean? But my plan is I'm going to buy someone lunch and ask them I've already asked them to watch it, but I'd like to reward them. I'm going to take them out for like a lunch or whatever they want kind of thing. And then we're going to watch together. Sort of like get like a second opinion on it. Because I'm like, I put like, again, like 3 weeks worth of effort into this video. Like I was literally working on it today, which was like the end of the 3rd week of me working on it. And I finally finished it. There are still a few things that I'm like, I want them to be better, but I think are as good as I'm going to be able to get them for right now, unless I'm just going to like agonize over it for like another week, essentially. So it's like, I've still been grinding at things, even if I haven't been like working on writing and drawing that much. But like, I'm excited. I want to get back to writing. It's so much fun. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as soon as I get a call. My phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised and not surprised when I see that it's Lena.
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
Is she gonna try to use Miho as a wingman to get like the one druid boy? Or was it a druid? I don't remember what he was. The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
What's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
A play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is.
This is an
I'll have to give
emergency.
you my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find someone was hurt, so I'm just relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
That is the issue.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
Wait, when you're saying Siegfried, is that the one from Norse mythology? What's the White Swan? Is that supposed to be Brynhild? I don't remember her ever being called that, but I'm like, that doesn't sound like it'd be a wrong name for her, essentially, so...
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Oh, chill out, chill out. I mean, yeah, no, I totally get the pressure, though, but chill out, girl. Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
You have to give him an answer.
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Whoa. Can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
No, that's not how it works. If she's gonna be in a play, she needs to know like sooner rather than later, so then they can actually work on it.
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Just do it.
Hmm.
Just then I know Cyrus himself walking up the path towards
There he
us.
is.
Lena turns to see him, then looks back to me with fright.
I'm out of time!
She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches the two of us.
Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay, I'll just stand here.
Wait,
Do I look like I'm joking?
I can never really tell.
Has he told a joke before? Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
I've had to explain this so many times by now that it feels normal to talk about it.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic. How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life, and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that I need to fill.
Oh,
That'd be fun. Okay, we should do it. I loved being in plays. We should do it.
you do it. I'll
Lena's
do it.
face lights up with excitement.
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on a stage in front of people is still a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena and Cyrus
What
too.
would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it.
I sigh the heaviest sigh of relief of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to skip over it. Oh, I guess she still said it. Both of them perk up and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time
I
ever.
appreciate it.
We're gonna be great. You're gonna be the best tree in the play.
Rehearsal starts soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh, let's make a group chat.
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts
Not
tapping.
sure.
Done.
I feel my phone shake in my pocket and I see Cyrus check
I
his
guess
as
that
well.
works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya.
I hope that we actually get to like do the play. That'd be so much fun. I hope it's not just a thing of like, yeah, the play happened and then it ended. Bye, sort of thing. I hope it actually like
Bye.
happens. Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Yeah, that'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was a surprisingly easy emergency
In fact,
to deal
I better
with.
go start practicing. See you soon.
I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting in the windowsill looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though. I'm sorry, I'm struggling so hard to read it right now. Ugh. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. Still, I don't know how it feels to be stuck out in the. I know how. Still, I know how fat. I'm so sorry. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold, with everything turning into mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most, but not all of the rain. Or shivering under a tree that blocks most, but not all of the rain. I'm doing so bad. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. Well, probably everyone else just forgets about it. I mean, actually, no, she doesn't have that issue. Never mind. What a weird power. Because if they all have different stuff, granted, we didn't actually figure out what Silver's was, so maybe it's other stuff similar-ish, like in the vein of that affects like a wide array of people in a way. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen puts it. For some reason, I kept wanting to say deary, but then my brain would like auto-correct it like the right way of saying it, but then my brain would also be like, well, I'm saying it wrong. Dreary, as Aspen put it. Still, it's as busy a day as ever. Still, it's as busy a day as I've ever seen at the library. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe off the mud from their shoes before they go in. I care a lot about it because my secondary job is cleaning up mud off the carpet. The door swings open and a big cyclops stomps in, looking around.
Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Pardon? I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
Oh, I love his voice.
Oh, no one. I'm sure he said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
He's so nice. Apologizing all the way back out the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk to work on my reading and writing. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters. I can hear grumbling from outside.
Please hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
Oh? The door pops open one more time and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including one carrying a notebook who must be Pippa, look around in awe while the other girl approaches
My
me.
name's Cello. My friends and I are here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington.
Oh? Mount Victoria. Easy peasy. Got it.
We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Mount Victoria. Got it. That's what I already said. Come on.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library. She's asleep right now.
So not a lot of help. Thanks, Miho. Good job. Good job. Good job.
She lives here.
And did you say also?
Armand, Pippa, please. I'm sorry my 2 friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
It's fine, it's fine. Julie, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
Oh, I was popping my fingers. Hang on. Sorry.
Too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Game, are you
Or
gonna go
just
on?
for reading.
Game, hello?
It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it all right if we look around?
It
No!
is a
Kicks him
library,
out.
you know. They're meant for looking around.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
They're so polite. Oh my gosh. The noisy pair heads off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, did she say her name was Cello or Cello? Cello stands by the desk.
Ms. Miho, since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
No, kicks her out. She also has a notebook with her. Although it's smaller than Pippa's, it reminds me of the ones Aspen always
Sure,
carries with
I
her.
don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld.
What? 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 Why are we talking about the underworld now? What the freak? She said Amarina. I was like, that's not somewhere I've never heard of before. I kind of want to look that up. And then she says, I'm not even from the underworld. Are we in the underworld? We're in New Zealand. I don't think New Zealand's in the What are we talking? What is this world? Listen. I think that might be like, I've talked about like how I like the soft world building it does, where it like slowly feeds you little bits of information, you know, slowly over time. But now I'm at the point of like, I think I just need an exposition dump. I just need someone to sit down and explain all of the things to me about this world. What is it? Why are there all the monsters here? Like, why does everyone know about them? Why are we talking about the
Family and I just
underworld?
moved there. don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead. Ask away.
Thank you.
The underworld. She takes a seat in one of the chairs near me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I can
Never
see
thought
my
about how
answer.
rainy it was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
She flaps her tail
It should rain
enthusiastically.
every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
Well... I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, I see. I just have one more question. Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place?
I'm going to say she's either going to say the library. I was going to say Aspen's house, but she's like only been there one time. So I would feel like it'd be like a place that like means more to them. Like maybe like the Bell House or something. I don't know. Or would she say Mount Victoria? I don't know. Probably not. Oh! Look, I guessed all of them. Ooh. I kind of want to hit this with a little save spot right now. Return. Where is my favorite? I really do like the library. Like, I love libraries. I love the look of this place. It's great. And this is where we spend most of our time with Juliet and Aspen anyways, so I kind of want to say here, but I'm like, it's just weird that this is like one of the few times it's giving me like a choice. I'm like, how much significance does this have to how things will play out? I think I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna say the Bell House.
The Bell House. I have a friend who works there, actually. The drinks they make are good, and it's a nice place to relax.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Cello puts down her pen.
No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
Thanks. They're not, luckily. They're not, luckily. And after a while, all 3 of them leave the library again. I was going to say we should end the episode, but I'm probably not going to record another one tonight, so I'm going to keep going with this for a little bit longer. Later that day, while I'm working on my writing worksheets, the door opens and I glance up to see another kid entering the library. This time it's Tommy, who's accompanied by his dad.
See any cool bugs lately? Nope, don't think so. Have you?
Yeah, I saw a hoo-hoo beetle. I couldn't catch it, though.
A hoo-hoo beetle is the funnest name for an insect
really
ever.
neat.
I don't even know what that is. Hey, same.
So you're the famous Miho I keep hearing about, huh?
Oh my gosh, I forgot that I love his voice. Oh my gosh.
I'm Miho. I don't know about famous.
You're a legend in our households, that's for sure. I've heard all about you from Tommy and Gwen. I'm Elijah, by the way.
Well, you already know who I am. We've met before, though.
Have we? I hear that's easy to forget.
Tommy waves a hand to get our attention before we start talking too much.
Spiders again. Bye.
Don't cause any trouble now, okay? And don't touch anything that's gonna bite you back.
I don't know how many bugs could be left in the library at this point, but I don't stop Tommy. I know he's pretty harmless and that I don't need to worry about him. Once Tommy and Gerby leave, I turn my attention back to Elijah.
We met each other a while ago at the Botanic Garden. I caught a bug by accident and Tommy wanted it.
Oh, so that was you, was it? I was trying to remember who we were with. So wait, that means that you're the one who can see Tommy's friend Gerby, right?
Yep. I can see him right now with Tommy.
The Fabled is next to Tommy like always, helping him search for their 8-legged prey. When he hears me say his name, he gives me a jolly wave like Tommy did. Although Elijah's staring at the same spot I am, I can tell that all he sees is an empty space. Elijah pulls out a pen and notebook from his pocket, just like I've seen Aspen do. He clicks the pen into writing mode.
If you don't mind.
He's got a white face and body with purple flower petals on his head and shoulders. And some green leaves for his hair? He has eyes but not a mouth. And he floats.
Nodding, Elijah writes down everything I said.
Tommy described him. Wow.
Why didn't you think he was real? There's all kinds of fabled, you know?
I know. It's just... Did you have an imaginary friend when you were younger?
No.
Well, I did.
I shake my head.
And Tommy's the kind of boy who would have one too. Not that Gwen and I thought that was a bad thing, of course, but since no one else could see him, we thought he was just pretend. Hearing he's real is still a shock.
Across the room from us, Tommy's creeping around on tiptoes. Gerby floats high above, using his aerial position to get a better view.
Real glad. In fact, that's why I'm here. I want to try and see if I can find anything in the books about a fabled like him. Not sure why you're able to see him either. Other fabled haven't been able to. You're the first person I've ever met who can.
That's weird. I didn't even think about that. The fact that there are other fables in the world, and the fact that no one else has been like, yeah, I can see Gerby too, but Miho can.
Unless I forgot.
He frowns.
I need to write that down.
Elijah's pen scratches against the paper. In the quiet library, I can hear the sound clearly. Elijah seems pretty casual and relaxed, and so I feel like I can ask him a question that's been weighing on my mind. One that I know isn't exactly polite to ask.
Can I ask you something?
I'm an open book.
Why are you and Gwen getting divorced? I mean, I've talked to both of you, and you seem like you get along.
The scratching abruptly stops. He taps the pen against the edge of his notebook a couple times while he chews on his tongue.
Just change. Sometimes in different ways. Don't get me wrong, she's still one of the best people I know. We're just better off not being together. It hurts, but if we'd stayed married, it just would have hurt more. Eventually, you have to rip that bandage off. It's for the best for all three of us. I mean, Gwen works her butt off for him too. Me and her both still have the same goal, and that's to do right by our kid.
That seems rough for Tommy.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. We're all still getting used to it, I think. You know what they say about time healing wounds? Well, I'm glad he's got a friend after all. Thanks for letting him play here too. I hope he's not too much trouble.
Nah, if he was, I wouldn't let him come back.
I'd kill him on the spot. Ha ha ha. Elijah laughs.
That's good to know. I'm gonna go get a start on that research. With any luck, you'll see me again soon with a few books to check out.
Good luck!
So many of the people I know do research. I never realized that was such a popular hobby. After a while, Elijah returned to the desk like he promised, with a couple of books in hand. One of them is so thick, even Aspen would think twice about trying to read it.
Through these, but they seem promising. So I'll take them home and have a look. I managed to find a picture of another fabled who looks kind of like what you were describing. It seems like they're not from the underworld, so there's not a whole lot known about them.
What's the difference between a fable that comes from the underworld and one that doesn't? I don't understand.
Keep in touch. Gwen tells me that's the way to not forget you.
Sure, that's fine. Just call me in the morning or night.
I'm already swapping numbers with a lot more people than I expected. Probably more than Juliet herself even expected. This time, as all of them leave, Gerby comes over and lands on the desk in front of me. He waves his petals at me before spinning in a circle like a top. He then bows and hurries off after Tommy. Gerby may be a mystery, but for Tommy's sake, I'm glad he's around. Hello? What happened? Oh.
Finally. This has been one of the busiest
Oh.
weeks of my life.
And that's what I'm leaving off on, is us having the whole day to ourselves. Oh gosh darn it. Oh, wait, a whole day to ourselves finally. This has been one of the busiest weeks. Oh, she said weeks. I thought she said days, and then I got confused. I confused myself. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to end it there. There's still a few other things that I want to get to tonight. Maybe I could do one more. Well, now my dog's barking, so I should probably go take care of that. But with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we do be back, and I know at the end of the last one I was like, hey, I'm not going to record it. I don't know why I'm saying any of this. You guys don't know the timing when I record these. But the end of the last one I was like, oh, I'm not going to record anymore tonight. I got other things to do. But I'm like, yeah, but you know, I just finished a huge video today. I think I deserve a reward. And I think that reward is more please be happy. That's always a good reward, in my opinion. So with all that being said, let's just go ahead and jump into it. And since she said this part at the end of the last one, I'm going to read it now. A whole day to ourselves, finally. This has been one of the busiest weeks of my life.
Mine too. But in a good way.
Aww.
Of course. The best way.
Aww. I'm so lonely. Alone with just each other in the library. Aspen slides her chair closer to mine so she can... Aspen slides her chair closer so she can kiss my cheek.
What do you want to do today? The world is our oyster.
Ooh.
Oysters. Want to get lunch?
We just finished breakfast.
It's never too early to start thinking about lunch.
Laughing, Aspen stands up and offers me her hand.
For that, but I could do with some fresh air. Care to join me for a walk?
Sure. I'll go anywhere you want.
Oh, stop it. I'm gonna die. This is killing me. Her hand squeezes mine as we step outside into the daylight. Everything feels different and new when I'm with Aspen now. Everything as simple as walking down the hill from the library. Something I've done almost every day for months now feels more special with her next to me. Stop, that's so cute. I had been expecting falling in love to be harder or something I have to push myself to do. I've been surprised by how easy it is. Like a dam that had been holding back a river, since I let myself open up to the possibility of being in love, the rest has come naturally. Simply existing around her feels nice. I meant it when I said I'd go anywhere she wanted.
It's been a while since I've seen the ocean. How about a walk to the waterfront?
Sounds good. That's where the oysters are, after all.
Not quite what I was thinking, but close enough. Let's see if I can remember how to get there.
Oh, I know the way. Want me to lead?
By all means.
I take us towards Mount Victoria and the beach. Other people smile or nod or wave as we pass them by, sometimes with a word of greeting too.
You've only been here a fraction of the time I have, but you already know your way around so much better than I do.
I used a lot of that time to learn. Besides, navigating is second nature for me. I can do it without trying.
I'm glad, because I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned, but I'm terrible with directions myself. It's a good thing you offered to lead, because I was about to take us in the other direction.
That would have been fun too. Would have been a surprise for both of us.
Yes, and for whatever poor person whose yard we wander into.
Don't worry.
That's something else I'm good at. Not getting caught in people's yards.
Maybe I'd be better at it than
Aspen laughs.
hunting, at least. Do you ever miss it? That life, I mean.
Nah.
She glances at me in
That was all so
surprise.
quick. You didn't even have to think about it.
I've thought about it a lot, actually. Almost all the time for a while. But even though there are things that I miss, there are too many things that I have now that I couldn't give up. Like this.
Oh, stop. I stopped walking for a second so I can kiss her cheek like she did to me this morning.
You better not give that up. Still, you've got to avoid things like going to work or paying bills and all the other little things that most people wish they could run away from.
Well, Miho hasn't really had to deal with, like, bills or, like, I mean, I guess she still has to go to work. But it's mostly the bills part.
People like you?
Absolutely people like me. I first fell in love with reading because it was an escape from the real world. A distraction from being alone, or sad, or anything else. Even if I couldn't live an exciting life, at least I could experience one through someone else's eyes and words. In those stories, there were often characters who remind me of you. Going wherever they please, doing whatever their hearts tell them to. Having wished so desperately to go from my normal, boring life to one of adventure, I would certainly understand if you ever wanted to go back to it.
I shake my head.
Wrong. What you just said about going where I want or following my heart, I'm doing both of those things right now.
Oh, stop. Oh my gosh. We're not too far from... That's like 90% of my commentary this one. Just, oh, stop it, you guys. You're too cute. Stop. We're not too far from the water, but we're even closer to Mount Victoria. Looking up towards its top, I have an idea.
The mountain a little bit? I want to show you something.
The mountain? I'm not exactly dressed for hiking, or built for it.
That's fine. It's not a hike. It's pretty easy to get to.
All right, well, I'm up for it. Lead the way. Again.
We take the regular trail up towards the top, but before we reach the summit, I lead us off the path. I can see the curiosity on Aspen's face, but she doesn't question me. It'll be easier to just show her anyway. It's slower as a human than as a fox, but it doesn't take us too long to reach our destination.
Ta-da! Here we are.
And this is... where?
Home sweet home. Or at least it was.
My den is in even worse condition now than it was last time I came. I actually have to spend a moment looking for the exact spot. Once I find it, I move aside some of the brush that's built up over the heap of mud.
I lived here until Juliet let me move into the library. I buried food that I stole in the ground to save it for later, so everything was at least a little dirty. And when it rained, my ceiling would turn into my floor. Still, it was one of the nicer dens I've made, if I do say so myself. And I've made a lot of dens. But now that I've had my own bed and pillows and stuff, it'd be hard to sleep in a hole in the ground again.
Looking around, Aspen nods. She picks up a branch that's fallen halfway into the collapsed burrow.
I do love what you've done with the place, though. Sitting on the floor, or not.
Well, if you ever need a break from your apartment...
We both laugh, and I hope that Aspen believes me. The same way that she feels about me, I feel about her. She paces around a little bit, exploring the area. Not that there's much to see. Eventually, she returns to my side.
Me all the same. Even if it's better, I know it can't be easy to just turn your life around 100%.
There are things I miss sometimes, but trust me, I like what I have now way more. If I didn't want to be with you, I wouldn't be. I'm really good at running away from things I don't like. I'm not going anywhere.
I have seen that for myself. It's true.
Exactly. So I mean everything I say to you. Everything.
Oh, stop. I don't mind at all, but standing here next to what used to be my den, it feels like a strange collision for my past and present. It's taken some getting used to, and there are still things that surprise me or that are tough to deal with in my everyday life. When I dug this hole, I never would have guessed it would be the last time. Before Aspen and before Wellington, I never had anything else to go back to. But being here and seeing what I did leave behind, I don't regret that life, but excuse me, I had a small burp. I'm so sorry, excuse me. I don't regret that life, but I don't miss it. Every day is better with Aspen in it, and Juliet as well. I just have to do my best to make sure that's true for them too. Judging by the way Aspen holds my hand as we go back down the mountain, and the way she laughs at all my dumb jokes, I feel like I'm doing an okay job so far. Aw, that was cute. As everything tends to be. Let's go to the Oriental Bay. Sure, why not? That is where we were going essentially anyways. Yeah, I'm just enjoying a nice walk on the beach when an intrusive thought makes itself known. Sand. How far does it go? Like, beaches always have a definitive cutoff where the sand stops and turns into dirt and streets. But what about down? How far down can you dig and still get sand? Or is there just dirt after a certain point? Wait, let's think about this logically. Sand must be a product of the ocean in some way since it's sand must be a product of the ocean in some way since it's always right next to the ocean. So sand probably goes down as far as the ocean goes. Huh. But then where do deserts come from? Ugh, I think it's better if I don't think about this anymore. Oh, okay. We get 2 of them. I was actually going to talk about, like, all these other days, we're only getting 1. I guess it's because it's Saturday, I guess. I remember that's getting 2 every other day, but it's probably because it's Saturday that we're getting 2, and every other day we get 1. That makes sense to me in my brain. Only a few days pass after I agreed to be in the play with Lena and Cyrus. It's time for the first rehearsal. Even though I'm not going to be as involved in it as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting more than at any other of the other activities I've tried with Lena. I'm doing so bad at reading today. I'm so sorry. Most of them are reading through the thick packets of paper, standing alone or in small groups. Lena's one of the people on her own until I go and join her.
Ready to be a tree?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Me nervous?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
No way.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was resting my chin on my finger that I had on my mouse because I'm just like holding my mouse up next to my face, because it's comfortable. And then I accidentally like leaned a little bit too hard on it. As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous? Me? Nervous?
So that
No
only
way.
happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
Maybe just a little. That's different, though. Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
It's hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props and snacks and other supplies. Like Lena promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He nods when he sees me approaching.
My favorite tree.
Aw, not me. Oh gosh, you know how to make a girl blush.
Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
He digs through a bunch of copies of the script until he finds one with my name on it.
I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
I flip through the pages. A few sections are circled in red pen. I'm glad he did that because it'd take me a long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Okay, I can do that.
Dry reads. Does Cyrus have anything outside of that? Come on, guys, that's a little funny. I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
Today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
She stops, shaking her head.
Be a bit more whiny. Oh, Miho! Tell me which one you think sounds better.
She repeats the same line she was practicing twice, just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen. I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too. In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good. This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times. I'm sure I'd end up doing it someday if I'd stuck with ballet.
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Lena looks off into the distance, seeming unusually serious. Her wings sag and she bites her lip.
It's kind of complicated. Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet? Or any of that stuff? It's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
Nah, I want to do my own
So you
thing.
quit ballet because you don't like it.
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
I think so.
It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encourage me to do things for myself. Lena's in the same situation, but from a different
now that
angle.
I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance.
That sounds more like the Lena I know. I let her practice her lines to me, sometimes saying the lines for other characters if she asks for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as a group. I sit on the sidelines and watch. Both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a little bored or unsure of themselves, but those two don't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal, and we all go our separate ways until next time. Hello, game? I think that's probably a good place to end it for today. Again, like I said, I do have other stuff that I need to get to, and I'm like, yeah, I came into this episode being like, it's probably going to be a shorter one, but that's okay. All these episodes were planned to be around like 25 minutes anyways, but some of them have gone for like 40, so I'm like, we can do a short episode today, it's fine. But with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one when we answer more questions for these girls and kid who won't remember us at all. I said girls, and then I looked at Armand, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot Armand was here. I just saw her at the front. I was like, yeah, the girls, what's up? And then I was like, oh my gosh, wait, no. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, y'all, we do be back with more of this game. In the last one, we talked to some kids, and I think they're back. Also, we are, like, in a play now, which I'm really excited for. I hope that they actually, like, go through with actually, like, showing it all off and having us actually go through the play. That'd be exciting. It'd be really lame if, like, the play is like, oh, we're doing the play tonight. Everyone come watch it. And then it just, like, skips to the end. That'd be super lame. Also, I'm just trying to get my cursor off my screen, but I'm not really using my mouse pad right now just because it's, like, under a bunch of stuff. It's a whole thing. Don't ask. It's fine. But yeah, with all that being said, let's just go ahead and get into it. The first guests of the day are the school kids from last Friday. They enter one at a time, not struggling with the door this time. The girl I talked to before, Cello, comes over to the desk.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Wait, what? They remember her?
Morning. How'd your project go?
Wait, but they'd only remember what she specifically said last Friday. Hasn't it been over a day? How long has it been? How many episodes ago? Was it the last episode when these kids came in? I don't remember. I'm going to assume it was. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense for them to remember her.
We're still working on it.
Some of us are. Some of us just want to wander around.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
He's got a fair point. He's kind of got you there. They remind me of Lena. Oh, yeah, they remind me of Lena and Aspen. That's literally what I was thinking, too. I was like, this bunny girl. Even the way she kind of sounds is like, is she played by the girl who plays Lena? Selo sighs and rubs her face. She must have to put up with this a lot.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What?
Oh.
She helped us just a couple days ago.
Oh. This is weird. Why does she remember us but the kids don't? Okay, so I was right. I was right in thinking that something weird and fishy's going on. And no, that wasn't a fish joke because she's like a mermaid or something. It's just something fishy is happening outside of her. Pippa and Armin look at each other confused. Even with her back to me, I can tell Selo is too. I've gotten so used to my friends remembering me that I didn't even think of how weird it was for Selo to remember. As strange as it is, it just feels like another mystery instead of a life-changing event. Another question that I can't answer. In other words, not worth dwelling on. I just shrug at Selo and smile, the same way I've seen Aspen do sometimes.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
The young mermaid doesn't look totally convinced, but she nods all the same. I've also seen Aspen do that plenty of times too.
Well, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Ask away.
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like?
Well, you know, I sent you to the Bell House, I think. There's Mount Victoria. There's the library, but you're already at the library, so there's Mount Victoria. She looks back at her friends who are both distracted by some of the library decorations.
We're having trouble settling on a topic.
Oh, I know!
The girl, Pippa, hurries over to the desk. I didn't even think she was listening.
Do you think you could show us around town?
Pippa?
That's a lot to ask, don't you think?
Now all three of them are at my desk.
She can say no.
She's working. She can't just get up and leave.
Actually...
Wait, Miho, come on, we have a job, we have a responsibility. Juliet trusted us, we have to stay here, come on. There still aren't any other patrons yet. I don't think Juliet would mind as long as I come back.
Can't spend all day, but I can show you a couple places.
Okay, I guess we're doing this. Also, I found out, for some reason to me, on my recording, because I brought this up a couple times of how, like, my VTube, like, is very laggy on the recording, and it just isn't. I've looked at the footage, and it isn't actually, like, lagging in the recording, but for some reason on OBS, it's, like, super duper lagging. Like, it's showing me that it's lagging, but it's not. I just thought I'd mention that since I realized I brought it up a lot, and it doesn't actually matter. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever. It's a thing I brought up a lot to just not mean anything. So, anyways, now let's get back to it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yep.
All three of them look at each other, then grin in unison. The first place I take them to is the top of Mount Victoria. Let's go.
This was one of the first places I went to when I came to Wellington.
It's so beautiful.
Selo and Armand both stand at the railing, looking out at the city the same way I first did. I wonder if they're feeling any of the same things I did. Pippa is right behind them, with a notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other. At first, I think she's writing like Aspen would be, but when I walk a bit closer, I see that she's drawing instead. In a few quick strokes, she sketches out the shape of the railing and the slope of a mountain. A few scribbled boxes turn into buildings and houses.
Ooh, you're really good.
Pippa's head jerks up, surprised.
Thanks.
Despite saying that, her face turns red and she snaps the book shut.
Look at this!
Both Pippa and I turn to see Armin and Selo standing by the binoculars. Selo puts her eyes to them, but then pulls back, frowning.
Can't see anything.
Oh,
That's because you need a
Here.
coin. I say expecting children to understand this thing. I fish around in my pockets until I find a couple coins and hand them to Armand.
Thanks.
Or Armand. He feeds them into the machine and Selo is able to look around.
Oh,
She pans slowly from side to side before letting Armand have a turn. I don't remember how to pronounce his name. He looks all over, bouncing the lens up and down.
Pippa, do you want to try?
For a second, she considers it, but then Pippa shakes her head.
Fine. Let's see something else.
Next, we walk down to the waterfront, where the market is. The sea is as blue as I've ever seen it.
Oh, it would be nice to go for a swim.
Maybe for some of us.
Is there an ocean near where you guys are from?
Oh no, but there's a giant lake and tons of canals. Cello spends basically all of her time in them.
I'd rather take a boat than an airship when possible, even if it's slower.
You would have swam all the way here if you could.
So, there's just something about being on your own with the ocean, when you feel like you belong.
What if we did our project about this beach?
Yeah, the ocean definitely isn't terrifying at all, especially when you just look down at the deep abyss and it's just an ever-expanding void of water. I can't with the ocean. I love swimming, can't with the ocean. It's too much.
I definitely don't belong in the ocean. Can we pick something else?
I'm with Armand on this one. It's the same as any other ocean.
Armand. What is Armand? I just noticed he has wings. He has little, like, bear ears or something, and he also has wings. What the freak? Is he supposed to be like a griffin? Are those supposed to be like little lion ears? That could be it.
See it, I guess.
They just don't have the vision. They can't see it the same way you do. Although she looks a little disappointed, Cello keeps going with a shrug and a smile. We take my usual path and end up back at Cuba Street. Like always, it's alive with all sorts of people doing all sorts of things. As we're walking, Armand suddenly stops dead in his tracks and points.
Are those movie cameras? Are they filming something?
Without waiting for an answer, he runs off towards the corner of the street that's fenced off.
That fence wasn't here before.
Armand comes to a stop against the fence and wraps his fingers around one of the links. Sure enough, there's a whole crew of people operating cameras and other gear.
Oh, they really are making a movie.
What do you think it'll be about?
A few people sitting on a bench across the street are dressed in costumes, although it looks like they're taking a break. Also, if my eyes end up being buggy, VTube Studio updated recently, and ever since then, my face tracking has just not been working super great. One of them carries a big staff, and another one is messing with a necklace that he's wearing. Most of them have swords at their sides. Oh, they're filming the next Hobbit movie, of course. Lord of the Rings goes crazy, brr. That's like, I've watched all the Lord of the Rings movie. All of them. I've seen all of them and the Hobbits. Don't really remember too much of them. The main thing I know is, haha, they're in New Zealand, and it's very pretty. I'm pretty sure they're in New Zealand. Watch that just be completely wrong, and they didn't film at all in New Zealand, and it's just like, guys, they filmed in, like, Ireland. Come on, what are you even thinking?
Some kind of documentary, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, I guess in this world, maybe. Thanks, Cello. A burly man with a short mustache notices us and stomps in our direction.
Scram! Get out of here!
But we were just...
Yeah, I don't care what you were just doing. Move it!
Disappointed, all four of us head back to a more crowded part of the street. I glance over my shoulder to see if the guy who yelled at us is still watching. He is, and he makes a grumpy gesture at me, and I turn back around. Sometimes I remember why I used to not like humans.
What a jerk.
Yeah.
Sorry, Armand.
Oh, it's okay. I got to see a little bit at least.
See, that'd be like the only cool part. Like, yeah, it's quite cool if, like, oh, they're filming a movie nearby me. But then you realize, oh, but now there's like blocking traffic. They're just being a huge inconvenience. But at least I could see like a little bit of like behind the scenes stuff. But no, they have to be like, oh, get out of here. Don't spoil the movie, idiot. It's like, come on. His voice comes out a little kind of shaky. Like maybe maybe it isn't okay. But I don't think he'd want us to point that out. I mean, yeah, he's a kid who just got yelled at by a big burly man. I guess he was a short man with a mustache. But, you know, a full-grown adult yelling at a kid, that always shakes him up. I might know a way to cheer them all up.
One more stop.
The familiar ring of the Bell House's door greets us as we walk in. I hold the door for the three kids who all trail in.
Hello, and welcome to... Miho?
Welcome to the rest of them, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Welcome to the Bell House.
Pippa looks from Aspen to me and then back.
Dating? Huh?
You guys just reek of it, you know? You just smell like you're dating.
How could you tell?
Pippa shrugs.
Well, yes, we are. That's why I was rather surprised to see my girlfriend.
You must be the students here from out of town, right?
Yes, that's right.
Gosh, she rattled Miho. Look at her face has not stopped being all like wide-eyed since like that happened.
You already knew about us? I heard a bit from Miho. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. What would you like to drink? It'll be on the house.
Gosh, Aspen, you're gonna run this place into the ground if you keep giving away drinks like this.
It's free.
Pippa gives me a strange look. But Miho's just being a cute dork. She's just sharing information that she learned since being here. Come on. Aspen bites her lip to keep from laughing, but I can see it in her eyes. I smile too. The three kids place their orders and then go sit down while I stay at the counter.
Babysitter for a day?
They wanted me to show them around town a little bit. I need to get back to the library soon, though.
A guided tour of Wellington from Miho? Huh, how can I sign up?
Oh, guys, stop. I love
Just
them.
ask. Although, your boss might not be as happy about you skipping work as mine.
True. Maybe I should take that store position after all, so I can make my own hours.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Are you still thinking about whether or not to do it?
Please don't. Then you'd have less time to write. I mean, I guess you'd set your own hours, so actually maybe you'd have more time to write, but that just comes down to how well the store's being ran. I don't know.
Yes, it's practically all I can think about when I'm here. I have to give Regina an answer by next month, though. I'll talk to you about it later, though. What would you like to drink?
Surprise me?
All right. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, see you soon.
While she goes into the back, I sit down at a table in the corner with the three students. The cafe is fairly busy, with many of the tables populated by humans and fabled alike. Our area is relatively empty, though. Pippa has her notebook in her lap and she looks to be drawing again, although she angles the book so no one can see it. Gosh, she's just like me for real. Takes my sketchbook into public, tries to awkwardly sit there so no one can see what I'm drawing, but I'll still draw anyways, and it just turns out way worse than just letting people see what I'm drawing.
Thanks for taking us around today, Miss Miho.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure we should be able to settle on a topic after this, right?
Armin nods under Cello's withering glare.
Right.
Pippa, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice. She's fully absorbed into whatever she's
Pippa?
working on.
Did you have any ideas?
No response. Sighing, Cello just rests her head on the table instead of trying to get Pippa's attention again.
I still think we should just make it about the ocean.
Pippa's kind of right, though. It's hard to make the ocean seem special. What about the movie crew? Just without that guy at the end.
But would that really be showing Wellington itself?
Not really. The ocean's more of like, here's like Wellington's beach. You could make it about like the beach itself, not necessarily like the ocean. But with the crew, it'd be harder to actually make it about Wellington. I see what you're saying.
Maybe not.
For a moment, everything is silent in our corner. Other than the scratch of Pippa's pencil, then she smacks that down onto the table and turns her notebook around for us to see. Even as a sketch, it's easy to identify the bell house. There are a few changes like the plants and decorations, but it's still unmistakable. She's drawn it from the outside with an overhead view right beside it. In there are tables populated by people that I hope aren't supposed to be us.
Wow, Pippa!
May I see it?
Pippa reluctantly hands the notebook to Cello, who holds it so I can see better too. The bell house isn't the only thing she drew, though. Part of the street outside is shown, including some sketches of statues and storefronts that we walked past. Across from her, Pippa waits anxiously.
I thought that a coffee shop might show it best. How all the different kinds of people exist here. It's a place that everyone loves, no matter where you came from. At least, that's what I was thinking.
See, I would love to agree. I hate coffee. This is so weird for me with one of the main locations and like this amazing thing that I love being a coffee house when I'm just like, dude, I hate coffee. I've never had like a good experience with coffee before. It's so, ugh. Even like people will be like, oh, this is like the best drink ever. I'll try it. And it's like, ugh, bleh, get this out of my body. I hate it.
I think that's beautiful.
Aw. Aspen's shoes click against the floor as she approaches us with a tray balanced on her hand. Stopping at our table, she picks up the first of 3 drinks and hands it to Pippa.
Sorry, I couldn't help but over here, but I often think of the Bell House the same way. It's something I love about this place. In fact, I first met Miho here.
Pippa's eyes go wide.
I've wondered the same.
Cello sets a notebook down on the table before taking a sip of her drink. Her eyes light up when she does.
Wow, this is really good.
Armin nods vigorously in agreement.
I'm so glad you like them. Miho, I forgot your drink at the bar. Would you like to come get it?
Oh, sure.
Behind me, I'm pretty sure all three of the kids snicker amusedly. At the counter, Aspen hands me a steaming cup. I breathe in the scent and try to identify it, but I
What's in
can't.
it? A surprise, remember? Tell me what you think.
I take a small sip, being careful not to burn my mouth. At once, a variety of flavors meld together. There's chocolate for sure, but not overly sweet chocolate, and there's also coffee, but it's not too bitter. On top of all that, there's another taste, one that I recognize but can't place.
I love it.
Phew, I was afraid I may have used too much chocolate.
Nah, everything was perfect. But what's in it besides coffee and cocoa?
Not cocoa, real melted dark chocolate. We usually only put shaving on drinks, but this was a special one.
Aww, except I hate dark chocolate too.
The other flavor is lavender. Sometimes people don't like the flowery taste, but I thought you might enjoy it.
Oh, lavender's such a good smell though. It's such a good smell.
Definitely. What's it called? I'll order it again for sure.
In my head, immediately, I'm gonna be like, she's gonna say something like, the Miho, or something like
It
that.
doesn't have a name yet, actually.
Ah.
I'll try to think of one. In the meantime, I'll write down the recipe so I don't forget.
I take another sip, as good as the first.
Of course.
I pass the cup to Aspen, who stares at it for just a moment before pressing it to her lips.
Wow, that is perfect. If I do say so myself.
She takes another sip.
Hey, don't drink it all.
Chuckling, Aspen returns the beverage.
Sorry. I'll make my own on my break.
Is that soon?
Unfortunately not. In fact, I should get back to work before too long. If Lena catches me, I'll never hear the end of it.
I don't know if Lena would care that much.
Literally.
Oh,
Alright.
maybe she would.
I won't keep distracting you then. I should get back to the library. Although...
I look back at the kids, who are all hovering over Pippa's notebook as she sketches
It's
more.
fine, they can stay here. I don't think there'll be any trouble, and I'm sure it'll be easier for them to get back to their class.
Yeah, and like, these are some of like, these are really well-written kids in terms of actually like acting like kids without it being annoying, you know? Like, some kids are like naturally annoying, but it's not really like their fault sort of thing. But like, these kids feel like kids to me without like any of the annoyance, if that makes sense. It's like, I don't think they'll get into trouble here.
You sure? Thanks.
Of course. Talk to you later?
Of course.
All right, let's what to do? Let's go to Oriental Bay. Why not? I've seen people picnic on the beach before, so I get a little bit curious and wanted to try it myself. Today's solo picnic consists of a pre-packaged peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a small bag of chips, and a juice pouch. Not bad for a girl with limited pocket space and only 2 hands. I hunker down in the sand to eat my meal, enjoying the ambience of the ocean quite a bit. Is it just me, or is this way tastier than usual? Is this the magic of eating on the beach? What could it be? Is it the salty air? Does the salt make everything taste better? I'll have to remember this. More salt on my food, yum. That was so freaking dorky. I loved that. That was so dorky. Also, it's weird. With the face tracking thing, it's not only my eyes, it's also like my smile that is like not catching as well. It's very weird. But with that being said, I think that that's a good spot to end. I don't have too much time to record today, so I'm going to record one more episode, and then I'll have to call it there for today's recording sessions. I'm only specifying it today, how long I'm recording for, because I don't have too much time to do it today, so that's why I'm ending this early, essentially. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we helped some kids with their project. We met Aspen at the Bell House, and it was real cute as always. And we had a very good drink, and it was just a good time in general. Not too much happened, mostly because I had to cut it a little shorter than usual. And these tend to go for around like 25 to 30-ish minutes, but I had to cut that one short at 22. But that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. But yeah, with all that being said, let's get back in to Please Be Happy. That night, as I'm laying in bed watching TV, my phone buzzes in the windowsill, startling me. It's Aspen.
Hello?
Miho, I didn't wake you, did I?
Oh my gosh, her pajamas are so cute. Aspen's, I mean, because we've seen Mio's a lot, and Mio's are cute too. We've never seen anyone else in like their PJs before. Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
Nah, I was still up. But I thought you went to bed hours ago. Is everything okay?
I did, yes, and I'm fine. I woke up to get some water and saw that I had an email. And after I read it, I couldn't wait to tell you.
Oh my gosh, is it a publisher being like, hey, we loved your book, let's get this baby published sort of thing?
Are you ready?
Mm-mm.
Sure.
She clears her throat and gulps down some water before she starts.
Miss Benoit, we've read your draft, and we're very impressed with what we've seen so far. At the moment, it's a couple steps away from being what we're looking for, but we'd like to fix that.
Oh, let's go, Aspen, let's go. Not my eyes just freaking out on me, it's fine. Oh, that's exciting.
One of our representatives will be in the Wellington area this Friday. Would you be available for dinner to discuss more? Best regards, Avery Frost, editor.
Oh, that's so exciting. Oh, because I was really hoping that this wouldn't go down like a writer, like she has to like give up on her dreams of being a writer. That'd be so sad. And I just don't want that for her. So I'm like, oh, please let this work out. And it did. Oh, it's so fun. Oh, it's so good. I bolt upright in bed as if Aspen were here telling me in person.
So they're gonna do it? They're gonna publish your book?
Well, it sounds like there are still some details to be worked out, but...
Congratulations!
It's a good thing Juliet doesn't sleep during the night. I can hear her laugh through the phone and I can't keep a grin off my own face.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait a moment, I'm not dreaming, am I?
Nope.
Good. Lately I keep thinking that my life has been going far too well. Surely I'll have to wake up soon and find that none of it was real.
No way. Although, it sounds like maybe you should go back to bed.
Probably. I'm not sure I'll be able to fall asleep again, though.
That's so fair. That's so fair. Also, it's not really picking up too well on my face cam right now, but I just have the biggest smile on my face. This is like the time I'm like, gosh darn it, why is my stuff not picking up my smiles anymore? I hate it. I hate whatever this new update did to VTube Studio. It's just janking me all over. And I've only heard me having this issue, so I don't actually know what it is. But suddenly one day I was having an issue, and I looked it up, and an update came out that day, and it's like, this was working perfectly fine literally the day before. Like, what's happening?
Wanna come over? Juliet's awake too.
She laughs again.
Tempting, but I shouldn't. Tomorrow, though, after I get off work.
We're gonna celebrate?
Damn right we are.
Oh.
Let's go somewhere, just the two of us.
Oh, yes. Also, I was so surprised to hear a swear out of this game, but out of Aspen. Oh my gosh.
Sure. Like where?
Dunno. Figure it out when we get there.
Of course. See you at breakfast then?
Aspen yawns, causing me to yawn too.
All right, I get the message. Good night, Miho. I love you.
Oh.
I love you too. Good night.
Setting. This is so weird. Just everything they do together is just like, oh, the cutest thing ever. I love it. It's so fun. I like, especially like comparing this to, like the other visual novel I read, Fate. It's like constantly just such a downer. Like there are like definitely like high points, but it's such a downer. It's so dark most of the time. So just be like this, where I'm just like, oh, this is it's just so cute. It's so cute. Like yeah, it has its sad moments too, but like it balances it out with the levity really well to keep me like happy while I'm reading it. Settling back down into bed, I can't keep a smile off my face, even as my eyes get heavier. If anyone deserves some good news, it's Aspen. I'm so glad she can stop worrying so much now. Okay. Let's go to Tai Pike Park. I don't remember what it's actually how to pronounce it. Just another lazy day at the park. Maybe I'll take a walk and look out. Some kind of instinct veers me over to the side. Right as I do, something yellow whizzes past me and smacks hard against the ground. What's going on? Am I under attack? I whip my head. I whip my head towards the source of the projectile and see a handful of people with rackets running towards me. Was that missile part of their game? Flustered woman. I'm so sorry. That didn't hit you, did it? Flustered man. No, I'm the one who's sorry. It was my bad serve that made her hit it like that. I have no idea what you're talking about, but your yellow thing went that way. You really dodged it like a pro, I gotta say. Yeah, your reflexes are amazing. You should join our club. I still have no idea what you're talking about. Enjoy your yellow thing. Bye now. Disappointed man and woman. Aww. I love these. Like they're very simple. Just like here's like a minute or two of just something doofy happening. I love it. The grand entrance of the Botanic Garden is pretty impressive, decorated with flowers and trees and more. It's even closer to the wilds I remember than Mount Victoria's forest are.
Of course, last time I was rather distracted by the circumstances.
Yeah, it was a little heavy last time we were here. Also, not me just trying to get my mouse away using my leg to guide it. There we go.
Is that why you want to come back?
Yes, this time. I intend to enjoy it to its fullest.
After meeting up with Aspen at the Bell House, we took a bus to get here. It dropped us off at the same gate that Juliet and I arrived at last time. Hand in hand like always. Oh, we drifted like bumblebees from flower patch to flower patch. Aspen stops to admire the plants, and I admire Aspen. Oh, getting that email really seems to have cheered her up. There's a bounce in every step we take together.
What kind of flowers are those?
I have no idea. They're pretty though, aren't they?
Hey, yo, that's me. Anytime I'm at a garden of any kind, it's like, wow, I sure have no idea what any of these are, but they're pretty.
They sure are.
Like a flower, when I saw Aspen for the first time all those months ago, I thought she was pretty, but the colorful petals at our feet can't actually compare to her. Miho, stop. You're gonna kill me. That rainy day in the library, she didn't even know I was there. I never could have imagined how our lives would intertwine from then on. But it's everything we've been through since then. All the things I've come to learn and know about her that makes her beautiful. Oh, stop. We both talked about that day. And everything after a lot. Still, I don't get tired of thinking or hearing about it. Every day just makes me appreciate her more. Turning away from the flowers, Aspen sees me looking at her and tilts her head.
What are you smiling about all of a sudden?
You.
You!
Oh, me and Miho, again, just have the same brain cell. Earning myself a kiss on the cheek, we resume our journey through the gardens. The winding road takes us past more flowers, through forests and across ponds. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. For the most part, I let Aspen lead us, content to see whatever she wants to see, even when that means standing around for a couple minutes while she reads the tiny words on the big signs. The sun begins to set, our walk getting gradually darker, but neither of us are in a rush to leave. When we round another corner, we reach a new area of the park that we haven't seen before. A small river runs along the path on one side, and on one side is a large embankment. Trees with long, saggy branches run along the top, making a curtain along a lot of it. Some of the branches glisten with water, but some sparkle with something else. I point to one, getting Aspen's attention.
What's that?
What's what?
She follows my line of sight, and then her eyes light up when she sees it. We both hurry over to where something small and blue hangs from one of the branches. Glowing like a firefly, there are silky threads hanging from the trees too. They kind of look like spider webs, but softer.
Is it a fairy?
Not quite. They're glowworms.
Oh, that's still cool though, but a fairy would have been kind of hyped. That would have been cool. She reaches a hand up, cupping the bright orb without touching it.
Worms?
Yes. Look.
I look. Sure enough, there's a bug attached to the light. Well, maybe it's the other way
Some are
around.
as pretty as the flowers. Are they magical?
No, just unique. Wellington is somewhat famous for them, in fact. There should be more nearby. Shall we look for them?
I need to visit Wellington after this. Like, I've always wanted to visit New Zealand. Now I just want to go specifically to Wellington. Especially if, like, because the glowworms sound really cool, because I've heard of them before outside of from this game. Like, in podcasts, people who are from, like, New Zealand will be like, yeah, I've seen, like, the glowworms, and they're, like, the coolest, prettiest things ever. And it's like, that does sound pretty awesome.
Sure. Let's go.
We follow the embankment, peering among the trees and dirt for another glimpse of light. There are other people around inspecting the same area as we are. We spot a couple isolated bugs all alone like the first one we encountered, but for a while that seems to be it. However, as the night begins to set in and the sun disappears behind the hills, that starts to change. Before our eyes, lights gradually appear as more and more glowworms take their places, like candles being lit in the dark. The blue-green webbing almost seems to hover in mid-air at parts, since we can't see the trees themselves as easily. Finally, we come to a part of the ridge that brings us both to a halt. Oh, the lighting in this is so pretty. The blue outline, too. Ooh. A big willow tree droops down, making a web of its own out of the branches that even reaches past other nearby trees. Glowworms hang from them like holiday lights. There are more here than we saw on the way combined. When we first arrived at the gardens, Aspen remarked on how gorgeous it was. Now she's speechless. She takes a step forward and then another, drawn like a moth to a flame. I stay at her side, impressed by the glowworms, but unable to take my eyes off Aspen again. Her eyes wide and mouth agape, she's the most easy-to-read person I've ever met. The simple way she always wears her awe on her face, and her heart on her sleeve, even when she tries to hide her feelings. To me, that's another thing to love about her. I've already seen it happen a few times. Aspen, who always tries to have the perfect words, finds herself at a loss for them so often. Everything she feels, she feels so much. As scary as that may have seemed at one time, as we became friends and then more than friends, it's something I've come to admire. She says that meeting me was destiny, or that maybe she just got lucky. I don't know a thing about destiny, but I know the second part is wrong, or at least only half true. I'm the lucky one here.
Hey, Aspen?
Oh. Still entranced, she turns her head to face me, and I lean in to kiss her. I'm not used to having the right words, or any words at all, so I hope I can say everything I want with a kiss. Her eyes flutter shut behind her glasses. She smells faintly of coffee and flour. Her lips taste like love. I hope she knows just how she's made my life better. Just by existing. Just by being her. We part, but just barely. Foreheads together, she smiles, the light in her eyes brighter than the ones around us.
What was that for? Not that I mind, of course.
Just because. I was thinking about how lucky I am to be able to do that.
Oh, stop.
I see. In that case...
She kisses me again.
Just because?
Because I love you. And so you'll keep doing that?
That's the easiest promise I've ever made.
Eventually we walk away, letting some of the other searchers enjoy the spot. We follow the winding path through the garden some more, taking our time and stopping to admire anything that catches our eyes. There are plenty of those, not just the flowers and trees, but the lamp-lit pathways and streams too. At the end, we leave from the gate we entered through, taking a shuttle back into town. I walk with Aspen to her apartment before we part ways for the night. Holding my hands outside her door, she gives me one last kiss.
Thank you for a perfect evening, Miho.
It was your idea to go there. So, thank you.
It was only perfect because we were together, though. Just take the compliment, silly.
Fine.
Smiling, Aspen steps forward and hugs me, enveloping me in that coffee and flower scent.
Well, shall I see you tomorrow, then?
Yeah. I already can't wait.
Me either. Good night, Miho.
Good night.
With a final wave, Aspen disappears into her apartment. I make my way back to the library, feeling lighter than air. Aww. Oh, what is this? That was great. I loved that. That's so good. I say as if I don't like love. Say that about everything else in this game, but that's so fine. If it's true, so it's fine. I've only been home for a little bit when I decide to step out into the night again. My last encounter with Silver didn't go so well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk to her. It's not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about. It's because I also want to help her. I know that I can't tell her out. I know I can't tell her that outright, but every passing day that I spend with Aspen or Juliet makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same way for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like last time, I changed forms and searched for Silver's scent, locking on and following it through the forest. I eventually find her in her two-legged form, sitting on a log with her back to me. For some reason, I'm surprised. I just assumed she spent most of her time as a fox. I change forms myself. Somehow, I don't think she's noticed me yet. I'm not sure if I should call out to her to get her attention or what. I don't think she'd like being surprised, but there probably isn't any chance she'd be excited to see me regardless. Taking a step, I have my decision made for me. The snap of a branch under my foot gives me away.
Damn it.
Oh, her eyes got turned into real slits there. Oh my gosh. Sure enough, Silver spins around, her eyes going from shock to annoyance when she sees me. She leaps to her feet in a fluid motion while I hold up my empty hands to show I'm not a threat.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
Oops. Guess I must not have heard that part.
I didn't bother to make a plan for how to convince her to talk to me, since she has a tendency to mess up any plan I try. She snorts in derision and transforms as she turns back away from me. In a flash, she's taken off.
Not this time.
I change forms and run off after her. She's tricky. Not just fast, she also darts back and forth, weaving around trees as she tries to get away. I don't let her, instead keeping her in my sights even though she manages to stay ahead. The forested area isn't very big, but she backtracks so much that it feels huge. If we were in our other forms, I'm sure that she'd be shouting taunts at me or obscenities. Instead, it's gravely silence, other than the soft sound of our paws on the leaves and moss. I'm also pretty sure it was supposed to be pronounced gravely. Silver eventually gives up on trying to confuse me and instead puts on a burst of speed, pulling farther and further away from me. Why is she so determined to run away, and why am I so determined to catch her? The first part isn't tough to answer, because running away is easy. I understand because until recently, that was exactly what I would have done too. But the second part, that's harder to say. I push myself as well, trying to run faster like Silver. It's hard though, and my legs are already aching. I have to start relying on my ears and nose, not just eyes to track her. Suddenly I see her again, not that far out of reach. When she spots me, I can see her try to dash again. Only this time she doesn't seem to be able to pull it off either. That's when I notice her limp. It's subtle enough that I can only tell when I'm closer to her like this, but one of her back legs is definitely giving her trouble, and it's starting to slow her down. When it becomes clear I'm going to catch her, she abruptly halts, transforming back in a flash. I scramble to bring myself to a stop and then change too, almost collapsing back onto the ground. My lungs feel like they're on fire, but I stay on my feet. Silver doesn't move, her back still to me, even as I see her chest heave while she catches her breath. She clenches a fist, illuminated by the light from her bead.
Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
Oh gosh, stop with the whole dog thing. I ignore her. I couldn't give her an answer she'd accept anyway.
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
Silence. Not that I was expecting an answer myself. But then slowly her fingers uncurl.
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
For the first time, there's less of a sharp edge to her words. For once, it sounds like a genuine question.
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho, but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Pathetic.
I don't know if she's talking about me or not. Finally, she looks up and glares at me, staring right into my eyes. I'm not sure how I want to come across to her. Friendly, trustworthy, brave. Whatever we do have in common, she's also a total mystery. Even at my most alone, I was never as wild as she is.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself.
Folding her arms, Silver turns her back on me and looks up at the stars.
The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them. All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive. Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, one day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg. Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could, before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing but quiver and dread, useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes, the pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else.
Spinning back around, her eyes shine in the moonlight.
Again. I told you before that we are nothing alike.
She's wrong. I can see myself reflected in her harsh gaze. I could have been her so easily.
What is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
Something about her finally clicks. Something in her words make sense. The way she tells me so much even as she tells me to leave. The way she keeps asking for my thoughts. She desperately wants me to respond.
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much.
Her eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Oh. Has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours?
Yeah. I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them. And everyone else. Everyone but one person.
I pause, waiting for her to interrupt me, but she doesn't. That's a good sign, right?
I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Literally, it's just like, her wounds healed because she had other people there for her, whereas her wound is still completely slowing her down and like stopping her from like, she can't get better from it because she had never had anyone there to help her. Silver scoffs but doesn't interject.
Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
I search her face, trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling, her expression as stony as ever. I couldn't keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. Oh! Hang on. You can't do this to me, please. Of course I could keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. Is that the game trying to, like, tell me to stop and that's the right play? Or is it like being like, hey, this is like what she could be feeling, or you should keep going? Also, I don't mean to do that. Hang on. Save here. Oh gosh. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Hang on. What exactly does she say? Hang on. I search her face trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling, but her expression is as stony as ever. I could keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. I think the game's trying to tell me to leave it there. I think. But again, her whole story is about people not helping her. And whereas Mio had people there to help her, so like, should I try to be the person to help? But at the same time, leaving it there could leave her up to the option, like to choose to be like, hey, wait, something like that. Or but keep going could like push her away further, just like if I'm wearing on her patience. I'm gonna click this. I'm gonna read a few lines, and if it's immediately like, oh, she's done with this, then I'm gonna go back. I want to tell Silver that maybe someday she could feel the same way too, but I hold myself back. I've said enough for tonight. Silver also stays quiet for a moment. She's probably trying to think of another way to call me dog.
Of course. Any dog considers itself blessed to have a master.
Stop! Even then, her words don't have the usual venom. Seems like I gave her something to think about, if nothing else. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver is going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something else I have to know.
Hey,
What?
I never asked before, but what's your name?
She sneers, looking glad to have a reason to be disdainful
I
again.
have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah, I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
She's like, oh gosh, that's a terrible name. It's way too on the nose. Please stop. Her response is immediate. I've been expecting a do as you wish or I don't care what a dog thinks of me, but I didn't expect her to have an opinion on my choice. Even Silver looks a bit surprised with herself, like she answered without thinking. She quickly forces back a stoic expression.
Do as you wish.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks of me.
Nose in the air, she turns away from me and transforms, bounding off into the shadows like always. This time, I don't try to follow her. She always has to make a show of how little she cares. It took me until tonight to understand that means she cares a lot. For as attached and disinterested as she tries to appear, there's still some weaknesses in her armor. Once again, I didn't really learn much about myself or my magic from this visit with Silver, but I still don't think it was a waste of time. Heck yeah, let's go. We made progress. We're breaking through. We're getting through those walls. Game? What's happening? Okay, there we go. But with that being said, I'm going to call it there for today. We are on Thursday. We made it through 2 days today. We're almost done with the week. And if I'm remembering correctly, I think each chapter is about a week. So we're like almost done with this chapter. We're like right at the crux of it ending. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see you guys next time for when we probably get to chapter 5, which is the last chapter, sadly. Until we get to Juliet's route, of course, and then we get more. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, everyone, we do be back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we talked with Silver. We went to the garden with Aspen, and it was super cool and super cute and all that stuff. And in this one, we're doing stuff. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen in this one. Again, I'm assuming that this week's probably going to end with like the play, or it's going to happen in the next chapter at some point. I don't really super know. But yeah, with all that being said, let's just go ahead and get on into it. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story, and about how much has it in common with mine. I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about a book they've both been reading. Instead, it's nice to just watch them enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention. Shaking my head, I bring my attention back.
Up to Miho. Anyone home?
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
Oh my gosh, it does. It is shining a bit more.
It does?
Oh man, that'd be embarrassing if Aspen noticed a change before I did. I tug my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. Still not as strong as Silver's, though.
I swear it wasn't like
What does that mean?
Sleep.
Because to me, in my brain, I was like, oh, it's gonna be like the connection she's having is making her bead shine brighter, but then Silver's is shining the brightest, so it's like, why would it be doing that? Also, why it's not tracking my mouth like at all. That's fine. I mean, okay, there we go. So it's like, why would Silver's be shining the brightest if that's how it works? So it's clearly not that. Is it like her power is somehow getting stronger? But what would that be? Like, how would getting stronger for Miho's even work? Would it erase people's memories faster, which is just not what she wants at all? I don't know. Not sure. That's concerning.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process. Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard. I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Topapa.
I love Topapa.
I mentioned the painting of a Gumio and asked if he knew anything about them, and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is a Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself.
Huh? Are we like sucking in magic from elsewhere or something? What does that mean?
People take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho,
It has to come from somewhere else.
right?
Is she like sucking magic out of Aspen and Juliet somehow? Is that what this is? And now she's like sucking out of Silver or something? I don't. Weird. We're all quiet for because like all that makes me think is like because like we got closer to Silver last night, so that's why it's shining more. But then it still goes back to like why would Silver's be going? So like who would Silver be like close to like be getting magic from essentially? So I'm like I don't know if this theory really works super well, but we'll figure it out. We're all quiet for a moment as we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
What? Oh, so like the reason they all forget. Wait. That's so weird. Hang on. The memories that people have of Miho are what fuels her magic and keeps her around? Or is it the memories that the people have now? Because it's shining brighter now, which I'm assuming is like it's getting stronger. So is it the fact that people actually have memories of her that's making it stronger? Question mark?
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well. Once it's accumulated enough, the Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Becoming more than a gumiho. What?
Something more? In what way?
Thanks, Aspen.
A chunho.
Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chenho. I know the word, but not how I know it. As if Juliet's explanation unlocked a forgotten memory of my own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallowed the bean when it was ready. Tunnel. A sky fox.
What? Is this like a Super Saiyan kind of moment where it's like the bead gets enough power, we absorb it, and then like... all I'm thinking is like, would that then give us like the power to like control like the memory power if we had become something more? I feel like so much is being thrown at us right now. Like this game's been so light on like the lore parts, but now like it's just, this is like, oh my gosh, so many things are like happening in like that vein essentially. What the freak? I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence, more than a gumiho.
If you swallowed it. I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It really doesn't. Like, it looks like it's like the size of like a pill, but I hate taking pills. That sounds awful.
It isn't.
Removing my necklace, I inspect the bead yet again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. This is getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently. But it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Or maybe like it doesn't start shining until it's almost ready anyway, so then a little bit more is like all it really needs. That's like, well, as soon as like she started saying, but why now? That's immediately what like came to my brain. Because she's been having people forget about her for so long, so it's just been building up and building up and building up. And now like it's like overflowing essentially, hence why it's like actually starting to shine.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots and truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling.
Bless me, I sneeze. Good thing I muted it though.
Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Like, what does it even mean to like ascend to a Chinho? Hopefully I'm saying that right. Like, what does that actually mean for Miho? Is she gonna have to like go somewhere else? Because like it's a Sky Fox, so she seems like she's not ready for it. But like, what does it actually like? If it makes her more powerful or able to control her stuff, like that doesn't really change anything. So it's like, I feel like I just don't understand enough about like what this ascension actually does to Miho to actually be like as concerned as she is.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time.
Eventually, it'd be too bright for you to want to wear it, though.
I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
I was about to mention Silver, but I managed to catch myself. I want to tell Aspen and Juliet about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I can convince her to meet them. And it could take even longer for Silver to change than for my bead. Although now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her bead has stored even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. It can't just be about an amount. There has to be something more. Oh, is it going to be like the quality of it? But like, then what does that mean for Silver? How does she store magic? Because I was thinking like it could be like the quality, like, oh yeah, all these memories of like her friends that she's been making, and like every time like they forget about her, that like there are good memories going in there. So if it's something more about just the amount, it's like the quality of it, obviously. So like, I don't know, maybe. I wonder if she even knows what it is, but I just don't know what. Because Silver's power is obviously something that like hurts people, because she used it to kill all the hunters in the last episode, or at least that's what she said. So it's like, what is her power, and how would that relate? How would that correlate to this? There's one more big question. There's one more big question too. Oh wait, did I skip a line? I wonder if she even knows what it is. There's one more big question too. One more big what if.
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
Well, I guess whenever it's ready, we could just sort of do a Lena test, like get someone else like to just help try it out.
Yeah, I do.
I lock the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's not just something they can understand. Even though Juliet has magic of her own, it's entirely different from mine. The conversation changes the recent events at the library and the bell house, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumiho for the rest of the morning. Whatever's going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. Hmm. Hmm. I'm super curious to like go or like learn where this is going. Like, I'm not gonna say it was like bad before and like getting us intrigued in like the magic of like the Gumiho and what everything that was going on. I just wasn't like super interested in that because like I mostly play with like the characters and that kind of stuff. And like I like the light world building in the background, but like the way that they're building this up now, I'm like, oh, they've like really been building this, and I'm super interested to see where it's going. So even though I'm preoccupied with thinking about magic, the morning goes by without any trouble. The library isn't even very busy, so I finish my task quickly and then work on reading and writing. When I hear the door open, I don't look up, just call out a greeting because I'm halfway through a worksheet, but then something floats into the edge of my vision to get my attention. The familiar fable twirls in recognition. Of course Tommy is with him on the other side of the desk, but I don't see Gwen or Elijah.
Hey there. What's up? I'm looking for a super special bug. Do you want to help me find it?
Here in the library? I haven't seen any weird bugs.
Nah, it's not in here. It's in the woods. It's a special butterfly where if you touch it, you turn into a butterfly too.
That sounds awful. How about we don't do that? I super don't want to be a butterfly. Tommy flaps his arms, imagining what it'd be like to have wings.
I kind of like how I am already. Where's your mom at, though?
He
She's at
frowns.
her house. I told her I was gonna go, but I don't think she heard me.
Oh. Knowing Gwen, once she realizes Tommy's missing, she'll go in a panic looking for him. I doubt I could just make him go home, though. Guess that means I have to keep an eye on him.
I'll go with you, but I'm not gonna touch it if we find it.
Okay, yay! Did you hear that, Gerby? Me's gonna come with us.
Gerby flaps his petals just like Tommy flapped his arms. I put away my things and then follow Tommy out the door. Before I go, I send a quick message to Gwen to tell her that Tommy's with me. That's good. Look at her being responsible. Eventually, we reach Mount Victoria. It takes a lot longer walking with Tommy than it would take on my own.
So, how do we find this thing?
We just have to look for it. It's got bright purple
Thanks.
wings like Gerby, so it should be easy to spot.
I let him lead me around the area while he checks all the flowers and plants that he can. We see all sorts of other bugs, but not the one we're looking for. I keep half an eye out for the butterfly, but also watch to make sure Tommy doesn't touch something poisonous or bitey by accident. While we're wandering around, I notice that the area we're in is kind of familiar. That gives me an idea.
Hey, Tommy, wanna see something neat?
Is it a bug?
Nope.
No.
Okay, I guess.
Don't you know that my only hobby is bugs? If it's not a bug, I don't care. Get out of here. I don't even, if you can shapeshift into a fox, I don't care about that. Oh, is that what she's doing? I thought she was going to show that to him. It's just a short walk to my den. The condition isn't great, and I have to tidy it up a bit, just so it's recognizable.
What is this?
It's my den. It's where I lived when I first came here.
Whoa.
Both Tommy and Gerby inspect my handiwork.
It used to be a lot nicer. Now it's kind of beat up.
I bet I could still fit in there.
Yeah, probably.
Tommy pokes around the entrance for a little bit, clearing away some of the leaves and other stuff that's blocking
Do you like
it.
your new home more?
Yeah, a lot more.
The library?
Oh, yeah. My old house was better, where I lived with Mom and Dad. Dad still lives there, but now Mom has a different place where she lives. I have to go there sometimes.
You don't like it?
Oh, I'm so not ready for this to get super sad.
I want to have two homes. I just want one with all of us. Me, Mom, Dad, and Gerby.
Come on, I don't see any butterflies here.
We start walking again, but I don't let us go too far from the main path. Tommy and Gerby are still looking around for the butterfly, but I can tell Tommy's heart isn't in it quite as much. I don't have any experience with any of the issues Tommy's dealing with, or the rest of his family, but I feel like I should at least say something.
You know, I'm kind of jealous.
Why?
Because your parents let you have 2 homes. I spent a long time not even having one home. I don't really count places like my den. That was just a place to stay. Until I moved into the library, I didn't have somewhere better. But you get to have 2!
What about your parents?
What parents?
Not the same way you do.
I guess she had her fox family. I don't actually know how fox families work, so I'm not going to say anything more about that. My parents were just foxes, and I barely remember them or even think about them that much.
They don't live in the same place. They both still love you lots, right?
I guess.
She's handling this a lot better than I thought she would. Or I guess more than she gave herself credit for is what I meant to say. I'm not sure if anything I'm saying is helpful. I don't even know how to help Tommy. But I am being honest at least. What he has for family still seems pretty good, even if it's not perfect. That's a good mentality. In the end, we don't end up finding the magical butterfly. While we're still out looking around, my phone rings. Of course it's Gwen. I tell her where we are and she promises to be here soon. When she finally meets up with us, she doesn't even scold Tommy for running off. She just gives him a hug and thanks me. As they go back off to their house, I reflect on what I said. Being a human is tougher than I used to think it was. What Tommy and his family are going through isn't something I can relate to. But I get the feeling that Tommy is trying in his own way, just like Gwen and Elijah are. Whatever it takes, I hope they're able to figure things out together. I hope it doesn't go like super sad. Like even if like they get divorced, like that's super fine. I just not ready for it to be sad about it though. I'm not surprised when Aspen doesn't show up for breakfast before I fell asleep. Yeah, I'm not surprised when Aspen doesn't show up for breakfast. Before I fell asleep, she mentioned that she was feeling nervous about her meeting and expected to be up for a while, and that she'd probably sleep in. I offered to stay up with her, but she declined, saying she'd rather use the time to prepare. Her spot at the table is conspicuously empty as Juliet and I eat together, but I'm sure she'll show up eventually. I keep an eye on my phone for any messages from her, even as Juliet and I clean up and start our days, but I don't hear anything from Aspen. The library gradually gets livelier, and I have my hands full restocking shelves and filling out papers. Finally, some familiar faces arrive, although Aspen isn't one of them. It's gonna be the kids.
Be careful. If you drop it, we'll have to start all over.
I'm not going to drop it. You carry it if you're so worried. I can carry it if you'd like, Pippa. It's fine.
I can hear the 3 kids before I can see them. Their voices only get louder when Armand pushes the front door open and holds it for the other 2. Cello enters first, followed by Pippa, who has her arms wrapped tightly around a box. They've come in every day since we visited the Bell House, so Pippa and Armand still remember me. I didn't explain my magic to them. They just chose to work up. Oh, okay. They chose to work up here because they're working on their school project. I was like, what the freak does that mean? They chose to work up here. They chose to work up here. Silo can't help but yawn as she greets me.
Wow, you guys look exhausted.
We are.
Cello and I stayed up all night finishing our project. Armand was only awake for like half of it.
You wouldn't let me touch the models, so why should I have to stay up?
Fair.
You two, please.
Even Cello seems too tired to put up with their friends bickering today. They both huff but stop arguing.
It was a long night, but we managed to get done. Since we're going back home tomorrow, we wanted to come show you and Ms. Aspen the final version. She gave us a lot of advice at the Bell House.
And a lot of free refills.
Oh my gosh, Aspen, you can't run a business like this, please.
Yeah, Ms. Aspen was super nice to us. Is she around?
Nope. I haven't seen her yet today. I think she had a late night too. I'll try calling her.
I'm going to go put this down somewhere.
Good idea.
All three of them go to find a table where they can set up, and I pull out my phone to give Aspen a call. It rings for a long time. I'm about to hang up when I finally hear the line click.
Hello?
Oh! Her voice is so groggy that she was clearly still asleep.
Hi, Aspen. Sorry to wake you up.
Miho? It's fine. Why are you calling so early, though? Is something wrong?
Early? It's 1 p.m.
Early? It's almost lunchtime.
Huh?
There's a rustling sound and I can hear her groan.
Oh, I was up so late last night.
I remember. Did you get a lot done?
I got a lot of worrying done, at least. That's about it. But I'll be ready for this evening. I didn't mean to sleep through breakfast.
It's alright. Cello and the others are here, though. They finished their project and wanted to show you. But if you're too tired, I can just send you a picture or something.
No, it's alright. I'll come over. I just need a bit to get ready.
Okay. See you soon, then.
See you.
I hang up and then go let the students know what's going on. They wander around the library to entertain themselves while we wait. Finally, the library door opens and Aspen enters, still looking half asleep. She manages to stumble in my direction and I greet her with a big hug.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Don't remind me. I'm glad to see you, though.
Same.
Miss Aspen, over here.
From their chosen spot, the three kids wave at Aspen.
Miss Aspen makes me sound so old.
She grumbles quietly enough that only I can hear her, but she puts on a smile as we go over to the table.
Thank you for coming to see us. Were you up late working too?
Something like that, yes. But not as hard as you were, it seems. Congratulations on finishing your project.
Despite her exhaustion, Aspen manages to use her customer service voice and seems genuinely excited for them.
Thanks.
Me and Cello worked really hard on it. I guess Armand helped too. It was something the three of us all made together. But we wouldn't have been able to do that without visiting the Bell House.
I'm very excited to see. Is it in the box?
Pippa nods. Armand reaches for it, but Pippa pulls the box out of his way.
Here we go.
She carefully why did I say nods? She carefully unfolds the flaps and reaches in, lifting out their project. Both Aspen and I gasp as we see it. It's a tiny version of the Bell House, about the size of a shoebox. The walls look like they're made out of cardboard or something, or some other material, and the table and chairs inside are made of clay. Even the stretch of road outside the cafe is included, with the benches and flags and everything. The smell of fresh paint emanates from the display, along with glue and other craft supplies.
It's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Thanks.
Although Pippa sounds gruff as always, I can see her blush before she tries to hide her face. Aspen kneels down to get a better look, inspecting all the little details.
You even got the bell above the door. How cute.
Oh, that's awesome.
It wouldn't be the Bell House without a bell.
I was really hoping we'd get a CG of the display, I'm not gonna lie, I was really excited for it.
The plants, too. Great job, everybody.
Cello and Armand beam at the praise, and even Pippa manages a small smile.
Thanks for letting us spend time there.
And for all the coffee.
You're giving coffee to these kids? Isn't that like bad for them? Aspen.
Of course. I remember the stress of homework and group projects very well. At least your group actually works together, instead of leaving it all for one person.
Yeah, I like how literally every group project goes.
That's right.
Cello hastily answers, shooting Pippa a look before she can try to challenge it.
Thank you as well, Ms. Miho. We would have never found out about the Bell House if you didn't take us there.
Hello, game? I clicked it. Game. Okay, there we go.
No prob. I'll take any excuse I can to go there.
It's true. I speak from experience.
Hey, you're one of those excuses too.
Aww.
Oh, I'm the excuse, am I? So it's the free drinks you're really visiting for?
Only sometimes. Sometimes you still make me pay.
Sounds like it should be always from here on out.
We both stare at each other for a second before slipping into laughter. It manages to push some of the tiredness out of Aspen's eyes. We chat with the kids for a while longer, swapping stories about Wellington and Amarina, until finally it's getting time for them to pack up and get going. Aspen helps Pippa carefully return their project to its box and close it up. Then all 5 of us head outside.
Thanks again for all your help.
Yeah, it was really nice meeting you. I hope you can come back to Wellington again sometime.
Me too.
It's bittersweet to think that after this time tomorrow, those two will have forgotten about me. I'm glad they'll remember Aspen, though, and the Bell House, of course.
Yes. I wish we could stay longer, but I also miss home. It's kind of funny. I wasn't sure if I'd miss Samarina or not before we left, but now I definitely do.
Funny how fast that happens, right?
Yes. Take care, all of you. You're always welcome at the Bell House again.
We'll definitely come back if we can.
Her 2 friends nod. Armand stoops down to pick up the box. I notice Pippa tense up, but she doesn't stop him.
Be careful.
I will. Okay, time to go. Goodbye, and thank you again.
Goodbye.
Bye.
With a final wave, we see them off until they've gone down the path and disappear from sight. Once they're gone, Aspen slouches, sighing and yawning.
That was nice. I hope they get a good grade on their project.
They better. It looks really good. Are you gonna be alright, though? You seem like you're about to fall over.
I'm fine. It was nice to have the distraction for a bit. Now all I have left to do is wait for this evening.
Wanna go in? Or are you gonna wait at home?
I'd rather wait with you, if that's okay.
Of course. I was hoping you'd say that.
Aspen holds out her hand and I take it. Together we step back into the library and wait for the appointed hour to arrive. That's weird. I didn't expect I could miss those kid characters, but like they're actually really well written. Like for only being in the story for like 20 or 30 minutes, I'm like, they have like such a good dynamic with each other, like a very like set, like I don't know how to explain it. It feels like you got like into their personalities and character with them only being around for like a very short amount of time. Like they're not like the deepest characters ever, but for how long they were actually in the story, like the story did a lot to actually like get me to like the kids and like understand their dynamics and personalities, and like they were fun to like have around, if that makes sense. Again, not like the best characters ever, but I'm surprised at how much I liked them. Oh, I read that first line, and I'm like, wait, she's reading a book? But then, pretending to read. Anyways, I think that there's a good spot to end it for today. In the next one, we're going to do more about the, we're going to do the meeting, which I'm so nervous for. Because I just really want Aspen to get this, okay? I just really want her to win. Okay, so yeah, with all that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we do be back. In the last one, the kids finished their project and went home. We developed more of the story with, what was his name? Oh gosh, Tommy and his family. We got more into his like relationship and his thoughts on it all. And it was just a good time. And now we're at the meeting. Well, we're outside the meeting waiting for Aspen to have dinner with this person from the publishers. And we're going to see how all that's going. So with all that being said, let's just get on into it. I sit on a bench with a book in my lap, pretending to read. In reality, I'm not even trying. I'm watching the plaza across from me where Aspen sits at a table alone. I offered to sit with her, but she declined, saying this was something she needed to do alone. Still, she knows I'm watching, even if I'm too far to hear. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I slowly type a message, wishing Aspen good luck, and send it. From a distance, I see her check her phone, and an instant later receive a few heart emojis in response. Just then a stranger approaches her, and the two of them talk for a second, before Aspen jumps up to shake their hand. They both sit back down, and Aspen scoots her chair in closer. They chat for a long while, enough for the waitress to come out and refill her drink several times. From what I can tell, It looks like the agent is doing most of the talking and Aspen is mostly listening. Even from behind, I can tell when she's saying something because of the way she sits up and starts to move about animatedly. After a while, the agent opens her briefcase and passes some papers to Aspen, who stares at them. The agent stands, and a few seconds later, Aspen does too. They shake hands a second time before the agent pays their bill and leaves, Aspen lingering at the table. Did he give her, like, a contract? They talked about all the things she needed to, like, fix or change up, and now she's signed a contract to get published? Oh my gosh, is that what's happening? When a couple more minutes pass by and she still doesn't move, I get up and go to her instead.
Hey, you.
Startled, Aspen looks around before looking up to see me.
Oh, Miho. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just...
It's alright. I don't mind. How'd it go?
The fact that I have to ask means I already know the answer. Oh, if it had gone as hoped, then I'm sure Aspen would be out of her seat jumping for joy.
It went fine,
Oh,
I think.
come on.
You think?
Yeah. Shall we head back to the library? It's rather hot, isn't it?
Oh, what was the paper? What did the paper pull out that he wanted her to sign? Did he did they want like too much of the story changed to the point where like she didn't really feel like it's her story? I don't know. It could be something like that.
Sure. Let's go.
It's not hot at all. In fact, it's downright pleasant. But I'm sure that's not the real reason she wants to get out of here. I lead the way, and although Aspen never lets go of my hand, she doesn't say anything either. The library still has a few guests in it when we get there, but we pass by. We haven't done our job in a few days. This is, sorry, Juliet. But we pass them by and head to the dining room instead, only to find it's already occupied.
Oh, hello.
Juliet has papers of her own spread on the table, but she sweeps them together and tucks them away as she greets us.
Hey!
Still silent, Aspen distractedly sits down, already pulling out the packet the agent gave her to examine. Juliet gives me a questioning look, and I offer a tiny shrug in response. I assume we're going to find out what's on Aspen's mind soon. There are two parts to the packet. The first one is huge, almost as thick as a book. It must be the copy of the manuscript Aspen sent in. The second one is much smaller, but still lengthy. That's the one Aspen focuses on. She reads over the document, which has to be at least be a dozen pages long, if not more. Even worse, the printed words are really tiny. Finally, she puts both bundles in her bag, chewing on her lip before speaking.
I think I can do this.
Do what?
Aspen snaps her attention to me, like she just noticed she's not alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I spaced out.
Yeah, we could tell.
Oh, I'm so scared for her.
It's quite all right. It's clear you have a lot to think about.
Yes, well, hopefully I've got most of the thinking out of the way.
She slumps back, shoulders rising and falling as she sighs.
They said it needs a lot of work, which is understandable. I already knew that from all the rejection notices.
Okay.
I hadn't realized the scope of the issues, but fortunately they did. When I saw all the markups, I was taken aback at first. It made sense when I thought about it, though. They're a publisher for a reason, and as a first-time author, I want a publisher for a reason. So it needs a lot of work. A lot of rewriting, really. But they encouraged me to fix it up and then resubmit. They asked me to make my decision by Halloween, so I have a few weeks to think it over. But I think I'd be a fool not to do it, right?
Yeah? Aspen looks at Juliet and me in turn, and from her knitted brows and small frown, I can tell Juliet is thinking the same thing I am.
You don't sound convinced.
It's a big decision. Surely you don't need to make it right away. Why not take advantage of the time they gave you to think about it?
I don't have to decide right now. But if I just let myself think about it too long, I'll never do anything. I've learned that the hard way. Besides,
Her voice drops and face falls.
there may not be another chance.
I follow her gaze. Tucked into her bag near where the papers from the agent were stuffed, I can see the corners of several more empty envelopes. Oh, this is so sad. This is like hurting my heart so bad. More for Aspen's collection. She catches me looking and nudges the bag shut with her foot.
I suppose you're right, though. I should give it a bit more thought. It can wait until after the weekend, at least.
Yeah. Relieved, Juliet nods.
I think that's a wise idea.
We spent the rest of the evening together, chatting and having a good time. None of us mentioned writing or Aspen's book again, including her. Still, there's something in the way she talks and laughs like she's only half listening. I'd hoped that her meeting would make Aspen feel better and relaxed again, the way she was on our date at the gardens. Instead, it seems like it's done the opposite. It's hard to see her struggle, and I wish there was something I could do, but I'm the least qualified person to give Aspen advice on something like this. I don't know anything about books or writing or publishers. I do know how important writing is to her and how many of her dreams revolve around it. I know how hard she's worked and will keep working. No matter what, I also know that it's something she'll have to decide for herself, with or without advice from Juliet and me. Of course, I'll support Aspen no matter what she chooses. I just hope that whatever decision she makes, she won't end up regretting it later. By the time Aspen has to head home, she's perked up a little bit, but not enough to make me stop worrying about her. Still, she says goodbye with a kiss and a smile, and a promise to come by in the morning. Right now, that'll have to be good enough for me. That's so sad. That's so depressing. Oh, I really like genuinely was sitting there like that whole time like Jazz. Yeah, it's gonna work out. It's gonna be so good for her. It's gonna happen. She's finally gonna get like her book published, or like they're gonna be like, yeah, just a few tiny little fixes and then we'll be there. And then it was like all sad. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh, after all. Oh, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina.
But
Oh, I didn't mean to click it.
And bad parts of both.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but okay, so they're talking about the job, but there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, I stare where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. Maybe I'll just do that. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with just each other. Not because I feel unwelcomed, but because that hasn't really happened since I arrived. Look at Miho just being a great friend. What the? What the wasn't like, oh, this is so unexpected. It's just like, this is so good. It's just so good. Eventually, there's a moment of silence followed by a sound of a cup being set on the table. I choose this time to make my entrance.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning.
I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
I will. See you when I'm back.
For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packs of jam. I wave goodbye before I leave, and then I head back to my room to get dressed before stepping outside towards the road. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song, and hang on, I really need to send a text really quick after this. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. It's just a quick little text about my doggo. Okay, just really quick. No, why did... So I was texting, and then all my stuff, like, changed the positions. Hang on, sorry. This is so unprofessional. Okay, there we go. Cool. Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. Munching the same direction. Oh, my mouse moved too. There we go. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. Oh, I agree. I wonder how Zhang Yin chose where to go in their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim, or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they found it. I would have loved to ask. Would have loved to tell them all about Juliet and Aspen. I don't know why my brain read that in reverse. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and start the familiar climb. But before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck. But then again, so is trying to pay her a visit at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'll still appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watch for a glint of silver fur or the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form rather than fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass, attention focused on something that I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I halt, still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What is it?
I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I arrive behind her and look down to find my answer. Oh. A bird the size of my hand lies on its side in the grass. It's alive but clearly injured.
What happened to it?
This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly. Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
Looking down, I see that Silver's right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't seem to even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
Hey, wait. Sorry, another sneeze. I sneezed in the last one too. I've been very sneezy today. I kneel down beside Silver.
Right?
She
It is
scoffs.
beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery.
You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it out towards Silver.
I brought you this.
She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to
What is
accept
this?
it.
Poison?
Heck yeah.
Some
Came all
apple
here to poison you.
and some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself. Ooh, and this.
I have to dig all the way down to the bottom to find the little pack.
Fruit jelly.
Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turned my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I cut my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver. Her voice is sharp like a knife.
Let's take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die.
It's weak. Even were it to survive today, it's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it.
Both of us can relate, right?
As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me, and I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right, as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Is she actually going to go back to the library with us? Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going like she was planning to do this anyway. Oh. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
She stomps after me, annoyed at Wellington for its geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stand out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let herself show it. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but that's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask, she'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push the door open with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out from the dining room.
We were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as a saucer she notices my companion. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head back towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual, but by the way, they're both silently staring at the entrance. I'm sure it's just an act.
Silver.
She nods at the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected from... which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
Because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see. The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it.
His leg. I'll be right back.
Peering at the tiny bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side to get out of her way all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets that on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
I gently lower the bird into the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. Is that because it's like a nest? Like something enclosed, like a box, like you don't close the box, I'm imagining, when you put it in there. Like you leave it open, but it's like to help it feel like it's in a nest? Is that what it's for? I sigh with relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking and stretching them out before washing them several times. Juliet returns soon with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes in the side of a box, then puts it aside.
Leo, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rag and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and set it down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear.
I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town. They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
Also, I super don't know why my voice came out so hoarse when I said that. Like, my throat isn't, like, tired at all. That was so weird.
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never going to see his home on Mount Victoria again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have even survived if he'd been left on his own. If not for me and for...
Silver?
I only now realize that she's gone.
I didn't even notice her leave.
She's like that.
I go into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the room for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor, jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb-covered paper towel. That was so hard to say in my head. Even in my head, I was like, what the freak? No. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Julia are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake and alert as I've ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the questions that I know is coming. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously she was a gumiho, but...
I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
Nodding, I finally settle on where to start.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get their reactions to that. Okay. Well, I guess that works out anyways. So, I think with that being said, I think that's a pretty good spot to end it. Aspen is glad she has Miho's support. Aww. I don't even know what's gonna happen, but that's cute anyways. Regardless, I'm assuming that's what this next little bit's gonna be about tonight. But yeah, with all that being said, that was a good episode. I like that. I like that Silver's finally coming into the fold. She came into the story and then disappeared for so long that I was like, what even is she? Like, why was she introduced? But now that she's actually like doing things, I'm like, I kind of like Silver. She's kind of neat, and I'm interested to like learn more about her and see her like open up just a little bit more. She doesn't need like come out and be like the socialist of butterflies ever, but just a little bit more. You know what I mean? Actually, like interact with other characters. So yeah. With all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we talked with Aspen about how her book thing went. Didn't go good for her at all, which made me really sad. And then we went out into the woods. We've talked with Silver, found a bird. We brought it home, got it taken care of. It was a good, chill time. With all that being said, let's just go ahead and jump on into it. These visual novel intros are always so weird for me. Because with Let's Plays, it's like, oh, yada yada, here we are, here's what we're doing, and then we're doing it, and like I'm still talking and stuff, but here it's like, all right, let's jump into it. When bedtime rolls around, you know, it has a different vibe, you know? When bedtime rolls around in the evening, I'm more than ready for it, climbing over my bed to reach the window. I pause for a moment to enjoy the breeze. I've kept it open all day. As I reach up to pull it shut, the wind intensifies for just a moment. The flowers on my desk shake and my scrolls roll off the edge and onto the floor. I slide the window closed with a dull thud and then pick up the fallen parchment. It's been a while since I've opened it, but I still know every crease and rough edge by heart. Unfolding it, I stare at the familiar but unfamiliar scrawlings. What would that guide at the museum exhibit have thought if they saw my scroll? Could they have read it? Well, they probably would have thought I stole it from somewhere. No matter what it says, I probably get more use of it than Zhongyin ever expected. What kind of person gives a scroll to a fox? Then again, that was part of what made them so special. My phone buzzes and I set the scroll back down as I see Aspen's picture appear.
Hey!
Hey, you weren't in bed yet, were you?
Nah, not yet. Soon, though.
Well, I won't keep you up. I just wanted to say goodnight again, and that I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, this might sound weird. I love how much they say I love you, but that the fact that that's not all they say. Like so many of my not to out myself too much, but a friend really wanted to watch Pretty Little Liars with me, so I've been watching that with her. And like the main relationship is so gosh darn terrible. It's just like the worst. All they do is kiss and say I love you and stuff related to that, but they don't really have like a dynamic of any kind. But here, and there was also like a flip side, like other shows will be like, yeah, they have like a good dynamic, but they don't really say I love you, which I always think is a little weird. Like I always say for like the dramatic moments. But here I actually really like it, and it's really refreshing that like not only do they have like a really good and fun dynamic to like read about and experience, but they also just like say I love you like frequently. And I don't know, it's like I didn't realize I had like been missing something like that, but it's like really refreshing.
But I don't mind staying up. Is everything okay?
I can hear the sound of Aspen's blanket and an annoyed meows as she moves around to the other end.
I'm fine.
Around on the other
I
end.
can't fall asleep, thinking about all the editing I have ahead of me. Today was nice, though. I'm glad I got to see you and Juliet. And Silver.
Me too. And the burn.
Aspen laughs.
Right, and the bird.
Earlier, I told her and Juliet about the other times I had met Silver, and some of what I'd learned about magic. I kept the details of her past secret, though. It isn't mine to talk about.
Very glad he met the two of you as well.
Yeah, well, I couldn't just leave it there. Even if it can't have a normal bird life or live in the forest. At least it's got someone to take care of it now. I didn't really do that much.
You did plenty. Many people would have left him to die, if they even noticed him at all.
Maybe. Yeah.
I also didn't tell her and Juliet about how Silver thought we should just abandon him, too. The reason I gave Silver for why I couldn't do that was true, although I can't blame her for not believing me or understanding. Someone saved my life once, too, but Silver was chosen to die.
Should have a chance, too. Even though it's just a bird, it's still alive. I'm sure people would have said I'm just a fox before. I didn't even know how to help it. I just hoped you or Juliet would. That was really the lucky part. That and Juliet knowing someone else to contact. It took a lot of people to save that bird, huh?
Even Silver in her own weird way, I think she was glad it survived too. There's no response from the other end, although the call is still going, just a faint sound. I listened to— oh, did she fall asleep? Oh, that's so cute. I listened to the noise for a second and realized it's her breath. She's already fallen asleep. Smiling, I leave the call running as I set my phone next to my pillow and lay down. After a few seconds, the screen turns off, Aspen's photo disappearing as well. Oh, wait, whoa, what? We're just skipping this is like the first time we've ever been hit with like a 2 weeks later. Normally like in like the story will be like, and then like, it's been a little while since this happened. It's been a little while since this happened. What the freak? 2 weeks later. Huh?
Okay, you can open your eyes.
What's happening? Are we moving in with Aspen? Is that what's happening right now? What? I take my hands off my face and look around. Aspen's apartment doesn't seem any different than usual, aside from being a bit untidy. But she stands there in front of me, beaming with her hands behind her back.
Maybe it's a little silly to celebrate a 1-month
Oh.
anniversary, but I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Aspen laughs and steps closer to me.
Yes, although it's kind of a gift for both of us.
Oh? Slowly, she brings her hand around and reveals what she was hiding. It's a stack of papers, too small to be her manuscript, but similar. She turns the stack so I can see the front page, which only has a few words written on it, short enough that I can sound them out.
And the grove.
What? What's this? Is it... what's this?
The title was supposed to be a placeholder, but I rather like it.
Is it like supposed to be like a shorter book or something that they can like read together?
It's a story that I wrote. You can probably guess what it's about.
I flip through the pages. There's only text on one side and a lot of blank space. Still, just holding and looking at this present makes my heart swell.
You already wrote a new book. It's much shorter than my novel. More like a kid's book than anything.
Still, that's amazing. I didn't even know you were working on this.
That's because it was supposed to be a surprise, silly. It's
Aww.
just working on all these changes to my novel. I needed something that I could write on the side for fun.
No wonder you've been so tired all the time. You've been working on two things at once.
That's my life for real. Having 2 channels, live streaming, making shorts, editing spending weeks editing one video, writing scripts, writing a book, drawing, working out, trying to have a social... too much. So I respect the grind, Aspen.
It's fine. I'm fine. Once I'm done with the edits, everything will be back to normal. Spending time on this felt like a treat.
With a bright smile that doesn't quite hide the bags under her eyes, I wish I could believe Aspen when she says she's fine.
More days before I have to send in my revisions anyway. So by next week, I'll be able to relax again.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. The area around her desk is messy, more than the rest of her apartment. Aside from her laptop and notebooks spread across it, there are empty coffee cups, loose sheets of paper, and wrappers from fast food and frozen meals. The grind set. The covers on her bed are unmade, revealing the shoebox that's hidden beneath it. The lid is bulging with how many letters are stuffed into it. Noticing my stare, Aspen zips over to the bed and pulls the sheets down to hide the box, kicking some of the clothes and other stuff on the floor under the bed too.
Here, for you. I love you.
I take the papers as gently as I can and hold them as close to my heart as I lean in to kiss Aspen.
I love you too.
Like always, the moment is way too short, but Aspen's smiles looks brighter and more real when we part.
Go ahead and make yourself at home. I need to take care of the cats and do all my other after-work chores.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Of course.
Another kiss on the cheek and then she's off. It'd be really cute though if like she specifically like if her syntax, word choice was like easier to read for someone who's not like good at reading it. Like she used like shorter words. She wasn't like trying to be as like flowery, using big old words to try and explain things. Like she like kept it simple but effective is what I'm trying to say. Also, what is that plushie? I've never noticed like her plushie back there. It looks like a super cool Eevee. Like immediately what came to mind is like it looks like Eevee crossed with like a moth or something. That looks so cool. And same with like the owl bear or whatever that is. That's so cute. What the freak? How did I ever notice that before? On one hand, it's hard to believe we've already been dating for a month. On the other, it's hard to believe it's only been a month. It feels like ages since we said goodbye at the bus station. I've had that feeling several times since coming to Wellington, where the days feel like they either rush by or drag on. Either way, they've passed, and I've been here for almost 3 months now. It's not the longest I've lived in one place, but I'm sure that at some point I'll pass my record. I kick off my shoes and lay back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling with Aspen's new book on my chest. Everything around me has the faintest trace of Aspen's perfume, along with her ever-present smell of coffee. The blankets, the sheets, the pillows, all of it. Even out of the room, her presence is still all-encompassing. From the bathroom, over the sound of the running shower, I can hear Aspen singing something to herself. I wonder if she knows I can hear her. Or maybe she's doing it because she knows I can hear her. Although her singing voice isn't the best, it's surprisingly clear and stable. I like listening to it just because it's hers. Oh, stop. Right when I'm about to sit up, one of Aspen's cats, I think it's Byron, hops up on the bed beside me. I expect him to run away as soon as he recognizes me, but to my surprise, he doesn't. He sniffs my ears or my tail, but then cautiously nuzzles my face.
Hey, buddy.
I reach out to try and pet him, but that turns out to be too much and he darts away.
That's better than last time.
I move down to the floor with my back against the bed, setting the papers in my lap. They're stapled together at the top, but I'm afraid of tearing or damaging them. Even though I know Aspen could print another copy, there's something special about this one. It's the one she made just for me. I make sure there aren't any other cats around who might cause any issues, and then turn to the first page. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen, once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death was the home to an abundance of life. It takes me a long time, probably longer than it should, to read through, but it's not just my slow pace with the words. It's also the memories that they call to mind. I can picture exactly what the log looks like. If I close my eyes, I can smell the damp grass and feel the breeze on my fur. Seeing Zhang Ying's words written out and I didn't realize quite what that she would wrote out Zhang Ying's words. She probably didn't do it exactly, but more like a adaptation is what it's feeling like, I suppose. I'm not exactly sure how to explain what my thoughts are. I think it's an adaptation because she said she's been working on it. If she was just copying it down, I guess that isn't really. I guess that she has to translate it and stuff, but that's not the hardest. I mean, no, translation is hard to do. I don't want to say it's not. But she made it sound more like she was writing it. You know what I mean? So I think it could be an adaptation essentially of one of Zhang Ying's works. Seeing Zhang Ying's words written out brings a lump to my throat. I carried them around my head for so long before I even understood them. Now seeing them written down, they'll last forever. Some of the details are different, but from reality, of course. And of course, Aspen's book doesn't use any names, but it's still my story. Oh, okay, so yeah. So that's essentially what I'm thinking. Okay, it wasn't one of Zhang Ying's works exactly, it's just telling the story of Miho's life. That's what I kind of assumed it was. I didn't explain that well at all. I'm so bad at this. You think I'd been only doing this for a little while, but no, I've been doing this for a long time and I'm still bad at it. Back when I first met Aspen, I told her I didn't have any story to tell. Now, reading it back to myself, I can kind of see why she found it so interesting. Maybe there's always been more to me than I thought. Eventually, Aspen emerges from the restroom, her hair still wet. Spotting the papers in my hand, she approaches with a smile.
Hey, no dripping!
Oops, good save.
I can't let my favorite book get ruined after all.
Favorite book?
Yeah, I loved it. I really loved it.
After putting the papers on the nightstand where they'll be safe, I stand up so I can give Aspen a hug.
So glad. That makes it all worth it. I was worried I might get something wrong or forget an important part, but...
I cut her off by tapping a finger to her lips.
It was perfect.
After, kissing my finger, Aspen smiles. Oh my gosh. Aspen goes to dry her hair and then bustles around, finishing up her chores before returning to my side. Leaning against me, she yawns.
You should go take a nap.
Or we should take a nap. Oh, wink. Even without the yawning, it's clear that she needs rest and hasn't been getting much.
You're here. Besides, I haven't done any of my writing for the day.
Wouldn't you write better if you're not tired?
Shh, Miho, stop. That's not how it works. Aspen, keep on the No, Aspen, please do take care of yourself, but I understand where her head is at right now. That was me all through November until my wrist actually fell apart. I was writing so much.
I haven't been not tired for years. And what about you?
Oh, she speaks the truth constantly. Aspen just constantly spits facts.
What about me? I'm fine.
But if I'm asleep, then that's less time that I get to spend with you.
Oh.
We're still together. It'd be the same as if you were writing, right?
You have a point there.
I sit down in her desk chair, blocking off her computer and crossing my arms. Melodramatically sighing, she lays down on the bed, but still faces me.
All right, if you insist. But only for If I ever sleep, you better wake me up before you leave, alright?
Okay.
I have zero intentions of waking her up. She gives me a doubtful eye.
I mean it. No slipping out silently so you can let me sleep, or any nonsense like that.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm planning.
I won't. I promise.
Removing her glasses and putting them on the nightstand, Aspen offers me one last smile. Putting the blankets up to her shoulders, she rolls over to face the wall. It doesn't even take a minute before I can hear the shift in her breathing. She's out like a light.
Just like on the phone.
Half an hour comes and goes while I watch videos on Aspen's computer or reread the book she wrote for me. Of course, she shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. Good. She needs the rest. I won't wake her up, but I won't break my promise either. It's simple. If I can't leave until she gets up, then I just won't go. Aww. I entertain myself and time passes by. Byron the cat gets bold enough to try approaching me again, and Percy comes with him too. They sit down in unison near my feet. Also, is her, like, Eevee moth, like, stuffed behind the wall? Or is it just, like, the top half of a creature? I can't tell. Finally deciding I'm not a threat, they both rub against my leg, letting me scratch their backs. Their fur is soft and fluffy, like petting a pillow. They go back and forth around each other, suddenly not able to get enough attention. Well, it's not like I don't know how that is. Night falls, and even I start to get tired too. Aspen hasn't moved at all, other than to toss and turn occasionally. I send a quick message to Juliet to tell her where I am, then set my phone down next to Aspen's on her nightstand, beside the printed pages. It all feels very normal, but in a good way. The little fox in the grove could have never dreamed of the things she'd see one day. Planes, phones, apartment buildings. All she knew of humans was a kind touch and a piece of paper. In some ways, that little fox never changed. Moving as carefully as I ever did in the middle of a heist, I flick off the lights, half expecting the sudden darkness to disturb Aspen, but she doesn't budge at all. Oh my gosh, it's happening! Same goes for when I climb into bed beside Aspen. Oh my gosh, I wrap my arms around Aspen, draping my tail across us both. She moves slightly and I curse myself silently. I must not have been careful enough. Her voice is less than a whisper, it's barely a breath. Oh my gosh. I've never felt so lonely in all my life. Oh, stop. Within seconds, she's sleeping again. Before I myself drift off, there's a soft thump on the bed beside me, and then a second one. Yeah, before I myself drift off, there's a soft thump on the bed behind me, and then a second one. Oh, we actually get to see her kitties, and they're so cute. Oh my gosh. Something warm and fuzzy rests against my back, and then again near my legs. I crane my head to look at the cats. They're both curled up into balls, paws near their faces just like their owner. Byron stares at me in the dark, probably wondering why I'm looking at him. Deciding he doesn't care, he closes his eyes like Percy and Aspen. Feeling more content than I can ever remember, I shut my eyes as well and drift off into sleep. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that so much. Oh my gosh. I can't even with this game. The longer the whole dating stuff is going on. Oh? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I wake up to a sound from hell. It screeches and blares so loud that it hurts. My eyes shoot open in an instant and I sit bolt upright in a place I don't recognize. Is she like having like a trauma attack? Where am I? What's going on? Beside me something moves. I start at the pulsing lump in the darkness and suddenly remember the answer to my own questions. I'm so disoriented I forgot I was at Aspen's. She rolls over onto her other side, not reacting to the sound. Instead, she looks confused for other reasons. I nod, too tongue-tied to know what to say at first. Pushing herself up onto one arm, Aspen reaches all the way across me and fumbles around until she grabs her phone. As she pulls it past my face, I realize it's the source of the noise. She presses something on the screen and the sound disappears. With a groan, she drops her phone onto the blankets between us.
Time to wake up.
My racing heart begins to slow back down. It was just her alarm clock, duh. I feel silly for being so panicked. but it really took me by surprise. I'm not sure Aspen even noticed. She rubs her eyes sleepily.
I'm not still dreaming, am I?
I shake my head.
I don't think anyone could still be dreaming after that.
Why didn't... I didn't...
Her thoughts stumble off into a yawn, and then she tries
You were
again.
supposed to wake me up.
Only before I left. So I didn't leave.
Even half asleep, she still manages to smile. Rolling onto her back, she looks up at the ceiling with half-lidded eyes.
My day's already been made.
Oh, stop. I feel like I wasn't wanting them to talk more about what happened, because if Aspen didn't notice, then she didn't notice. But I kind of wanted like a little bit more of like Miho's thoughts about what just happened. Like it even got like the super serial music going, and then it just kind of like ended. I'm like, oh, ha, I don't know. Especially with that sentence, like how it started. Like, hang on, I can go back up to it, right? Do I have to actually pull the little thing? I wake up to a sound from... Yeah, it felt so serious. I thought something like major was happening. That... Whatever, I guess. Okay, I guess we're moving on from that. Sure. Sorry, I was adjusting my mouse. Dude, the two of us are some of the only pedestrians out this early. A few cars and the occasional school bus may pass us by, but for the most part, the walk to the library is quiet. When we get there, Juliet's already waiting in the kitchen.
Morning, you two.
Morning.
Hello. Go ahead and have a seat. The coffee's ready, and breakfast will be soon.
Thank you, Juliet. You're a treasure.
She really is. She's so great. Honestly, I knew this was going to be like Aspen's route, and that Juliet would get a lot of focus in like the in her own route, obviously. But I'm sitting here like, I kind of really miss Juliet. I was expecting her to take like such a backseat, you know? Like I was expecting her to like be a smaller part of the story than Aspen, obviously. But I'm like, I wasn't expecting this. I miss Juliet. She pours herself a cup of coffee, even though she already had two before we left her apartment.
My pleasure. I'm glad to have a reason to cook.
Aspen nurses her drink, taking tiny sips while nearly dozing off against my shoulder. Juliet finishes the food while I spread out the dishes across the table.
Thanks, love.
Aspen mumbles as I set her plate in front of her. Even with the coffee, it seems like she may fall asleep at any moment. I'm not even sure she knows what she said. I hear her loud and clear. What do they call it? A pet name? It feels really good. If Silver was here, I'm sure she'd have a bunch of witty things to say about that. As I finish setting the table, Juliet brings a pot and a couple of plates of food. Breakfast today is oatmeal with some fresh fruit and a waffle with syrup. That seems to get Aspen to perk up a little bit. After we finish eating and clear everything away again, she finally seems properly alert and awake. After another cup of coffee too, of course. I've spent too much time with Aspen over the past day, and when she stands up to go to work, it takes me by surprise. I'd forgotten she'd have to leave. Aww. When she says goodbye to Juliet, I walk with her to the door. Neither of us want to let go of the other, but eventually Aspen takes her first step outside.
Have a good day at work.
Again, we could walk her to work, though. We could do that. I don't see why we never do.
I will. Thank you for yesterday. And today. Even if I slept through most of it, it was nice to wake up beside you.
Yeah. We should do it again sometime.
Absolutely. After this weekend...
Honestly, I super thought that was gonna get Aspen to be all blush, like, oh my gosh, what did you just say? Like that kind of thing. That's why I was laughing so hard, because I'm like, oh, look at Mio being so brazen about it. I love it. See, she searches for the words.
You'll be able to breathe again.
Exactly.
It feels like she might say more, but then with a small shake of her head, she gives me a kiss goodbye. I read that backwards, but that's fine. I do that a lot, I've noticed.
Bye, Miho.
See you soon.
I watch Aspen go until she disappears from sight. I go back to the kitchen to grab a drink, and I'm surprised to see Juliet still sitting at the table. I'm so used to her going to bed when Aspen leaves.
Now you're gonna be extra tired too.
I sit down across. I hope that we just have like a chat. Like, even if she just wants to talk about like, ooh, you spent the night at Aspen's. Like, can we have a chat? Can we just talk? Just me and you, man. I sit down across from her and she chuckles, but there's a real concern in her eyes too.
So I wasn't imagining it. Is she alright?
She's...
Going to be? Not getting enough sleep? Stressed out? Pushing yourself too hard?
She's Aspen.
Now Juliet really laughs.
Fair enough. From the moment she told us about that conversation with her editor, I worried that something like this would happen.
Which part? How'd you know?
Juliet collects her thoughts before answering.
That book of hers was all Aspen could really think about. Even when we discussed books by other authors, it always came back to her own stories. And yet, for all the conversation and all the advice, I couldn't begin to tell you what her book is even about. Could you?
No. I shake my head.
I don't know anything about it either.
I thought not. Do you remember a few weeks ago when she first told us she'd sent in her manuscript?
Yeah.
She was going to surprise us with good news, but changed her mind.
Indeed. At first, she didn't want us to know until she had the contract in hand. In other words, until she was sure it's good enough. She feels she has so much to prove, not just to herself, but the world. Chasing perfection that's unattainable. So much of her heart and soul has gone into those pages that I can't help but imagine she takes every rejection personally.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's just like writing though too. That's one of the reasons I've have struggled like showing people like what I write, because like there's so much of you that goes into every page that's like people being like, oh, it's bad or I don't like it, especially people that you like personally know. It's like, oh, that's like a big hit against me as like a person, or at least I feel like it's not, so it isn't what it feels like it is.
As a rejection of her, and not just her work. Because in Aspen's eyes, I believe they're one and the same.
She said that this could be her only chance, and that's why she has to take it.
To Aspen, who's only ever seen one pathway forward to the future, I'm sure it seems that way. Even if from the outside, to you and I, that so clearly isn't true.
There's a bunch of other stuff she's good at too, besides writing. Like running a cafe or doing research. Those are things that even I know are useful.
Slumping down in my chair, I stare at the small ring of coffee on the table where Aspen's mug used to be.
I wish I could help her. She's done so much for me. But it was all I could do to even get her to sleep.
I'm sure that your presence and care for her helped more than you know. In the end, painful or not, it's up to Aspen to learn from her experiences. After all, it's one thing to know something from reading it in a book or hearing it from someone else. It's quite another to live through and experience something yourself. You and I can't grow for her. We can be there for her. Sometimes, a kind word and the knowledge that we aren't alone can be the support that we need.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Preach it, girl. Preach it.
Come from within ourselves. Whatever choices Aspen is faced with, only she can make them. All we can do is offer our comfort and guidance. And Miha?
I look up from the ground, beating Juliet's gaze. Although she's not angry or upset, she's unusually serious.
Care for yourself too. It's easy to get caught up in the euphoria of love, which isn't a bad thing. But just as you cannot live Aspen's life for her, you cannot live your life solely for her sake either. By all means, love passionately, and deeply, and recklessly. But don't forget to live for yourself too.
Mm-hmm. I find myself on the verge of saying, I know, but catch myself. Instead, I just nod, because I also know what Juliet herself has been through to find herself offering that advice. With a smile returning to her face, Juliet's serious demeanor lightens a little.
Now that I've prattled on for a while, I do think I'll get some rest of my own.
I manage to smile back.
Thank you.
She starts to exit the kitchen, but as she passes me, Juliet pauses and then backtracks a step.
It was just the light, but is there something different about your bead?
Huh?
What's causing it? What's causing it, though? I hadn't even looked at my necklace today. I take it off to see what Juliet's talking about. Oh. What? It's still glowing no more or less brightly than it was yesterday, I think. But turning it over in my hands a few times, I noticed something. Sure enough, she's right. There's a hairline fracture running across part of my bead. It's so small that at first it looks like an eyelash or a piece of dust. But when I rub my fingers over it, I can feel a subtle ridge, as well as a light tingling sensation from my fingertips, like my fingertip is falling asleep. You can try. I hold up the necklace for her, angling it so she can get as clear a view as possible, of course. Of course, I can't let go or it would go back around my neck. Juliet starts to reach one hand for it, but then changes her mind, instead of just leaning close to examine. Finally, she shakes her head.
Unfortunately, I can't discern anything more than the obvious. Your magic remains foreign to me, like a book in an unknown language.
What does it mean? Why is it breaking, though? Why is it breaking? Is it like freeing her from it if she gets like all these good memories in it or something? Like all these memories are going to eventually free it? Or is it because like she's like almost building up too many memories that aren't actually going into it? Like too many people actually have memories of her? Is that like, that was a thought I also had, like, is something bad going to happen where like no one can remember her ever if like she like doesn't get forgotten? When all this started, like last episode or this episode, I don't remember which, was like, oh, what's happening? Oh, I'm so scared. I can't help but be reminded of the scrolls upstairs. For a long moment, she's quiet. Even before asking, I know the answer.
But I don't think it's coincidence or random.
Same. Like after like, it has to have something to do with like how she's like feeling now. I don't necessarily think it has to do with like the memories that are in it, but I think it might have to do with the memories that are like forming, like she's forming herself or other people are currently forming of her and still have. Like, why would, it's been getting brighter ever since like things started with Aspen, right? I'm pretty sure that's when it started. And now after like the night that they had, like they shared the night together and now it's cracking, like that has to be, that like she says, it can't be random. I'm sure the frustration in my voice is obvious. It's always questions, and barely any answers. It's getting harder and harder to push them from my thoughts. Rather than repeat our goodbyes, Juliet places a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
When the time is right, you'll know what to do. Trust in yourself. The same way you look at Aspen and don't understand how she undervalues herself. Slow progress is still progress.
I nod and she goes off to bed. Progress. I just wish I knew what I was progressing towards. Yeah, no, but like for real though, I'm so scared of what this is gonna be. But for now, I think that's a good spot to end, and the next one we'll pick up with Hatiti Park with what I'm assuming is gonna be either the play itself, because it has been weeks now, and I don't think most plays take like months to actually like prepare for, at least in my experience. But like this could also be like a fiction world where like we have the play ready in like a few weeks or something like that. I don't know, or like 2 weeks at this. I guess like 3. Yeah, 3. But yeah, we're either just gonna probably be doing rehearsals or actually like doing the play. So granted, I don't want it to be the play because I obviously want like Aspen and Juliet to be there at that. That'd be fun. Speaking of which, it was also just nice to be able to talk with Juliet again. She's great. She's such a lovely person. But yeah, that's a good place to end. I'm rattling at this point. I'm rambling. So yeah, with all that being said, I will see all you beautiful, beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, guys, in the last one, we did a lot of stuff with Aspen. We went to her meeting. She didn't get the best news ever. Apparently, there's like 1,000 mark. Wait, no, that was in the last episode. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I just woke up. We had a big old discussion with Juliet about how we need to help Aspen, but also really help ourselves and make sure that we're taken care of, essentially. Just like healthy, generally good advice, while being in a relationship. So, that's what we're going to go with. And why did I just get like 80 emails from Supas? What the Anyways, and now we're going to go to Haititi Park for like hopefully a rehearsal for this play that we're a part of, because like we haven't done anything with it in like a week, so the rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week and sometimes more. You should absolutely be doing more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Cyrus? Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. I kind of hope that we get to see a little bit of that. That'd be nice. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. Oh, we're super not getting to that in this chapter, right? What the freak? When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay, because those have to be like put on the stage by other people. Actor trees can walk on and place themselves. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being a part of this at first, the more I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with, and even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that means we'll improve even more There's still a long way to go, but I know that means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Oh, that's so fun. Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, it's super not totally happening, but I'm also glad that it's like this chapter, I mean. Also, what the freak? Who's knocking out? Who can even get up to our window? Is there a tree outside our window? That's what we could be like climbing up to? What the freak? I don't assume it's just like a drop. I guess it could be like silver or something, but like, what the freak? But I am really looking forward to it. And again, I hope that they don't like just skip over like, and then we did the play. That'd be so lame. I hope they don't do that. More water. It's late and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing.
What the?
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I expect. It's going to be Silver, the first person I expected.
Silver?
I pull open the window to where Silver's perched on the branch of a nearby tree.
How did...
Okay, so there is a tree nearby that she could perch on. Look at me go. I'm thinking of all the things.
Why not just use the door?
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Don't you mean I would like to speak with you, please? Come on. I mean, that's fine grammar, too. I was just making a bad joke. It's fine. Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey.
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. We haven't seen her fox form at all, and I was thinking about that in the last session that we did, like the last 3 episodes. I can't call it the last session because you guys don't know how many of these I record at a time, you know what I mean? I was like, we've never actually seen her as a fox, and that's weird. I hope that we get to soon. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The street lights and lamps stand lit, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with the bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Blah, blah, blah. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arms and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Because I'm only going to tell you this once.
Are you here to tell me that we're best friends now and that you want to hang out more and we're going to go do cool adventures together? Is that what you're going to say? Probably not, but it's hopeful thinking. That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling for her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike.
Wait, well, when you told your story, the reason I thought that her power was like, oh, some like, I bumped my desk, some kind of like attack thing, is because like she was like, my power's activated, and then I slaughtered the humans, and it's like, so Miho gets a forget me spell, and you get like a Super Saiyan transformation or something like that. Like that's how I've been thinking about it, something like that. So that's weird.
Their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes.
Sorry. Hang on. This is gonna sound so... I dropped my mouse. Hang on. I'm struggle busing right now. I got a new chair. Hang on. I'm recording this after Christmas. Hang on. Get. So I'm recording this after Christmas, okay? And I have a new office chair because my last one didn't offer me any back support or anything like that, and the armrests were like super hard and not comfortable, so like using them was like bruising my elbows. And I was sitting here like, oh, I don't really want to be leaning back. I want to be like sitting up straight, so I was trying to lock my chair in while all that was going on, and I couldn't remember that the switches to do that were on the handles, so that's why I'm fumbling. I'm so sorry. I've been paying attention. I've been sitting here intently staring at my screen while just like groping my chair. It's been an experience. Hang on.
You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through.
Oh?
And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back. To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation as I stand there. I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground. So like a nice pleasant green and or pinkish is what I would guess from that.
It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
For some reason, it always throws me off. Like every 5-6 episodes, they'll throw me off that I need to click after they say something. Where I'm like, it makes sense that I need to click something for them to continue speaking. I'm just thought like it just throws me off.
Even though everyone else does.
Well, then that how does How does that work with Cello, though? Why doesn't she forget? That's a part that's, like, stuck out to me. It's a weird little detail that they threw in of Cello remembers and that the other two specifically don't. But then they kind of, like, just brush past it really fast. Like, Miho's like, it's a mystery for another day, which I respect, not worrying about every little thing in life. But to me, as the reader, I'm like, ooh, that's gotta mean something. She nods. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there is something else that I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. I'm doing such a terrible job at reading this, I'm so sorry. But there is something else that I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head. I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent. I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend the hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast, facing me from a few meters away. I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her. Damn it, that was dumb, even for me. Holding up my hands, I try to show that I won't do it again. Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I can make things worse. For a moment, her face softens and she looks torn. She dispels that by shaking her head. Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gone upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on. Yeah, too. But I don't think she'll hold it against me, at least not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. And if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
Sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. Look at her. Miho's being so freaking great about this whole thing. She's being, like, so understanding and, like, patient with Silver. Like, not like patient like, oh, Silver, come on, hurry up already. But, like, a patient like, someone's dealing with stuff and they're doing their best to, like, work through it. And she's just being there for them as she can be, It's great. It's great. I need water because my mouth is inconceivably dry this morning. The first thing out of my mouth when I wake up is a sigh. Outside my window lurks a murky, gray morning, which feels like an omen. It's chilly and I'm tempted to stay under warm covers, but I force myself up and get ready and then go to breakfast. Julia and I chit-chat as we wait for Aspen to arrive, but she never does. By the time we finish eating, it seems pretty clear that Aspen won't be showing up. Oh.
She must still be asleep.
Just like the morning that Stella and her friends left, I'm guessing that Aspen's overslept. After Silver ran away last night, I was also kept awake with my thoughts for a while. I figured I'd be the last one to get to the kitchen. Aspen still has me beat, though. I try calling her, but it goes to voicemail. As soon as I hang up the phone, I return to my room. I put on my shoes and leave the library, waving at Juliet when I pass by the dining room. I'm sure... Oh my gosh, is this day really going to be a sad, sad omen? What's going on with Aspen? I was sitting here thinking, like, she was, like, just up late working again last night, and that, she's working through things still, and, that's not, like good for her health, obviously, but I feel like, did something worse happen? That's the vibes I'm getting right now. I'm sure she knew what I was going to do as soon as I did. I'm not too worried about Aspen, at least not any more than usual, but I have a feeling she could use the support right now. I knock on Aspen's door and wait. Silence. I knock again and wait. I knock a third time, harder. Finally, I hear a sleepy voice from inside. Oh, sorry that made me laugh. I'm just nervous. When the door finally opens, I'm relieved to see Aspen is alright, or at least upright and unharmed. She definitely isn't doing great, though. Her hair is a mess, and she still has a blanket wrapped around her. As she stares at me blinking in the morning sun, she groans and holds a hand to her head.
God, what time? Ugh, come in.
I step inside gingerly, shutting the door behind myself. You know, there are some times when I read a line slightly wrong, but it's still like a correct way to say it, and it doesn't change the story at all. I just need to keep going with it instead of being like, I step gingerly inside instead, and then be like, oh, that's not right, and say, I step inside gingerly, shutting the door behind myself. Inside it's dark with the curtains drawn and all the lights off. Aspen immediately turns to her bed and lays down with another groan. As I walk towards the bed, my foot bumps against something on the floor. At first I'm afraid it's one of the cats. When I look down, I see it's actually an empty can. It rolls under the bed all the same. In fact, there are a few of the cans around. I pick one up because I don't recognize the label, and I can immediately identify it by the smell as beer. And there's that May. I didn't even know, hang on. Like, obviously, there's nothing wrong with inherently, like, drinking alcohol, but from someone who has, like, as far as I know, has never, like, drank it before, to have cans all over her floor, like, if this started last night or even the past few nights, that means she is, like, just going at it, which, like, for anyone, is not a good thing. I've never had any alcohol, but I know enough about it from TV and my travels. I sit down on the bed beside Aspen, who's covered her face with a stuffed animal. Still, she manages to blindly fumble around with one hand until she finds and holds mine. Aww.
Breakfast, aren't I?
Yeah. I came to make sure you're okay.
She makes a sound that could be pain or just acknowledgement.
Sorry. You should have called. You didn't have to walk all the way here.
I tried.
Her other hand appears in the darkness, also fumbling around until she finds her phone, which is under a pillow just like her.
I'm sorry. I slept right through it.
Looking around her room, I notice more than just the beer cans. Her laptop is on the floor, half closed. Notebooks and papers are scattered around the room, not just on the desk, but everywhere. Last time I was here, her apartment was messy. Today, it's a disaster.
That's okay. No big deal. I'm more worried about you than anything.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The only problem is I slept in so damn late. I was planning to call out of work anyway. I need the extra time to finish my edits. And I may have had a bit too much to drink last night, which I'm really paying for now.
Oh, my audio completely cut out for a second, so I was like, did she finish saying it? Yes, she did.
I don't think you can call this fine.
Gently, I lift the plushie away from Aspen's face.
No!
Although she groans and makes grabby hands at it, she doesn't really try to stop me. Instead, she looks up at me with red-rimmed eyes and manages a smile. Aww. Gesturing for me to come closer, I lean down and Aspen pulls me in to kiss her. Her hand lingers on my cheeks when I sit back up.
Said I was fine now?
I still wouldn't believe you.
Oh. Although she pretends to pout, Aspen doesn't try to deny it again. Since she's not in any shape to sit up, I lie down next to her instead. I can't help but notice the makeup stains on her pillow.
2 days in a row now that I've gotten to wake up next to you. More or less? That's something good at least.
You
Yeah.
missed out on breakfast today, though.
I'll take that trade.
She closes her eyes,
It's also
yawning.
2 days in a row that I've overslept. I'd actually meant to get an early start today and work on my book a bit before going up to the library.
You were gonna get up early? When did you go to bed?
Aspen and I already said goodnight to each other before Silver showed up my window, and that was somewhere around midnight.
It's a little fuzzy, you know. I'm in the final stretch, though. I can afford to sacrifice a little sleep.
Maybe if it was just sleep. And just a little.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Even Juliet can tell how exhausted you are all the time.
Even Juliet, hmm? Besides, it's only a couple more days. I have to finish and send it in by the end of Sunday, and then...
And then?
Then... everything can go back to normal. Like my sleep schedule. Then it'll be out of my hands and someone else's problem.
It's gonna be that easy? You'll just never have to think about your book again.
Well, no, of course, not like that. I hope not, at least. Unless the changes still aren't what they're looking for. But I don't even want to consider that. Oh God, I do not want to consider that. There'll be more work to do, of course. More writing and more editing. Hopefully not as much editing. I struggled a lot this time around because it was so different from the original manuscript and not the kind of thing I usually write.
Oh. So she is ending up having to, like, changing it. Like, it's not really her story anymore. This is essentially what I'm, like, the vibes I'm getting from this, which is, like, that's sad. That's depressing.
But once I got the hang of it, it started being easier. So I think next time around shouldn't be as difficult, because I already know what they're looking for.
She has to stop and take a deep breath to continue talking.
That's not counting all the other stuff like paperwork and promotion and all that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, rights and licensing too. That's another thing to think about, but later. The first time I do all that might be tough, but it should also get easier, just like the editing. I've done a lot of research and...
I mean, unironically, I have heard from, like, professional writers that stuff does get easier, because it's like, you're, like, walking into something blind, you don't really know how to do anything, and then after you do it once or twice, it's like, oh, I get how to do this stuff now. It's easier to handle. Specifically like that stuff, like the licensing and paperwork and promotion, like that kind of stuff.
It does make sense, given what the best-selling trends have been lately. Usually I'm more into...
Aspen!
With a tiny hic, she cuts off mid-sentence.
I know that sounds like a lot, but...
Aspen, you can't keep doing this to yourself.
I don't like interrupting her, but I know where this is going. At my words, she does stop and gazes up at the ceiling before speaking in a very small voice.
What do, though? I know how hard it is to understand from the outside, but that's what it's like to be an artist. Opportunity rarely knocks twice, as they say. It could be years before I have another chance like this, if ever. Some things are worth persevering through. So what if I have to call out of work a couple times or miss some sleep? That won't matter in the long run. When there's a line of people waiting for a midnight release at the bookstore or posting fan fiction online, someday I'll forget all the bad stuff that happened or even look back and laugh. Someday it'll be worth it.
Oh, that's so hard, because, like, I'm sitting as someone who's also, like, trying to be, like, a writer and make stuff that makes people happy and excited like this. I'm like, I so get what she's saying, but, like, the story's doing a good job of, like, giving us her perspective and why this matters so much to her, but also showing us, like, why it's, like, so self-destructive to be doing this to yourself, and how it's important, like, why you need to take better care of yourself, essentially, and how it's, like, affecting even the people around you. She nods.
About someday when you're miserable now, love?
It feels strange calling her that, but also right. Just like when she said it to me, and it seems like it works. I hear her breath catch in her throat, and even as she turns to face me again, I can see a glimmer of tears in her eyes. More than ever, I wish I knew what to say that could help her. If Juliet was here, I'm sure she'd have some great advice to offer. It's hard for me to understand what she's going through. On the other hand, it's really easy to see how it's affecting her.
I'm the last person who should tell someone how to spend their time. But it can't be worth feeling like this all the time, just so maybe someday it'll be better, right? Even if I don't know anything about writing or books or any of that, all of those next steps you talked about sound just as bad. You used to be so excited about your book. But now it just makes you sad all the time. If it would really get better after this weekend, that'd be one thing, but... it wouldn't. Would it?
I picked the worst time to take that drink. I expected a response from Aspen. Aspen slowly shakes her head. Tears silently roll down her face onto her pillow and hair. I scoot closer so that our foreheads are touching. Even then, I can barely hear her as she whispers.
get easier, but I'm right too.
Well, yeah, that's the hard part, is that you both are right. Like, for your dreams and what you want to do with your life and future, like, this is by all means an important thing to push through, but sometimes pushing through it isn't the healthiest thing to do.
All those things I said about maybe not getting another chance, or about how it's never easy for anyone, they're true as well. I wish it wasn't. I wish this wasn't my only choice, because it's not even mine anymore. It's not my story or characters, it's something else. But I don't know what else to do.
And see, that's the hard part too, of like, putting out that first thing is so important to actually like get like fans, get like the respect of like the editors and the publishers, like showing them that like what you make is like good enough essentially to pull people in. But at the same time, it comes at like sacrificing the story, which like Juliet herself told us, like, she's been working on this for like ever. It's like so integral to like her as a person. That's how important the story is. So that's just so hard.
If my original story was any good, it wouldn't have been rejected so many times, or needed so many changes. And they're not bad changes either. They make sense. They're just not mine.
Are you really okay with that?
For all of about 2 seconds, she holds my gaze. Then Aspen truly bursts into tears. It might be her most honest answer yet. Her whole body shakes as she cries, and I do what I can to hold her. The two cats hop up onto the bed, concerned and investigating. The corners of my eyes burn too, not for myself but for Aspen, and for the helplessness I feel. But also I recall what Juliet said, that this is something Aspen has to go through herself.
I don't know. I thought I was. Kept telling myself I was, but...
It's hard for her to speak in between sniffles and sobs. I just let her cry against me, doing what I can, be there for her. She doesn't need to finish her sentence anyway. We both already know the answer. I stroke her hair and try to think of how to piece together what I want to say to her. It's tough because I know I don't have anything that would be helpful or might solve a problem. All I can do is be honest.
The difference between good and bad writing, of course. I've only ever read one book. But I still really like that book. Enough to read it again and again yesterday. And the only reason I could even do that is because you and Juliet seem to like books so much that I had to try them too. Spending hours hunched over that desk, copying those letters a million times, I wouldn't have done that for just anyone, you know? I'm glad I did, though. It was worth it just to be able to read The Fox in the Grove, even though I already knew the story. That was something I never understood before. Why anyone would want to read a book more than once. You already know what's going to happen. But because it makes me think of you, and that you wrote it just for me to be able to read, I don't think I'll ever be able to like a book more.
Wiping her eyes, she manages a shaky sigh that might be a laugh.
Well, I can't complain about that kind of critical reception.
Her sobs have gone back to being sniffles and hiccups, and she's slowly able to catch her breath. The pillow that we share is soaked with her tears, but I barely notice. The two cats are still nearby, and she scoops them up and pulls them towards her as well.
Guys are worried too, huh?
They both meow and protest as Aspen brings them up into our hug. There really isn't room, but Aspen manages to squeeze them in. They immediately hop away though, and she doesn't try to stop them. We snuggle for a bit longer, and then for the first time since she got into bed, Aspen sits back up and rubs her eyes. I sit up too, and she casually leans against me as she looks around. It's a lot brighter now than it was when I got here, even through the curtains.
Here, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah.
Aspen reaches down and picks up one of the empty beer cans, examining it before tossing it into the recycling bin.
I didn't even know you like beer.
We don't.
Another can is on Aspen's nightstand, and she chucks it into the bin as well before gathering some of the scattered papers around the apartment. I help clean, throwing away anything that looks like trash and organizing anything that doesn't. Aspen takes care of all that, replacing her laptop on her desk and tidying some of the clutter. Finally, she opens the curtains and we sit back down. I wait for her to say something, since there still hasn't been any resolution. I don't have to wait very long.
Email to Avery and tell them I've changed my mind, and then I'm not interested in making the changes they wanted.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. Again, like, it's hard because, like, getting that first thing published is always the hardest part. But you know what? I also fully respect sticking to, like, no, this is my characters. This is my story. I'm keeping them the way that I want it. Like, again, if it's, like, small, tiny changes, like, that's always fine, you know? But if it's like, hey, these characters completely be reworked, the story itself, just the dreadful, then it's like, don't change it. That's not your story.
Wait, you've already decided that?
I'm happy to hear her decision, but I wasn't expecting it to come this fast.
An answer soon, one way or another. To be honest, I was already thinking about it, and have been for days. In my heart, I think it's what I've wanted to say this whole time. But I kept telling myself that I should just try a little harder and power through. I could probably do that if I put my mind to it. But there was something you said earlier. And as soon as you said it, I knew you were right, because it was something I was trying not to admit to myself. That somewhere along the way, something I love had turned into something I dread. I pictured myself continuing down that path. If I lost that love forever, would it be worth it?
Nope, nope.
It might not. There's no telling how it would go. But you're right that I have something to live for right now. And someone to love. And so I think
It's us. Or Miho.
that much is enough. More than enough, even.
Aspen leans in and I do too. Closing my eyes in anticipation, the relief that floods through me as I hear Aspen's words like glass of water after a long run. Pausing just inches from my lips, Aspen whispers just one more thing before we kiss.
Everything I need, right here.
The two of us linger around Aspen's apartment for a while longer. I play with the cats while Aspen collects herself and eventually manages to send off her email. Okay, I think that's a pretty good place to end there for the episode. Obviously, I'm going to keep playing more because I'm like, oh, that just happened. That's so good. But that's where we're ending the episode for right now. That's so good. That's so good. I'm glad that we get, like, Aspen out of her slump, that she can be a little happier now, even if it does come with its own struggles. Obviously, like, not getting her book published, but, like, she'll get there. I have faith. I have faith in her. So, yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people. Also, I feel like I'm, like, over more than I usually am. Hang on. This is so stupid. You guys, I could have just done this between episodes, but, like, whatever. I'm just going to go like that. There we go. I feel like I'm taking up less of the screen now. There we go. With all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people. Was it worth it? Aspen's been pushing herself too hard and finally reaches her breaking point. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Also, yeah, I'm still a little buggy. I'm still a little buggy. It's fine. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we do be back with this. I should have taken a drink before I started the episode, but I'm going to take it now. That's the rest of my water bottle gone. I am screwed. Anyways, with that being said, let's just jump into it. I guess in the last one, Aspen, well, hang on. Aspen's been pushing herself too hard and finally reaches her breaking point. That is in fact what happened, and she sent off, oh my voice, oh my gosh, my voice. And she sent off an email being like, hey guys, this isn't my story anymore. I don't want to make these changes. I'm backing out of this deal. And then we all cheered. We were all happy. We're all loving it. We're all having a good time. So with all that being said, now we can just jump into it. Around lunchtime, we head to the Bell House for Aspen's midday shift.
Are you sure you want to go to work today? You said you were going to call out.
I'm sure. It'll be nice to have the distraction. Sorry to leave you on your own, though.
Well, aren't we a good enough distraction?
It's alright. I'll figure out something to do.
I study Aspen's face. Her eyes are still red and puffy, although her glasses help hide that. She still seems fragile, but I'm still less worried about her than before.
See you tomorrow then?
Maybe. I might just need a day alone. Not that being with you doesn't help me feel better, but I just have a lot of thinking to do.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I understand. We can hang out again when you're ready.
Just make sure to call me so we don't forget.
I'll see you on Halloween for sure.
Cool.
Aspen adjusts her glasses and removes her hat, preparing to go change into her uniform.
Well, I'm going to go clean myself up a bit before my shift starts. I can't let Lena see me like this.
You sure you'll be okay?
Yes, I have lots of practice at keeping myself together. That's all customer service really is.
Alright. See you later then.
Goodbye, Miho. I love you.
Love you too.
After a final kiss, she goes inside to start her shift. It's been an emotional day already, and it's barely half over. Despite that, I feel optimistic as I walk away from the cafe. I'm still concerned about Aspen, but I know she'll be okay in the long run. There's a long road ahead, but things are looking up. Ooh, we get some more Tommy and Gwen stuff today. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Click. I continue to see Tommy and his family fairly regularly. Of course, I hear from the three of them every day just to maintain their memories. It makes my daily check-ins take a little while, but that's okay. Gwen also comes to the library to study several times a week, and sometimes by herself and sometimes with Tommy. When Elijah drops by to return the books he borrowed, he mentions that he wasn't able to learn much about Gerby like he'd hoped, but he thinks Gerby comes from somewhere other than the underworld, like I do. That'll explain why it's harder to find information about him. I want to learn so much more about... I want there to be, like, a little, like, pamphlet that they just put out, like, that explains, like, all the underworld and stuff. Like, maybe this is explained in one of their other visual novels. As far as I know, it's not. But, you know, I'm not the most knowledgeable about the studio, because, like, I really want to get more into, like, more of their visual novels. But I'm finishing, I'm finishing Please Be Happy first. So, you know, whatever. And I have been thinking about live streaming their visual novels after I finish Please Be Happy, just because I felt like it'd be weird to, like, start Please Be Happy on here and then, like, start, like, more than halfway or almost halfway through on the live streams. I thought that'd be weird. So, like, after this, I'm probably going to start, like, doing First Snow. And then, like, I mean, I guess, like, that's Bell House that's, like, published by them. So, like, really, as far as I understand, I don't think it matters too much. Because, like, they say, like, it aligns with, like, their values and, like, what they're looking for. And everyone, like, people who love, like, Studio Lane stuff still loves, like, First Snow and Twofold and all that kind of stuff. But that's what I'm going to start with. And then I'm probably going to do, like, some of their, like, stuff that they made. And then, you know, kind of switch back and forth. Because all the stuff that they, like, published all looks incredible. So I'm like, it doesn't matter if it's really made by them. As long as, like, it's still got, like, it's part of, like, their Bell House collection, essentially, is what they call it. I'm going into way too much detail here. But yeah, I just plan to do more stuff that's published or made by them on live streams after this. So that's what I'm trying to say. But again, I hope that they do just put out, like, little pamphlets like, hey, here's the world, here's what this is, here's what the underworld explanation, how it's connected to the main world, and yada yada yada. It reminds me a bit of Aspen and Juliet trying to find out more about my bead and magic. At least in that case, there's Silver to help explain some things, at least grudgingly. As for Tommy, it seems like he's doing okay. I don't hear anything else about him getting into fights, for one thing. When he's at the library, he's either looking for bugs or he just reads a book at the table with his mom. Slowly but surely, the three of them, four if you count Gerby, have slipped into their own routine. I hope Elijah was right when he said that things between them will just have to get better with time. Yeah, that would be lovely. That would be nice. After eating breakfast with just Juliet, I have to figure out how to spend a day without Aspen. Oh, and it's Saturday too. We have, like, all day, don't we? We had a quick video call this morning where she said she still needs a day to herself to just unwind and think and cry. I wish I could be there to comfort her, but I also understand why she needs to be alone for a while. She's learning those hard lessons for herself, like Juliet said. I'll see her tomorrow, but I can't let today go to waste. So it's such a S-tier mentality Miho has. Juliet finds me in the kitchen, looking out the back window.
Is something out there?
Nah, just thinking about what I want to do today. Aspen's not feeling very good.
We could hang out with Juliet. I mean, I guess she's going to bed, so maybe we should do that for her so that she can take care of herself, but, you know, whatever. In the shade of the big tree in the backyard, there are a couple birds hopping around looking for worms. That gives me an idea.
Could I go see that bird we rescued? The one your friend picked up.
You can certainly visit the preserve. Although I couldn't say if they'd be able to point you to our friend in particular. There are quite a lot of other birds who call it home.
That's fine. I can look for it on my own.
You've got this.
Of course. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a shuttle that can take you most of the way.
Juliet shows me where to find the shuttle, and I use my phone to guide me there. I don't have to wait long until it arrives, and I climb on board. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out the window, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not even paying attention, and commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest, grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic garden were lovely. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. Honestly, I do want to do a save here, just because I doubt that this is going to be like a huge story-changing thing. But like, I just kind of want to get like both of like the dialogues, because after I finish Juliet's route, I plan to go through and do like a special like what we missed kind of thing. Whether that be like, because at the beginning there were like some parts where it's like, hey, you can either spend the day with this person or this person, but you have to like choose. That's like decreased as time has gone on. Probably because I made like more consistent decisions. Like it was like, can I hang out with Lena or Tommy and Elijah and Gwen? And I usually pick them over like, say, like the fisherman dude. Like maybe if I picked him more, then we'd get more scenes with him essentially. Because he did just kind of disappear. Like he didn't feel like a character who would like do too much. But like at the same time, I'm like, maybe there could be more. I don't know. So we're gonna go through and try to get like some scenes that we missed. Like we have, sorry to interrupt this for so long. Well, we have this, which is obviously the split. We have this, which is, wait, no. One of these two is the split, but they're different splits. So I don't know. But regardless, we have one of these that this is the split route, which we're obviously going to do our own route. One of these is its own decision for new dialogue. Same thing here, and now here. Ha ha ha. So there's obviously going to be a lot more too. But honestly, I'm glad to have settled down. It reminds me of days in the wild, running free. Although those days were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said why they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are a ton of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe I find the person who took the bird and they know what happened to it. They might have better luck than just looking through I might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. That was terrible. I'm so bad at this. It's a big place, I decide. Too big for me to try exploring on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now. I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty, too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do. Come from someplace far away like I do. There are kids too. Human kids with their teachers being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I ask some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some of them know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it.
No, what? No! No!
I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him, too.
Oh.
It's dead? I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive that had gotten better.
It's
Same.
sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
Yeah, because that's like, yeah, totally, yeah, like whatever. She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Yeah, that's fair. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there quiet and surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to before, but my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Oh gosh, my stuff's glitching out so bad. I hope that's like going for you guys. I doubt it is.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down. Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one.
Hang on, I need to reconnect my headphones really quick while I keep this going.
Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair. That's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us.
Ah! There we go.
Sometimes you can do everything right, and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally. That's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything. Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Maya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver who wanted to let it die, and Amaya who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend to not care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. I'm sorry I'm doing so bad. That doesn't mean I can't care. That doesn't mean I can't, though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it. And think about that tree that used to be its home, the nest that I'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. That was a good talk. I know I said that like oh yeah, that's just good. Like that was just like good, giving like more. I feel like this might just be me like over like projecting, but I feel like this story is a lot like about like trying to understand like not just like life, but like how other people like view it, what like their opinions on like it all of like living even is, that like that sort of stuff, you know, and just like the different perspectives, like look comparing like Amaya and Silver, who had completely different like outlooks on it, like different on the situation, like let it die versus like trying their best to help it live, but then still kind of like feeling the same about it. Like in the end, like both are good. That's good. The end of October arrives with a brisk morning chill. I take my time waking up, enjoying the comfortable warmth of my bed like always. Outside my window, the leaves and branches shake with the breeze, but they can't reach me in here. From downstairs, the warm smell of coffee wafts up, promising me refreshment and energy. Something else drifts up too, something even better. The comfortable sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting in the dining room. How long has it been? Weeks? How long has it been? Weeks at least? The past few times that Aspen has been here for breakfast, she was been too preoccupied to really have a good time. But even from up here, I can hear the sound of her laughter like a bell. Smiling, I get myself up and ready for the day. I hope October will take our worries with it as well. I head downstairs and we go through the usual smiles and greetings, plus the usual chit-chat as we eat. Eventually we clear away our plates and just sit comfortably together like we used to.
So, Miho, today will be your first holiday, correct?
Yep. The first one I've paid attention to, at least. I don't really know what Halloween is about, though.
It depends, really. In some parts of the world, it's a time to honor the dead. In many others, it's simply a time to celebrate the season and have fun.
Are we actually gonna get like, okay. This might be a little much, but I am in fact sitting here going, I sure do freaking hope that we get some like arts of them like in costumes or something, like the different portraits essentially. That'd be so fun.
Most of the time it's about sweets and costumes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of trick-or-treaters coming by tonight.
What's that?
It's where kids put on costumes and go door to door, and the people who live there hand out candy.
For free?
Don't get any ideas.
Oh, come on, Juliet. I mean, Miho could go trick-or-treating. She'd do great at it.
Too late.
I picked up some bags of candy earlier, so there will be plenty to give out. Halloween is usually a busy night here, as you said. Will the two of you be here? Or do you have other plans?
Aspen and I look at each other and I shake my head.
I don't have anything else.
Neither do I. So I think it's safe to say we'll be around.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to it.
We should have another scary movie night. Let's go.
It's good to see you looking so well, Aspen. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Me too.
Me too. I'm still not quite back to 100%, but I'm getting there.
Have you decided what you're going to do?
Not entirely. I've decided that I'll put aside writing for a while, though. At least writing for anyone other than myself. I think I need to remember why I started doing it in the first place.
Let's go, Aspen.
After that, maybe I can start to think about publishing again, and manuscripts. That could be in a month, or in a year, or even several years.
Under the table, Aspen takes my hand.
For once, I'm not in any rush.
Juliet looks at us fondly. Compared to a couple days ago, she looks relieved. It's clear that I wasn't the only one who was worried about Aspen.
That's good. I hope you'll take all the time that you need.
The three of us make plans for the evening, settling on a time that we'll be back at the library. Juliet departs for bed, and Aspen and I remain at the table. Aspen slouches, looking up at the ceiling with a contented sigh.
I can't remember the last time I had a morning like this.
A morning that was just like nice and peaceful and you don't have to stress about life. Yeah, that it's pretty nice to have.
Not just with you and Juliet, but where I don't wake up feeling like I've already fallen behind in the day.
Oh, I still don't know what that is. Not me being on vacation from all of my daily duties, and I'm still like, oh, I feel like I'm behind. I woke up at 9 today. Oh gosh.
No plans, no obligations.
She squeezes my hand.
Just us.
Aww.
I've missed days like that too.
I know I've said it, but I'm sorry for worrying the two of you so much. And for being so distracted all the time. And for several other things that I'm sure will come to mind soon.
I shake my head.
Don't be sorry. I know you were trying really hard because of how important writing is to you.
Let's go, Miho. Being an ST. Listen, she's just been a great partner, a great girlfriend this whole time. That's all I'm going to say. She's been great at this whole thing. She's so supportive, but she also puts her, like, she holds her ground where she needs to, like with the stuff that was happening with Aspen 2 days ago. Like, she's so good at this.
Yes, well, there are other things that are important too. I can't let myself miss out on all those. Like this.
Oh, Aspen leans over and kisses me on the cheek. I didn't mean to click.
That is pretty important.
She laughs.
Glad you agree. There was one thing I wanted to do today, actually. And I was hoping you would join me.
I'm gonna go hunt down that editor and murder him.
Of course. What is it?
Aspen stands up and fetches a couple heavy books that are sitting on the counter, bringing them over to where we are. I recognize them as coming from Aspen's apartment instead of being a part of the library's collection. They make a heavy thud as she sets them on the table.
Something Mum and I used to do when I was a kid, although it's been a few years now.
Ooh? She takes one of the books and opens it up, flipping through the pages quickly but carefully. I watch from over her shoulder until she finally stops. Ooh? Near the middle of the book, there's something tucked into the pages Aspen delicately lifts up for me to see. It's a flower, but it's flat and dry. The petals look as dry and delicate as the paper that they're stuck between.
Every summer, we'd go out and pick flowers to press. Isn't it pretty?
It is.
She offers it to me, and I take it very carefully. It's practically weightless and feels like it could blow out of my hands at any second.
We used to do it to celebrate the end of each school year. Although it's not quite the same, lately I've been reminded of that feeling. One chapter ending, and another beginning. So, if you're up for it, I thought perhaps we could go find some flowers of our own.
Yes, of course.
Great! Let's be off then.
I let her lead the way outside. We search for a while, looking for any flowers that Aspen thinks will work. There are plenty in people's gardens, but she says we're not allowed to take those. Aw. We've tried the park and the mountain and even the sides of the roads, but nothing we find meets Aspen's standards. Finally, after going around a big chunk of town, we spot a hidden grove near the waterfront that seems perfect. There are several different types of flowers, all in bloom. We walk over and just stop at the edge of the patch.
We should do. What do you think?
They look really pretty. But I thought that about the other ones we saw too.
It's not just about how pretty they are. They need to be the right shape and size as well.
Aspen, Miho doesn't get it. Honestly, I don't get it either. I just see pretty flowers and go, ooh, this would look nice.
These ones check all the boxes. Go ahead and choose some that look nice to you. Then you can snip off the tops with these.
She hands me a pair of scissors.
I don't know how to decide. They all look nice to me.
It should be easy then. It's best if they're kind of flat, though. Remember to only take the top so that the rest of the plant can grow back.
I watch her pick a couple so that I can make sure I'm doing it right. Aspen only chooses flowers that are in the middle of big patches instead of ones that are alone. After a bit, I wander off to select my own. Both of us move around carefully, making sure not to step on anything delicate. There are some that look like the ones Aspen already had in her book, which reminds me of the flowers that you can buy at the store. The sweet aroma isn't as strong as it would be if I were a fox, but it's still nice. There are others that I've never seen before, but catch my eye as I'm deciding. It's both kinds seem like they could both kinds seem like they should work, so I'm not sure which to choose. Why are you giving me so many choices now? Listen. I like individual novels give you the choices, but after the beginning of this game didn't really give us a lot. I'm like, oh my gosh, why are there so many now? As if it's a bad thing. It just means that after we actually finish the story, I can come back to these ones and pick the choices that I didn't. I'm gonna say the new ones because that's kind of what Aspen's doing too, and I want to match. I go with the unfamiliar flowers that are new to me. I want to pick something that will... Oh. Wait, no. I specifically wanted to get the one... I thought that she was talking about the ones that... I thought when she was saying the old ones, I thought she was talking about the ones that were in the book. Not the ones that, the familiar ones. I decided to go with flowers that are similar to Aspen's. I think they'll look nice next to the ones she's carrying now. It should fit right in with the ones that are already pressed. Imitating what I saw Aspen do, I snip off a few buds and bundle them up, making sure not to crush or damage them. Then I rejoin Aspen, who's finishing up too. She inspects my collection.
Oh, those are beautiful. Good choice. Are you all set?
Yeah. Ready if you are.
The two of us return to the library, and the book's waiting for us there.
How do we do this?
It's quite simple, really. There are lots of ways to press flowers, but this method is the easiest. All you have to do is take your book.
Also, I'm so sorry if I ever click it at the wrong time. My headphones are being so terrible today. I don't know if they need to charge or something, but I charged them yesterday. These headphones just kind of suck. Maybe I got some gift cards for Amazon, and I was like, maybe I should get a new pair of Bluetooth headphones. Because again, I don't really have anything that can like reach me, and I don't want any more cords, but I'd like some good Bluetooth headphones that work with this. You know what I mean? It'd be so nice. So if I ever like miss it, that's because it's like cutting out. If I ever click at the wrong time and I don't acknowledge it, it's because I actually clicked it at the wrong time. So Aspen grabs one of the heavy books she brought and opens it to somewhere in the middle.
A piece of paper in here like this for the moisture.
She folds a plain sheet of paper in half and then slides it in where the pages meet.
Place your flowers on top and close the book. And that's it. Easy, right?
To demonstrate, she arranges a few of the buds she selected, spacing them out like cookies on a sheet. Once she's satisfied, she shuts the book.
I can do that.
I take one of the others and repeat the process. When I close the front cover, the pages smush down the colorful flowers. Aspen puts both books side to side. Aspen puts both books side to side on the counter.
How long does it take? Should we come back later?
Longer than that. A few days, if not
Oh.
weeks. We want to get all the water squeezed out.
It takes a few weeks, what the freak?
That long?
I'm afraid so. Mum always said that the waiting was half the fun, because it gave you something to look forward to.
No, no.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. No, that's way too long. I don't like that at all.
I tend to agree. There is a certain charm to it, though. I first learned about pressing flowers when I bought a book from a second-hand store that had a few left behind by a previous owner. They must have forgotten all about the flowers. They were bone dry, even more than the ones I showed you, and they'd stained the pages. They were still beautiful, though,
Ooh.
and made my copy unique. I left them in there to this day on my shelf. It seemed wrong to remove them after so long.
That's cute. Honestly, I've never even like really I've heard of this before, but it's more like very much so passing context. So now I'm saying like this is actually like something fun to do. All this time like they're out picking flowers, I'm like, oh wait, this is so fun. This is so cool. Like there are some mountains nearby. I could just go over, take a hike up, and pick some flowers. That'd be so cool.
What do you do with the ones you make?
Decorate mostly. They make for nice accessories, or bookmarks, or even look nice on their own.
I can't wait to see.
Me either. Here, there are still a few left.
Aspen and I each have a couple flowers remaining, so she grabs another book and opens it up. She flips through the pages, getting closer to the middle, and then suddenly stops. Nestled alongside a few flowers, there's a folded up paper with Aspen's name on it. She stares silently for a long time and then gently removes everything. The flowers are almost entirely brown and fragile next to a few splotches of white on the petals. Aspen sets them aside.
It looks like I did some forgetting too. I must have put these here years ago.
What about the paper?
There's another sheet in there that everything sat on top of, so the one with her name must not have been the one to suck up the water. She gently removes the bag in question. It's stained brown like the flowers, and sticks as she tries to take it out, but eventually gives way. It crackles in her hands as she turns it over a few times. Carefully unfolding it, Aspen holds the paper where she can read it.
To my future self. I used to write them occasionally. Most got lost or thrown out ages ago, but it figures that I'd find one here and now.
What's it say?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
She clears her throat.
Benoit.
Not the title of the song being the girl reading this. That perfect. I mean, it was basically, I do associate this thing with Aspen because I'm pretty sure that this is the theme that played when we first saw Aspen, and considering she was reading when we first saw Aspen, it's appropriate, so... She gives me a sidelong glance.
My first name. I can't tell you how tired I am of reading letters that start like that. Anyway, I'm writing this on the evening of my 13th birthday. In case you have forgotten, today I began writing my first novel. By the time that you read this, I expect that you have half a dozen or more complete aside from this one.
I also started writing when I was like around like 13 or 12. Again, Aspen looks at me. Also, that's a rough thing.
As you can see, I
used to be even more obnoxious when it came to writing. Mother suggested that I compose this letter in order to look back and reflect on how far I have come. I'm keeping my goals modest so that I might surprise myself in the future. Right now, there are many questions that I have. What was university like? Have you gotten married yet?
Ooh.
How many other famous authors have you met? Have you made more friends? I hope that you have moved to a bigger city. Mother says someday I will appreciate our town more, but I don't believe her. There is not a single thing that I will miss from here after I've left, other than my parents, of course. I have been looking at possibilities for studying abroad when I am older, and am focusing on my academics to help facilitate that. When you read this, I wonder if you will remember writing it. I hope that you are laughing about how much better your life is than I am imagining now.
Aww.
Yours truly, Aspen Benoit.
After she finishes reading the letter aloud, Aspen silently rereads it a few more times. Then she places it back where it came from alongside the dirty flowers and the rest that we picked together. And then she closes the book.
Aspen got a few things right and a few things wrong, it seems. I'm over half a dozen books late, apparently. Modest goals, indeed. I don't really remember writing that particular letter. At least not too clearly. But for all the wishes that didn't come true, and all the things that I'm sure past me would be disappointed in current me for, it does make me smile to read it again.
I think that's the most important part.
I quite agree. It might not be the future I was imagining, but still, I wouldn't trade the present I have for anything.
Aww. Aspen and I clean up the leaves and trim stems, sweeping them into the garbage. Then we stack the books and put them away. Then we put them up on a high shelf where they'll be safe and out of the way. We both stare at them, full of memories and new and old.
Of the past for now. Come on, we have a whole day to enjoy.
Aspen places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my cheek, and then leads me out of the kitchen. I follow her out into the bright sunlight. Aww. Game. Hello?
Right behind you.
Oh, it just wasn't working for some reason. I clicked like 4 times. Oh, that was fun. That was a good one. I say as if I don't think all of these episodes are good ones. Like, what the freak? Okay, and with that being said, that's a good place to end it for right now. And the next one will start up with more Halloween stuff. And honestly, like, this is my favorite stuff. Like, the more I want to say like slice of lifey stuff, I guess. Like them just kind of like going about their days, doing their stuff. Like, how do I put this? It's like, I guess like everything they do is like relatable, I suppose. I don't know how to put it. I super don't know how to put what I'm trying to say. It's sort of like I am super interested in like all the underworld stuff, but I am like less interested in like the magic, I guess, than I am in like just them like doing like day-to-day things. Like Aspen worrying about her writing, them dealing with like the bird. Like, I don't know. I really like that part, which is weird because I've never been too into like slice of life stuff. But it really just does come down to like you liking the characters so much that even in like normal circumstances, it's like, well, I guess as normal as like being like the writer or finding a bird in need can be, I guess. But like that's the part that I enjoy the most. So I'm really excited for Halloween. I'm really excited to see what happens. And with that all being said, I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye-bye.